We are in agreement this issue.
The cooperation between Turkey and the United States will continue. The cooperation, the means for further cooperation with the United States have been discussed in today's talks. And foremost, the issue of humanitarian assistance was taken up. And other means of cooperations were also looked into. And the cooperation in northern Iraq was also taken up.
Şüphesiz ki bu işbirlikleri Irak'ın geleceğine dönük de olacaktır.
There's no doubt that this cooperation will include the future structure of Iraq. Also, Turkey is the only country in the region which is based, the system which is based on a free market principle. So this is an issue which very much highlighted very much.
Iraq as well, and new doors will open for us in the future. The model nature of Turkey with its democracy, its free market economy, is a model for all in the region, and this reciprocal assistance will continue.
Son olarak şunu söylemek istiyorum. Sayın Powell.
Lastly, I would like to say this. Mr. Powell's visit has strengthened Turkish-American relationship and increased possibilities of future cooperation, and anyone who has doubts about future of the Turkish-American relationship should be erased now, and I would like to welcome him to Turkey.
Our relations, and it has increased the opportunities for future cooperation between both nations. And I would like to state that this visit has issues with regards to the relations between both countries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. It's a great pleasure to be back in Turkey, and I have found that our conversations have been very fruitful, conversations that you and I have had, as well as my conversations with the President and the Prime Minister, and I look forward to my conversations later this afternoon with the General Staff. Will you be translating or not? Do you need translation?
No, they are translated themselves.
Okay.
They are
Okay.
for themselves.
Let me reaffirm what the Minister said. The U.S.-Turkish relationship is a strong one. It has endured for over 50 years, and we have been with each other and for each other in war and peace over that 50-year period. Especially treasure our relationship within the NATO alliance. Turkey is an important member of the coalition that is now aligned against the regime of Saddam Hussein. We were all disappointed, both the United States and the Turkish government, when we were unable to obtain the approval of the Turkish parliament on the 1st of March for the large package that we wanted to move through Turkey. But as a result of flexible planning and a great deal of skill on the part of our commanders, we have been able to work around that, and we are now deeply appreciative of the overflight clearances that have been provided by the parliament and the Turkish government. The minister and I discussed other areas of cooperation, other needs we have now to sustain the forces, coalition forces that are operating in northern Iraq, and we have solved all of the outstanding issues with respect to providing supplies through Turkey to those units that are doing such a wonderful job in northern Iraq to keep the situation in northern Iraq stable. As the minister noted, we also agreed on means by which we can expedite the provision of humanitarian aid into northern Iraq and construction aid into northern Iraq as the beginning of what I hope will be a very productive relationship between Turkey and Iraq as Iraq, after the conflict, goes about the process of rebuilding its society, rebuilding its country under new leadership, under a new government committed to democracy and protecting all of the people of Iraq. Turkey will have an important role to play in this reconstruction effort, not only helping with direct reconstruction help, but also by the example that Turkey will provide to Iraq of a democracy, a Muslim democracy living in peace with its friends and neighbors, and hopefully that is the kind of Iraq we will be creating. We also had a chance to discuss at some length the concerns that Turkey has with respect to the situation in northern Iraq. As we all know, Turkey has been concerned about a potential rush of refugees toward the border, as well as terrorist attacks that might be directed toward Turkey, or an extension of control out of the Kurdish areas toward the south. In each one of these situations, I think we have been able to demonstrate to our Turkish friends that we are monitoring the situation closely, we have it under control, and therefore, at the moment, there is no need for any movement of Turkish forces across the border. We have agreed today that we will rapidly form a coordination committee so that we monitor this closely, and we will also develop ways in the next several days to ensure that we understand how we would respond to a problem that might arise in northern Iraq that might affect Turkish interest. All of this, I think, is in the spirit of cooperation, and it shows how Turkey is working so closely with the coalition. I gave the minister and the president and prime minister an update on the campaign, Operation Iraqi Freedom. It is progressing well. It is a campaign that is being conducted with great skill and determination by coalition military forces. With each passing day, the Iraqi military becomes weaker and coalition forces become stronger. And it is just a matter of time before this conflict is brought to a successful end and we can get on to the business of helping the Iraqi people build a better country, a better society, the democratic rule, creating a nation that will live in peace with its neighbors, that will use the wealth of Iraq, its oil, to benefit its people and not to develop weapons of mass destruction. We also discussed all the aspects of our bilateral relations. We talked about the request that the President has put into the supplemental for $1 billion to serve as an indication of America's willingness to provide support to Turkey to take any of the economic shock that might come from this current situation out of their economic system, something for them not to have to worry about, because we'll be able to provide some assistance through this supplemental. And we also discussed the situation in Cyprus and our desire to see some progress in the days ahead, even though we had a bit of a setback a few weeks ago. So all in all, I think it's been a very productive trip that reinforces the U.S.-Turkish relationship. And now I think the minister and I would be prepared to take some of your questions. Barry?
Mr. Secretary, can you... Mr. Secretary, can you... I think you can hear me. Should I try?
Hang on.
All right. Thank you. Can you give any other, you were quite specific, but could you give more instances of enhanced Turkish cooperation on the military side? For instance, we're hearing more help in rescue operations. So far as this coordination, this council, this ongoing body, where do you get the Kurdish input into this? How do you make sure from the Kurdish side that there will be, I don't know, a lessening of tensions, no rush to the border?
With respect to the kind of support we're getting, our principal area of discussion today had to do with supplies, food, fuel, other kinds of supplies that might go in. Once we are able to set up our forces in northern Iraq, then some of the issues with respect to search and rescue will be dealt with because it could be handled out of northern Iraq. On other matters, I know that the Turkish government will always act in a humanitarian way with respect to anybody who might be in distress at a particular time. With respect to the coordination group, we are working on that, and I hope in the next several days, within a week, is the goal we put upon ourselves this morning. Within a week, we will have solved the issue of representation within the coordination group, and frankly, tensions have been lessened. I think the concerns that everybody saw a few weeks ago that gave rise to all of these stories about an incursion has occurred, it's about to occur, things are going in the wrong direction, turned out not to be the case. as a result of close consultation and as a result of the presence of our military personnel in the north and the control that is being exercised by General Franks in the region and our relationship with the Kurds, we have been able to stabilize the situation in a way that I think will keep the likelihood of a need for an incursion very much under control and a low probability. Nevertheless, since one can't predict what might happen in the future, that's why we also agreed today to create a process by which we would get early warning of a potential problem and begin responding as soon as we get early warning, and how the two sides could work together to deal with a situation that might arise.
Efendim buradan bir soru alır mısınız Sayın Bakanım? Efendim Amerika Birleşik
Would
Devletleri
you please take a question from this corner?
lojistik destek talebinde bulunduğunu anlıyoruz.
Other than sending humanitarian aid, I understand a request for logistic support from the troops is also made. From your words, do you think we should conclude that United States demands, requests on that will be granted? A medical place for pregnant women in Baghdad is hit today, we understand. Is this something to pressurize Iraqi people to such extent to break the resistance?
In the humanitarian field, we understand will also extend to the logistics fields, and there is a request in this direction. Can we understand from your comments that the requests of the United States will be met? And my second question is, today a hospital in Baghdad was hit, and as the war continues, we notice that more and more civilian targets have been hit. Can you comment on that, please?
Biraz önce benim de Sayın Bakan da söylediği gibi işbirliklerimiz birçok seviyede devam edecektir ve devam etmektedir de. Bu bağlamda sizin de demin sorduğunuz gibi gıda yardımı, yakıtlar ve diğer insani yardımlar, bunlar Türkiye üzerinden yapılacaktır. Bu konuda karşılıklı bir anlayış içerisine varılmıştır. Ayrıca bir kez daha tekrarlamam gerekirse çeşitli yaralı uçakların havalanlarımıza inmesi, bazı yaralıların nakledilmesiyle ilgili konularda da Türkiye işbirliği içerisinde olmuştur ve bu işbirliği devam edecektir.
Wounded people are concerned. We already have been cooperating on that, and it will continue.
For instance, in the fields of providing foodstuff and fuel and other humanitarian assistance facilities to the United States will continue. And these all will take place within the mutual understanding between both sides. For instance, we have been allowing airplanes in distress to land in Turkish airfields, and also for the evacuation of wounded people from the region to be brought in. So these are the assistances.
I'm not aware of the specific incident that you made reference to, but I do know that our commanders are conducting this campaign in a way that is designed to minimize the loss of innocent life or the destruction of property. As you look at these scenes on your television set, I think you will realize that we have been as careful as possible, as surgical as possible, as we can be in going after military targets and going after command and control targets that support the military forces of Iraq. That will continue to be our policy, and we regret any loss of life that might occur either through our action, innocent loss of life that might occur through our action, and also the action of Iraqi units that often fire indiscriminately, and air defense missiles that go up and then come down and cause damage within built-up areas. But I am not aware of the specific incident that you're making reference to.
Efendim?
I'm sorry? Well, I'm absolutely delighted, and it great joy to her family that she is now free, and it also attests to the skill of our soldiers and being able to get to her and to release her. I'm very, very pleased, of course. Yes, we always regret loss of life. War is a terrible thing to be avoided. This war was caused by Saddam Hussein and his unwillingness to comply with his international obligations, a dictator who tortured people, who has brought devastation and destruction to his country, who developed weapons of mass destruction. And once this regime is gone, a better regime will be put in place. Not just put in place, really, will create itself, will rise up. We will help it. But this will be a regime that comes up. It'll be a government that comes up out of the Iraqi people, representing all of the Iraqi people. And we will help this government rise up. And it is a government that we're confident will lead Iraq into a brighter future and create a country and a system that will live in peace with its neighbors and use the wealth of the nation to support people and not to support the production of weapons of mass destruction.
I'm Bill Hemmer, live in Kuwait City at 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. Back in the U.S., we're listening to Colin Powell, the Secretary of State, conduct a briefing there with Abdullah Gül, the Turkish Foreign Minister in Ankara. We will continue to monitor this, and we do anticipate any minute Central Command in Qatar to issue its daily briefing. We'll get you there to Qatar when that begins any moment now, but for the moment, let's go back to Turkey and the Secretary of State, Colin Powell.
Confirmed by a parliamentary motion. Is there a possibility of Northern Front to be opened?
Cooperation to take place from now on. Will there be a need for another motion? And the second question to Secretary Powell is, have you totally given up on the northern option? Is that no longer an option?
Bugün görüştüğümüz çerçeve içerisindeki bütün işbirliği şekilleri
Within the framework of today's talks, for all the cooperation forms, there will no need for a motion to be sent to the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. All will be dealt with by the use of initiative of the government itself.
Whatever assistance that will be provided from now is within the jurisdiction of the Council of Ministers of the government. Therefore, another motion will not be needed.
The northern option has changed shape. Instead of using the 4th Division for that purpose, we have put Special Forces teams into the north and the 173rd Airborne Brigade. Whether other forces might at some point be introduced or not, or they'll be coming up from the south, I will leave to the military commanders to decide. We are just now executing the northern option, that part of the campaign, in a different way than had originally been planned. But our planning is flexible, and we respond to events as they occur, and I think we're conducting this campaign in a very efficient way, and I have utmost confidence in our campaign plan and in the commanders who are executing it. Thank you.
Basın toplantısı sona ermiştir.
The press conference has ended. Thank you.
All right, that briefing is wrapping up now with the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, and Turkey's Foreign Minister. There has been a lot of attention given to the Northern Front, and earlier today, Colin Powell did express, in fact, 15 minutes ago, if you were watching, the amount of disappointment the U.S. had not being able to bring 62,000 troops through Turkey and entering the northern part of Iraq, which essentially took away the Northern Front in this current war. Colin Powell, we anticipate, will head to Brussels for a meeting with NATO ministers there a bit later today. But again, that briefing wrapping up in Turkey at this time. We are awaiting Central Command in Qatar. We are told it's going to start any moment. And this has been the pattern now for the past 10 days, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, or a little bit after that. They get things rolling down there. There was a lot of news today, a lot of significant news today on the battlefield in Iraq. We'll get to all of it, and to help us through it, here's Carol Costello again with CNN Center. Carol.
All right, thanks very much, Bill. When General Brooks begins talking, of course, we'll go live to CENTCOM Command Headquarters. I'm Carol Costello. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq does continue. First, here's what's happening at this hour. U.S. forces launch a major offensive on Republican Guard troops in what's seen as the early stages of the battle for Baghdad. 2 battles are now underway, one near Kut, the other farther west in Karbala, about 50 miles south of Baghdad. A series of explosions rocked the capital city overnight, sending plumes of black smoke billowing into the air. U.S. bombers struck several targets, including Iraq's Ministry of Information and a presidential compound. A grim discovery in southern Iraq. U.S. Central Command confirms 11 bodies have been found at a hospital in Nasiriyah. Central Command could not say if they were the bodies of Americans. The remains were found in the same hospital where Army Private Jessica Lynch was rescued yesterday. Of course, we'll have much more on this story just ahead. 2 U.S. Navy pilots bailed out of a jet at 20,000 feet and were picked up by a search and rescue team. Neither was seriously injured. CENTCOM says it appears the F-14 Tomcat experienced a mechanical failure while it was being refueled over southwestern Iraq. The incident took place yesterday. U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell says talks with his Turkish counterpart have been productive. You just heard it. The two held a joint news conference in Ankara just a short time ago. Powell is urging Turkey not to send troops into northern Iraq, setting up a possible clash with Kurdish forces. He also says the country will have an important role in post-war Iraq. Secretary Powell now heads to Belgrade later. That will happen later today, as a matter of fact, and then on to Brussels for talks with NATO officials. Coming up, some missing journalists and peace activists held captive in Iraq are now safe inside Jordan. We'll hear all about their ordeal and their release just ahead. At a close call for U.S. troops stationed near the central Iraqi town of Naji. We'll have details from our embedded reporters. Plus, a travel warning as health officials try to contain the mysterious respiratory illness known as SARS. We'll have that and much more ahead. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
It's very important. It's very important to us as Americans to bring back our fellow soldiers. But most importantly is to bring back somebody like Private First Class Lynch, who was risking her life on the battlefield.
A remarkable story of Special Ops Forces raiding a hospital in Nasiriyah and rescuing Jessica Lynch. She's 19 years old from West Virginia. Perhaps more on her story of rescue now from Central Command in Qatar.
We honor the brave men and women who are fighting to achieve the objectives, and we mourn our fallen comrades with their families. The coalition conducted simultaneous attacks over the last 24 hours against regime targets in Baghdad and against regime forces throughout the country. I have two products to show you from recent precision attacks against regime targets. The first one is a regime command and control facility at the south end of the international airport near Baghdad. This is a closer view of it where the arrow points down at the bottom. In the attack, in this case, there were 26 different aim points for this single target set. Each aim point had a different weapon applied against it. The aftershock, in this case, you can see was effective. I would point out that there is a mosque in this complex. You can see it in the lower right corner of the screen, the rounded dome, and it is in good shape as it was before the attack. And the split, please. The second is a Ba'ath Party headquarters in Basra. This one was attacked on the 25th of March, but again, it is an example of our precision in attacking. Two different aim points in this case. Aftershot. And the split. You can see the greatest amount of damage was done right here to this building. We remain very concerned by regime actions taken against the Iraqi population in places with cultural or religious significance. The following video sequence is going to show you a heavy equipment transporter. This is a large flatbed truck that is capable of carrying tanks and other very large pieces of equipment, moving into a populated area south of Baghdad. I'll point out a few things on here first. This is the heavy equipment transporter off to the right. There's a tank on its back, and inside of this retaining wall is a mosque. We can go ahead and roll the video. There's usually one tank on each one of the heavy equipment transporters. A second truck shows up as well, and the tank is clearly seen on the back of it. You can see now these two. There is a third heavy equipment transporter that's further up to the right. And in the next clip, you'll see that it carries a container on its back, and that container explodes. The coalition had no jets, missiles, bombs, or anything else in the area at that time when this explosion occurred. I would say that we do look for heavy equipment transports, especially with armored vehicles on them, as indications of repositioning. And this, in this case, was an aerial surveillance platform that took the image and happened to record it. Another example of disregard for the conditions of Iraq and the Iraqi people is the burning of oil trenches. A few days ago, I showed you a color photograph of one of the first trenches which had been prepared as part of the defensive array of Baghdad. It was set on fire, and we saw that several days ago. The next image will show you what the current condition is. There are over 50 oil trenches on fire around Baghdad currently. 50 oil trenches. Let me just highlight a few points. This is again in downtown Baghdad, the center of the river as it passes through. Saddam City, a primarily Shia area. On the northeast side, the Saddam Canal, where we've already mentioned there are bridges that are rigged for demolition. Most of the fires began here, but as you can see, each one of these is a different burn point. These are deliberately created trenches. Coalition action had nothing to do with the start of these fires. Our coalition special operations forces maintained pressure on the Iraqi military forces in northern Iraq through precision airstrikes directed against the regular Army 5th Corps. Our searches in the Ansar al-Islam training camp continued with coalition and Kurdish Peshmerga working closely together. Our efforts to deny freedom of action and freedom of movement in the Western Desert also remained very effective. I have a short video to show you of Coalition Special Operations Forces indicating how mobile they are and their ability to move throughout the Western Desert, actively searching for regime forces, ballistic missiles, or air defense systems. This, as with all other operations, is done completely blacked out. Multiple aircraft in this mission. You'll see a landing and then again taking off and going on an additional patrol. These types of operations are occurring every night throughout the Western Desert. And as we encounter regime forces, missile systems, other points of interest, compounds that need to be raided, we're able to do everything we need to do to get the job done. Our Coalition Special Operations Forces also seized the Haditha Dam, a very important dam that could potentially flood the Euphrates River leading down toward Baghdad. And particularly in the area of Karbala. That has been seized as of 2 days ago, and we prevented its destruction. There have been significant regime losses in the vicinity of the dam. We also remain very effective in targeting regime concentrations with the aid of local populations. That improves with every day that goes by. Our land component initiated a 2-corps attack to destroy Republican Guard forces defending the outskirts of Baghdad. The 1st Marine Expeditionary Force attacked the Baghdad Division near the town of Al-Qut, over here, and has crossed the Tigris River. The Baghdad Division has been destroyed. 5th Corps attacked against a combination of the Medina Division and the Nebuchadnezzar Division, both of the Republican Guard Forces Command. Their attacks are effective, and action continues, in this case, near Karbala, along the Euphrates River. 5th Corps units also attacked to clear paramilitary forces in Najaf. The attacking unit was welcomed by thousands of citizens. It was also welcomed by fire from regime forces who had positioned themselves inside the Ali Mosque, one of the most important religious shrines to all of Shia Islam throughout the world. Coalition forces were disciplined, discriminated, and chose not to return fire against this mosque to keep it protected. The regime's use of the Ali Mosque for military purposes to trigger a coalition response is just the latest detestable example of the regime's strategy of deliberately putting sacred sites in danger. UK forces continue securing the Al-Fal Peninsula and the Rumaila oil fields while destroying any remaining resistance in the south. Among their recent successes are the capturing of 5 cruise missiles of the Styx variety near Azubair Airport. These missiles are designed for the OSA patrol boats that we sunk in the first days of the war. They can be fired into Kuwaiti territory or against ships that are out inside of the North Arabian Gulf. At this point, UK forces remain firmly in control of the northern approach to Basra. In one particular encounter, UK forces captured a motorcycle courier, and this is a classic example of developing the situation on the battlefield and creating military advantage. The motorcycle and crew had maps in their possession that showed artillery positions. The UK forces went to find the artillery positions, found them, destroyed all the artillery, and also found 3 Ababil 100 missiles, destroyed them as well. The maritime component handed over the port operations of Qasr to the land component today, and a UK military port management unit will take over the running of the port from the military side. Each day we see the effectiveness and the importance of pushing information to the Iraqi people. And this is done even at the tactical level. I've talked about some of the things we do at the operational level in our radio broadcasts, our TV broadcasts, and our leaflet drops throughout the country. But even at the tactical level, our coalition psychological operations teams are very effective and are having impact on the battlefield. In a recent 5th Corps engagement, as an example, this was against elements of the Nebuchadnezzar Division. We first made contact a few days ago. Iraqi forces were encouraged to surrender by way of loudspeaker broadcasts. And these are tactical teams with loudspeakers mounted on top of their vehicles. A total of 67 Republican Guard troops surrendered to coalition forces, 10 of them surrendering to the psychological operations team itself. These teams work up close with the combat forces in the front lines, close enough in one case to have the loudspeaker knocked off the top of the vehicle during a firefight. The coalition advance continues forward to the objective of removing the regime. In the wake of these operations are the equally important efforts to start Iraq's future now. I have a few photos for you to show some of our medical and civil affairs actions that have occurred, in this case, near Al-Nasiriyah, a town that we have all talked about a lot over the last several days. This shows a team in place doing medical assessments and also, in this particular image, distributing food and water to the people who were only days ago threatened by the brutality of the regime. We currently hold over 4,500 enemy prisoners of war, and we treat them according to the Geneva Convention. These next images show that the International Committee of the Red Cross has visited the coalition prisoner camp near Qasr. We're also building an additional camp, and the last images show the ongoing construction of the new internment facility. With that, I'll take your questions. Tom.
Brooks, we noticed that you made no mention of the rescue of Jessica Lynch and the special operations that went on. We understand that there is video taken by a combat camera team. Can you show us that video?
Well, let me first resume where we left off very early this morning, and that is that Coalition Special Operations Forces did stage an operation last night into the town of Al-Nasiriyah. It was in the Saddam Hospital in Al-Nasiriyah, a facility that had been used by the regime as a military post. We were successful in that operation last night and did retrieve PFC Jessica Lynch, bringing her away from that location of danger, clearing the building of some of the military activity that was in there. There was not a firefight inside of the building, I would tell you, but there were firefights outside of the building, getting in and getting out. There were no coalition casualties as a result of this, and in the destruction that occurred inside of the building, particularly in the basement area where the operations centers had been, we found ammunition, mortars, maps, a terrain model, and other things that make it very clear that it was being used as a military command post. The nature of the operation was a coalition special operation that involved Army Rangers, Air Force pilots and combat controllers, U.S. Marines, and Navy SEALs. It was a classic joint operation done by some of our nation's finest warriors who are dedicated to never leaving a comrade behind. We did have the opportunity to have a combat camera crew with the assault force, and we'll show you only the portion that has a PFC Lynch being retrieved. Do we have the tape? This is a Coalition Black Hawk helicopter on the ground and PFC Lynch on a stretcher being carried to safety. This, of course, is done under blacked out conditions in the compound itself where the helicopter landed. PFC Jessica Lynch. At this point, she is safe. She's been retrieved, and some brave souls put their lives on the line to make this happen. Loyal to a creed that they know, that they'll never leave a fallen comrade and never embarrass their country. Next question, please.
Tell us about her condition. Who exactly was holding her? Was it the regime in a larger sense, or was it some tribal faction or small controlling party in the area? And also, if you would please, the status of some of the others, and reports that bodies were also found.
I don't want to comment too specifically on her condition. The good news is she's alive. She's in coalition control and receiving appropriate medical attention and care and screening right now, and for her privacy, I won't go any further into that. As to who was holding her, the regime was holding her. The regime clearly had done this. It was regime forces that had been in there. Indications are there were paramilitaries, but we don't know exactly who. They'd apparently moved most of them out before we actually arrived to get in. Although, as I mentioned, there were buildings outside of the Saddam Hospital where we received fire, or where the assault force received fire during the night. We did, unfortunately, also find the remains of 11 persons who are unidentified at this point. 2 of the persons were inside of a morgue within the hospital building, and the other 9 were outside in a grave area inside the community. Our coalition forces were escorted to those locations by someone who was taken into custody during the assault, and the locations were pointed out by them. At this point, we're doing additional forensic examination and medical examination to determine who they might be. We don't know at this point, and don't have any further comment on who it is at the current time. Please, Mike.
Mike Phillips, Fox News. We're hearing scattered reports about weaponry and arms cache being found in a school. Could you elaborate on that?
We found this actually in a number of places, and a number of towns as we go into places where the paramilitaries have been operating, the regime death squads. Two things seem to be an emerging pattern. First is putting your weapons and weapons caches inside of schools with children nearby in many cases. That's happened in several towns. The second is using hospitals as a place to do command and control, to hide. In some cases, we'll find military equipment positioned nearby, as in the case of the first hospital we encountered on the outskirts of Nasiriyah, where there was a T-55 tank parked right outside of it. We believe likely to try to trigger a coalition response and then turn that into something that says we're attacking hospitals. The pattern is very clear at this point. We've seen it throughout the country. We've shown you evidence of how these buildings are being used. Fundamentally, it is against the laws of armed conflict. Absolutely against the laws of armed conflict. We don't do that. We will not do that. And we still remain very discriminating in our selection of targeting because of the way this regime is doing its work. That's really what we're seeing. Please.
Jonathan Marcus, BBC. You've said that the Baghdad division of the Republican Guard has effectively been destroyed. I know that there are obviously ongoing military operations, but could you characterize the status of the rest of the Republican Guard forces in that area south of Baghdad? Because it looks as though there are elements from possibly 4 or even 5 different divisions that have been moved there over recent days. So could you say a little bit about what the status of those forces is?
We have seen over the last several days some repositioning, as I mentioned before, mostly for survivability, but also we think because of the effectiveness of some of our air attacks and precision targeting over the last several days, it's relocating to positions where they want to hold certain terrain. There have been some units that moved in from the north side of Baghdad to reinforce. That's why we have a mixture of the Nebuchadnezzar Division and the Medina Division on the west side, north of Kabul, as an example. If I were to characterize the condition of the rest of the Republican Guard Forces Command, I would probably say first, they're in trouble. 2, they're under serious attack right now, and those attacks will continue until we're finished with the task at hand. Our efforts will continue over the next several days, and without being too specific about where they'll go or how they'll go, we believe we'll continue to have the intended effect, and that the operation will continue as planned. Please.
Adi Raval, ABC News. In the hospital, was there any evidence of torture devices, sir? And secondly, regarding the 2 Baghdad market explosions, the first one occurred a week ago today, the second one last Friday. Any assessment you can provide on whether or not coalition forces were responsible for those 2 attacks? Thank you, sir.
We don't have any information, to my knowledge, that there were indications of torture devices inside. I've not seen any reports that would account for that. It may be too early for me to say conclusively that there were or were not. We continue to roll up information from the actual actions at the objective from the assault force. And when we know more, we'll certainly tell you that if we see such a thing. Let me talk about one of the market attacks. As we mentioned over the last several days, we are very deliberate first about our targeting, about our weapon selection to achieve a desired effect in any target area. That is particularly the case in Baghdad, where the strikes have been precision strikes throughout. Precision-guided munitions that can find their own way to the target. That's the way we've done our work, and we'll continue to do our work. We have examined our flights, our weapon systems that were used in the period of time associated with the explosion in the market. We've also examined imagery that we can get available to us, the best we can do to try to determine the size of some of the craters, the direction where some of the blast went as indicated by surrounding buildings and what have you, and there's absolutely nothing that joins that to coalition action.
Was this the Wednesday one or the Friday one, sir?
It was the one we talked about first, and that was the first of the reports, which was the Wednesday one a week or so ago. No indications of that being associated with coalition action at all. Please.
McIntyre, Independent. Our correspondent is reporting that the only explanation for the injuries suffered by people in Hilla, where there was a bombing and where I believe 11 civilians were killed, is that they were inflicted by cluster bombs. Can you comment on that and also explain that bombing incident where a number of people died?
Well, I can tell you first, in our approach to targeting and using things like cluster munitions, we always give consideration to what types of activities are likely to occur there next. Cluster munitions are available, and they're used by tactical commanders to create a tactical effect on the battlefield, and they, like other things, particularly in this operation, the conditions for people, the conditions for unintended consequences are taken into account before the decision. I don't have any specifics about that particular attack and the explosions that would link it to cluster munitions at all. What I can tell you right now is how we approach the use of cluster munitions, and we can try to get more information as it comes available. Same row, please.
Roberts, Daily Mirror. You talked about the fighting north of Karbala. Can you give us any indication of how close you are now to Baghdad, or whether you have indeed reached the outskirts?
Because operations are ongoing and forces are still in contact even as we speak, it would not be appropriate for me to describe exactly where our front line is and where our penetration is. The efforts continue to the west of Karbala, to the south of Karbala, to the east of Karbala, and I won't get any more specific than that. We will approach Baghdad. The dagger is clearly pointed at the heart of the regime right now and will remain pointed at it until the regime is gone. Please.
Craig Gordon from Newsday. I just wanted to get you to, if you can, I know it is current operations, if the Baghdad division has been destroyed, what is standing between the 1st MEF and Baghdad right now?
We have choices to make in our schemes of maneuver in any operation. As I've mentioned on some previous occasions, the dynamics of the battlefield create opportunities, we create vulnerabilities, we exploit vulnerabilities, and we try to protect our own. So as the battle unfolds, timing for the next steps is related to other actions on the battlefield. And when we have made the choice to continue action, in whatever direction it may go, it may not be toward Baghdad. In whatever direction we choose to go, it'll be synchronized with the other actions. Whether we want the simultaneous effect that I've described on a few occasions, or whether we want a sequential effect to occur. And so that's yet to be seen because of future operations. I won't characterize it any further than that. Off the right, please.
General Brooks, Jeff Mead from Sky News. A couple of hours ago, one of our correspondents reported that he was 30 miles from Baghdad with a forward unit. What does that position say to you about the state of the defense of Baghdad? And does it concern you that perhaps this dagger that you've talked about is being tempted into the city so that it can be blunted with street fighting where your technological superiority doesn't count?
Well, Jeff, we certainly know that the regime would like to do some defending in Baghdad, and they would like to draw us in. We also know that their intentions, as we saw them by their initial military designs, were to gradually pull back into Baghdad with forces and lines of force that we would encounter over time. In some cases, we bypassed those lines of force. In other cases, we prevented their withdrawal. In other cases, we destroyed them as they tried to reposition. And so we believe we still have a considerable freedom of action consistent with the designs of the plan related to what we would intend to do to the regime, for the regime, and where the regime happens to be. That dagger does remain pointed. It remains firmly in our grasp and under good control, and when it's time to apply it further, it will be applied further. Please.
From Reuters. I wanted to ask about the mosque in Naji. How do you deal with that situation if you can't fire back? Are they still holed up in the mosque, or how have you dealt with that?
Well, let me first say that we can fire back. We chose not to fire back, and that's a very important distinction. The regime is firing from within a mosque, something that doesn't have military value, that should be protected by them. It's protected by us. And so while we do always have the choice of returning fire to respond to any threat that's posed out on the battlefield, we approach all of our decisions on the battlefield, even at the lowest tactical level where these actions are occurring, with discrimination, with consideration to the outcome of that action. At the same time, we're going to protect our force. Now, how do you deal with that? First, we've got to make it very clear to the people of Najaf, those thousands that met us on the street, where the real problem is. And it will require their support in many cases. We can be very patient with it. You don't have to go to that mosque, and we certainly want to try to keep it as protected as possible. How that will unfold is a tactical issue for some commander on the ground to sort out. And we have great confidence in those commanders that just like their decision to not willfully engage a sacred site, something we know to be sacred and something that the people of that town obviously know to be sacred, those same kind of decisions will be made for whatever the solution is going to be. Please.
Colin from Associated Press. Two questions. First, I'd like a definition, please, of the red line, this famed red line or red zone. And secondly, rules of engagement. Yesterday you said there were no rules of engagement for the checkpoints, but the Post today has a story saying there are new guidelines, new rules regarding the rounding up of civilians, and that for those who are suspected of ordering up human shields, that they could be declared enemy combatants and possibly shipped to Guantanamo. Can you confirm that for us?
First, the red zone or the red lines that we described is simply a term that characterizes that there may be a trigger line where the regime deems sufficient threat to use weapons of mass destruction. Weapons that we know are available to them, weapons we've seen the regime use on their own people in the past, weapons we believe are in the possession of some of their forces now. That's the red zone. So it's a conceptual line across which there may be a decision made by regime leaders. That's why we attack the regime. That's why we attack the regime's methods of communicating orders. That's why we attack those who would make decisions. It's all about preventing the action as much as possible. And if we're successful in that, that's very good. That's the desired outcome. We don't want to see weapons of mass destruction used. Just like our leaflets say, no one benefits from the use of weapons of mass destruction. As to the rules of engagement, there will always be tactical adjustments that are made on the battlefield to account for the realities that come out from day-to-day action. The types of things you're talking about really are adjustments. The rules remain as they have been. There may be some specific local rules that unit commanders give to their organizations, and those things don't rise to the level of visibility at the CENTCOM level. That's decision-making that's done by lower-level commanders. They have the authority to make adjustments as necessary, and they have the experience and judgment to make those changes as necessary. That's what we're really seeing.
We're going to break away from the CENTCOM briefing for just a bit. I'm Carol Costello. Walter Rogers, traveling with the 7th Cavalry, has breaking news to tell you about. Walter, tell us.
Hello, Carol. All day long, we've been traveling with the 7th Cavalry in the general direction of Baghdad. All day long, we've seen this mighty army rolling in the direction of Baghdad. At one point on the horizon, we saw, as far as you could see in either direction, this huge convoy of trucks and fighting vehicles stretching as far as you could see, perhaps 10 miles in either direction along the horizon. Earlier in the day, Army sources tell CNN that the 1st and 3rd Brigades of the 3rd Infantry Division took the Iraqi town of Karbala with very little effort. The 1st Brigade rolled through firing. There were a few tanks that had no trouble securing the town. Immediately, the 3rd Brigade took over after that. 3rd Brigade has now secured the Iraqi town of Karbala. There was supposed to be a Republican Guard unit there. If it was, it did not put up much of a fight. Throughout the day, we've seen over 100 Iraqi prisoners of war taken, more than a few Iraqis dead lying beside the road. A few minutes ago, the 7th Cavalry Apache troop with which I'm traveling across a big field, probably within a radius of 25 miles of Baghdad, came across these an Iraqi anti-aircraft unit, 3 or 4 guns, 20-millimeter old Soviet vintage. Immediately, the 7th Cavalry opened up with tank fire and with mortars, took them out, killed probably 20 Iraqis. When some of the Iraqis fled to a farmhouse just moments ago, then the Army just opened up with 25-millimeter cannon and destroyed whatever was left of that Iraqi anti-aircraft unit. It's been a very busy day. There are elements of the 7th Cavalry now probably within a 25-mile radius of Baghdad, and there are elements of the 3rd Infantry Division which are probably even closer than that. Carol?
Walter, just to clarify for our audience, everything you're telling us is okay with the military, right?
I believe so. I've been discussing it with my officer on scene the whole day.
And you were speaking of fighting there. As the troops got closer to Baghdad, it was thought that Saddam's best soldiers would be there. But you say this has been easier than expected, if I could put it in those terms.
Army sources told us that the Air Force has so badly degraded the Medina division just south of Baghdad, that other units, other divisions have had to be folded into it. There had to be a consolidation of the Iraqi units. So badly have they been hammered. And as I say, there is this huge army rolling in the general direction of Baghdad. We've seen fighting all across a broad front. Earlier in the day, last night in Karbala, there was an enormous American bombing of that area and artillery. Again, the Iraqis, if they're standing and fighting, aren't making much of a fight of it at this point. It may get worse when they get close to Baghdad, but again, heavy Air Force bombing day after day appears to have, to use the Army's word, attrited, that is to say, badly degraded the units which are supposed to be defending Baghdad. What we're seeing here, where we are, is essentially pockets of resistance, but nothing overly serious. Carol?
Walter, we'll let you get back to work. Thank you for that breaking news. In case you're wondering, Karbala is about 50 miles south of Baghdad. Let's go back to Qatar right now in CENTCOM Command.
What is your latest intelligence about who's calling the shots in Baghdad?
Well, I wouldn't want to speculate on who's really in charge there. I can tell you that this organization, the coalition and this command, will seek to destroy the regime. Any parts of the regime, the ability of the regime to command and control or issue orders, all of that is the task that we're currently undertaking. I did find it somewhat surprising. We certainly saw warnings that it would be Saddam Hussein doing the presentations. I wouldn't want to speculate as to why that could not be done or why the Minister of Information found it necessary to read a statement on behalf of the reported leader of the country. I can tell you that we're being effective in our operations. We remain satisfied with that. We know that we have the regime on the run. We know that we've been effective against some members of the regime and certainly against the command and control structures of the regime. Our efforts are not complete because the regime is not completely gone. And until it is, we will not stop. Please, sir.
Clinton Rogers from BBC. Sir, could you give any comment on reports we're getting that a Red Crescent hospital has been hit? And secondly, can you shed any light on other reports that members of UK Special Forces are missing somewhere in northern Iraq?
I'm not aware of the Red Crescent report, so I cannot address it. I've not heard that, and this is another one where perhaps we can take that on. If we have additional information, we can release that. I also have not heard reports of UK Special Operations Forces missing in the north. What I will say is whenever we have someone missing, just like you saw on the tape earlier, we seek to find them. We seek to find information about them, what the circumstances would be, and we may engage in operations like the one last night, putting a larger number at risk for the sake of rescue. And those things, of course, when we do have information, we will not discuss until they're complete. Ma'am?
News Canada. Can you tell us where you are as far as your goals for distribution of humanitarian aid, or are there still significant challenges given that the only secure area is Qasr at the moment?
No, I think we're making tremendous progress. This is a great news story. It's not even a good news story. We have thousands and thousands of metric tons that are inbound from a variety of countries, ships full of wheat from countries that realize that there's an opportunity now to help. We have action ongoing on the ground where the Kuwaiti government particularly has been effective in pushing water and water pipelines forward as a gift to the Iraqi people. Actions like that ongoing, more and more, every day. There are more and more organizations. We're going to provide some background briefings to give a lot more detail on what humanitarian actions are occurring, not only from the military side, but also from civilian organizations and non-governmental organizations that recognize that the opportunity is now and things are going very well. And so they're moving at a rapid pace to join in the providing relief to those who've needed it for so long. It's going well. Each area we go to, even like Nasiriyah, as I showed in the early part of the presentation, each area we go to, we bring some degree of aid and comfort, whether it's medical care, whether it's food, water, or even causing the infrastructure to be re-engaged, things that were put into disuse or turned off or even attempted to be destroyed, like the oil fields, like the port of Qasr. All that's ongoing action, and it will continue as time goes on. The further into the country we go, the more effective that's going to be. Okay. Please, sir.
Hi, Paul Hunter from Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Just more about the red line and the red zone. Can you tell, are the troops approaching it? Are they at it? Have there been incursions past it? And what is the thinking now on why no chemical weapons have been used? Is it still that until that line is crossed that Saddam would be holding back, and thus when troops do cross, would they go on a heightened alert? Like what is, as the troops get closer to?
Well, Paul, it's a conceptual line. So there's no physical line out there necessarily that absolutely is a trigger point. This is what we conceive could be a trigger point. And that's based on the radius of weapon systems that might be used, where we think the threat to the regime might be viewed as the greatest, those types of things. We have forces that have already crossed some of those red lines. Why is it not used? Well, we can't really speculate. We can certainly say that we've been effective against some of the delivery systems. We've been effective against those who would make the decision. We provided information to those who might pull the trigger or launch the rocket. And we have to believe that that's having at least some effect on why they've not been used. The rest of the story is known only to the regime. And we will not ever know that. If we're successful, it'll never be used. And this red line will have been something that we just conceived and was not real. And that's fine. That's fine if that occurs. If it is used, we'll be prepared for it to be used. And so what it does for us is cause us to heighten our awareness that there's a potential for use. It causes us to maintain protective postures in our forces as they approach this area, but it doesn't make us stop. Our operations will continue, and they'll continue to be effective as we approach Baghdad, the capital, and the regime. Please.
Good afternoon, General. Rob Morrison from NBC. At the time the announcement was made early this morning regarding the rescue of PFC Lynch, were CENTCOM officials aware of the 11 bodies that were found in that hospital? And if so, why wasn't the full story released at that time? Thank you.
Okay. At the time when the announcement occurred, you may recall there was a bit of a delay before we actually came out and made the announcement. We still had forces on the objective. The initial force that went in and you saw extract PFC Lynch part of the area, and then we left another force there to finish doing the work of first clearing out the weapons and ammunition I described, being escorted to the different parts of the facility to ensure it was clear of hostile action, and also to go out and find the additional remains. We released the information when we were certain we had the right news on PFC Lynch, that she was safe, and that contact had been made with her family in an appropriate way. We also wanted to preserve the safety of the force that was on the objective. We had some initial indications that there were some bodies at that time, but the information was still sketchy. It was after the release that the force left the objective area. And so we've been forthcoming now that we have more information, and again, we don't even have the ability yet to identify the remains of these 11 persons. And as that time approaches and we have more information, we'll provide that information to you. Yes, sir.
General Pete Smolowitz from Knight Ridder. Can you talk a little bit about the level of resistance from the Republican Guard, how long it took to destroy the Baghdad division, and also, without getting into specific numbers, can you talk about whether the remaining Republican Guard members are retreating into Baghdad or more towards the cities and towns to the south?
Our actions occur over a period of time, and they are adjusted in scale and scope to achieve a desired effect. While some believe there was a pause, the Republican Guard recognized that there was no pause. Our operations continued throughout. We began targeting formations as soon as we could identify them. We began changing some of the mix of targeting, for example, from some of the strategic attack against the regime as a primary focus to a sharing between strategic attack and forces in defensive positions. As we got closer to those formations, as we gauged the timing of when we would want to begin this ongoing attack, we intensified it even further. So it happens over time as opposed to a start and stop, which I really can't characterize for you. Other forces that are in the area, again, we see some moving around. We have not seen a considerable amount of effort to withdraw into Baghdad, and certainly that would be a very hazardous undertaking given the effectiveness that we're having at the current time. We are seeing some movement from the north, and we have that well observed, and we're able to address that as well. I don't want to appear overconfident. There's a lot of fighting that still has to occur out there. There is fighting that is ongoing. We have the situation under control. Our forces remain very effective, as we anticipated they would be. So we're not meeting surprises, but we are having fights, and we're winning those fights as we go along. Okay. Yes, sir.
General
WTOP Radio. From the beginning of this campaign, we've heard anecdotes from the podium about incidents that could be described as atrocities. And we've also heard a recurring theme about holding accountable those behind them. Is the coalition engaging in an active effort to investigate these events as they occur, perhaps document them by investigators or combat camera teams toward the end of some sort of legal prosecution after the fact?
Well, our first effort is to win the fights that are ongoing, and that's where our priority is. We do try to make efforts to do that. We have what we described as mobile exploitation teams when we have suspicion of something that is untoward. And we'll send those teams to try to document as much as we can so that there is a foundation upon which to do any further pursuits when this is all said and done. The President's been very clear that there will be a time of accountability, and that time will come in the very near future. I think we have time for one more question. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, General. Ann Bernard from the Boston Globe. Just returning to the checkpoint incidents with the suicide attack and subsequently some civilians being shot, I just wanted to ask, have you been able to confirm other incidents of this type? We asked you yesterday about it, and you said we believe that the reports, we don't believe the incidents are increasing, we believe the reports are increasing. I just wondered, does that mean there have been other incidents in the past that we weren't aware of? And also, obviously, this is a situation that puts both Iraqi civilians and U.S. forces in a terrible no-win position. They're afraid of each other, they're jittery. Have you seen any, again, we may have been using the wrong term when we said rules of engagement, but have there been changes in terms of orders on the battlefield? One unit reported, an embedded reporter reported that the commander had said, shoot on sight people that appear armed. I wonder if people are pulling back from those kinds of orders now, if people are even doing something as simple as putting up signs in Arabic that say stop. Have there been any anecdotal improvements in the procedures that you're seeing, and you know, what more can you say about this problem? Thanks.
Well, we don't have a significant increase in incidents, and I'm not aware of a significant increase in reports. But we know that these tactics are used out there on the battlefield. This is a regime that is seeking tactical advantage by doing these types of things. We've seen clerics come out and say that in each case, these vehicles that approach checkpoints at high rates of speed were done under duress. It's not just the coalition that's identifying that there are some problems here with the way the regime is doing its business and the way it's brutalizing the population. There are a number of things that have been happening out there on the checkpoints. We do have some signs that we've used before in Arabic, 3 different types of signs that provide information about not approaching coalition checkpoints, returning away from them, how to approach carefully. That is certainly the case. Now, the dynamics of the battlefield may not make it so that you have a sign there every time you have a place where you need to establish security. That's just the reality. And so there we have to rely on the good judgment of our subordinate commanders out there who read the battlefield as it is, not as we think it is down here at this headquarters. The realities of the battlefield are then measured, decisions are made, and where there are threats, commanders give orders for their subordinates to take action. We always maintain the inherent right of self-defense. And so orders like shoot on sight and those types of things may not seem appropriate at this level. They may be appropriate at a lower level, and we're not going to second-guess the work that's being done by our commanders down there. Okay, thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, General Brooks there wrapping things up in Qatar at Central Command. 3 interesting points. That videotape showing last night the Special Operations Force in that hospital around Nasiriyah, backed up by the U.S. Marines, rescuing and bringing 19-year-old Jessica Lynch to safety. We're told she's in stable condition based on the reports that we had earlier today. 2 more points to make. While he was talking, you heard Walt Rogers now say that the U.S. military is about 25 miles southwest of Baghdad, and they're wearing their chemical suits as well as a precaution well inside that so-called red line that we've talked about now for weeks. Respect to the Republican Guard Division, now getting indication the Baghdad Division that at last check was southeast of the capital city has been, quote, essentially destroyed. General Brooks saying they're in trouble and under serious attack. A lot of developments overnight, last night. In case you're just joining us, it is going to be a busy news day today with the war in Iraq. I'm Bill Hemmer, live in Kuwait City. We're going to talk to the Major General Don Shepard throughout the morning to go through all these issues. But now I welcome my colleague, Paula Zahn, at the Time Life Building in New York City. Paula, good morning.
Saving a seat for you, Bill. Good morning. More now on that dramatic rescue of an American soldier. Army Private First Class Jessica Lynch will be coming home to America soon. She had been listed and missing when her unit was ambushed near Nasiriyah. After 9 days of uncertainty, Jessica's friends and family learned that coalition forces had rescued her yesterday from the Iraqis. Her small hometown of Palestine, West Virginia, converged on the Lynch family home to celebrate the great news, and 3 of Jessica's friends join us from there. Mariah Duckworth, Jenny Baileys, and Nikki White. Welcome to you all. Thank you for sharing the good news with us this morning. First of all, Mariah, what have you been told about your friend Jessica and what shape she's in right now?
And the state she's in now?
Can you, yes, how she's doing. What has her family been told?
I don't really know the details. I just know that they know she's okay, so they don't, I think they... Go ahead.
Sorry, I know there's a little bit of a delay in our signal here. Jenny, describe to us what happened last night when your town got this very good news.
I'm not Jenny, I'm Jessie. And could you repeat the question?
Yeah, just what happened when the town heard that Jessica, although she had been injured, was in coalition hands?
Well, that's all I know right now, that she was rescued and she was injured, and then that's about it. I don't really know a lot more.
Is there anything you want to say, Nikki, about your friend Jessica and any concerns you might have about her?
I just can't wait for her to get home. That's all I know. I'm glad that she's safe right now. So
we are looking right now as we're talking to you at some amazing pictures of U.S. Marines rescuing her. We're seeing her carried on a stretcher to the chopper where she'd later be put on to be transferred to another hospital. Tell us how her mom and dad are holding up now. Nikki, you could take that one.
They're doing really well right now. They're just pretty much just, you know, I don't know. They're just happy, really happy right now. So
Mariah, what is the town plan to do for her when Jessica gets home?
Mariah.
Sorry, what?
Just give us an idea of what might happen when she eventually gets home. What do you plan to do with her?
Have a big celebration. We're really happy.
Well, Mariah, Jenny, or Jessie, I guess it is, and Nikki, we really thank you for joining us this morning, and we apologize for the little audio glitches there. And again, our best wishes to your whole community, and we are delighted to share the good news with all of them this morning. Back now to Bill in Kuwait City.
All right, Paula, thanks again. Major General Don Shepard standing by. We'll get to Don in a moment here. There's a lot to cover throughout the morning here. Hope you stay with us live in Kuwait and live in New York City. Back in a moment here on American Morning.
Because things are changing so fast, trust CNN. With more frontline reporters, experts who have been there, and the most experienced journalists. Because you need all the facts. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news. CNN Tonight as troops gear up for the push to Baghdad, former Secretary of State Alexander Haig, and more. Only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Plan the wedding of your dreams. Hear inspirational love stories and get expert advice from wedding professionals. VIP Magazine's Ultimate Wedding, Tuesdays and Sundays on CNN.
Bought a new high-definition TV, so I called Comcast.
Sam wanted digital cable. He couldn't believe that he'd get 270 channels, and we'd install it when it was convenient for him.
270 channels, installed on a Saturday afternoon. But on demand is what really knocks Sam out. It's incredible. Now I can pick a show and play it whenever I want. Making customers happy is the best part of my job.
Customer service is really important to us. At Comcast, we're just people serving people.
CNN8 Smart TV. In-depth features.
Make the most of your money. Smart Talk. The characters of the film.
Your teams, your players. Iverson No getting the crowd pumped.
CNN8. Smart TV for curious people. CNN, the most trusted name in news.
And good morning. I'm Carol Costello. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues. First, here's what's happening at this hour. Coalition forces are making significant gains as they advance towards Baghdad. The U.S. Central Command says U.S. forces have secured the strategic town of Kut. And our Walter Rogers has just reported that soldiers have taken the city of Karbala and are now 25 miles south of Baghdad. That information has been cleared by the 37th Cavalry's unit commander. A U.S. prisoner of war is reported in stable condition after a harrowing rescue in southern Iraq. 19-year-old Army Private Jessica Lynch was rescued in a secret operation from a hospital in Nasiriyah. Also found at the hospital were 11 bodies. Central Command could not say if they were the bodies of Americans. British forces say they are making steady progress against paramilitary troops in Basra. Overnight, coalition bombers struck an Iraqi intelligence complex where Iraqi forces were believed to be holed up. And Iraqi soldiers are said to be using a sacred religious mosque in Naji as a base of operations. U.S. military officials say Iraqis fired on troops from inside the Ali Mosque today. Coalition forces are trying to protect such religious sites from damage. Health officials are warning against non-essential travel to Hong Kong and a province in southern China due to the outbreak of the mysterious illness known as SARS. More than 1,800 people across the world have gotten sick from the respiratory illness. At least 62 people have died from it. Symptoms include coughing and shortness of breath. Coming up, U.S. ground forces launching a multi-pronged attack in the push toward Baghdad. American troops engaging in battles with Iraq's Republican Guard. We'll get some military perspective. And the fate of Saddam Hussein. Iraqi TV says he chaired a meeting today with his two sons. We'll have much more on that. At a close call for U.S. troops stationed near the central Iraqi town of Naji, we'll have details. All that and much more ahead. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Absolute silence in the CENTCOM briefing this morning as this video was shown of a daring rescue. Private First Class Jessica Lynch is safe after members of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines fight their way into and out of an Iraqi hospital where she was being held. Good morning. Welcome. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. We've been listening to a briefing by Central Command in Qatar. That amazing special ops rescue is just one of the major stories coming out of Iraq today. The other is the advance on Baghdad. It is being called a two-pronged assault. In the west through the town of Karbala, that is about 50 miles southwest of Baghdad. Our reporters embedded with ground units tell us the city felt with very little resistance. Now, on the second prong of that attack, Marines have seized a key bridge over the Tigris River near the city of Kut. CENTCOM tells us that a constant bombardment has badly damaged Republican Guard units, and in fact that the Baghdad unit of the Republican Guard has been destroyed. There's a lot to take on this very busy morning. We can also report that our own Walt Rogers reported on our air that the 37th Cav is 25 miles from Baghdad. We must add that this detail has been cleared for reporting by the U.S. military. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, Walt's been at the tip of the spear, essentially, as the military likes to say, for the better part of 2 weeks. We're going to talk with him in a moment about his location and what's been happening overnight. Also, Paula, a U.S. Navy F-14 Tomcat fighter crashed in southwestern Iraq after a mechanical failure. 2 pilots bailed out at 20,000 feet, later rescued by a helicopter search and rescue crew. Neither pilot seriously injured there. Brent Sadler reporting in the north. Heavy coalition bombing continues today near the northern Iraqi city of Kirkuk. Kurdish fighters there say Iraq has pulled its front lines back toward the town and say there may be now as many as 25,000 Iraqi troops in that area. Ryan Chilcote, embedded with the 101st Airborne, reports that 2 surface-to-surface missiles were fired at U.S. troops near the town of Naji. U.S. soldiers put on their gas masks only as a precaution for about 20 minutes, but no evidence of any chemical or biological weapons there. Also, no reports of injuries in either of those incidents as well. And Paula, as you mentioned, There's a lot to keep track of, a lot moving overnight here in the region and also on the ground in Iraq. Back to you now in New York.
Thanks, Phil. We're going to be checking in with our embedded reporters to get the latest on the fighting all over Iraq. As Bill just mentioned, Ryan Chilcott is with troops south of Baghdad. Jason Bellini is with the Marine Expeditionary Unit. Brent Sadler is in northern Iraq. We're going to go straight to Walt Rogers, embedded with the Army's 37th Cav, which is moving toward Baghdad. He joins us now by video phone. Walt, good morning. What's the very latest?
Hello, Paula. Actually, we're on a cell phone at this point because the video phones are not working. The latest is all day long we have watched a battle plan unfolding. Huge columns of troops, mostly 3rd Infantry Division, moving in the general direction of Baghdad. At one point, we crossed a road when, as far as you could see in either direction, perhaps 10 miles across the Iraqi desert to the left and 10 miles to the right, there were huge convoys of supplies moving forward in the general direction of Baghdad. The 7th Cavalry itself yesterday was 50 miles from Baghdad. Today, we're approximately half that distance, and there are other U.S. forces with the 3rd Infantry Division probably just as close, perhaps even closer. Earlier today, there was a fight for the town of Karbala, which is about 50 miles south of Baghdad. The 1st Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division punched through town and expected tough resistance from the Republican Guard of Saddam Hussein's army. The resistance was minimal. There were a few tanks, a few mortar positions, not much else. Then the 3rd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division came through, secured the town. Again, if the Republican Guard was there, they were greatly overrated in their fighting strength. Throughout the day, as we've driven northward, we've seen groups of prisoners of war, Iraqi prisoners of war, one group of perhaps 50 or more, another group of at least as many as that. They were squatting by the road. There was a medical unit close by in case any of them needed medical assistance. We did not see that. We have seen more than a few Iraqis dead by the road. And by the way, within the last 30 minutes, 7th Cavalry was involved in a serious firefight here. We were pushing northward in the general direction of Baghdad, and we came under a very substantial anti-aircraft fire. That is, there were 3 Soviet vintage 20-millimeter anti-aircraft guns which were aiming at the 7th Cavalry. Immediately, the 7th Cavalry's mortars were called up. The mortars went out over our heads. They pretty well extinguished the batteries that the Iraqis were using, and there were several mortar units here which were also taken out. One officer in the 7th Cavalry told me there are at least 20 Iraqis dead as a result of this exchange just a few moments ago. A few meters from where I'm standing, I'm watching one of those old Soviet vintage anti-aircraft guns, double-barreled ACAC 20-millimeter, being wired with Semtex or some plastic explosive by the engineers. There's a fair amount of live ammunition around. The engineers are going to blow that up very quickly and disable that antique gun. Paula?
Well, finally, you talk about these huge columns you see moving in the direction of Baghdad. We want to make it very clear that has been cleared by military officials to report. Has anybody characterized for you there what kind of pace you're talking about the advance on Baghdad? Military officials are telling us here it's going to be slow and systematic.
I think that's very accurate, and we shouldn't exaggerate the advance on Baghdad. The reason it's going to be slow is while some of these tanks can move extraordinarily fast, over 50 miles an hour, also the Bradley fighting vehicles, they cannot outrun their supply lines, they can't outrun their fuel, they can't outrun their medical units, which are very close behind them should the unit incur casualties. So what we're seeing is a very slow advance. I probably shouldn't give you the speed, but it isn't any slower than the slowest truck. It isn't any faster than the slowest truck in the unit. So again, what we're seeing is a consolidation of U.S. forces, all pointing towards the general bullseye of Baghdad. The 7th Cavalry is on one flank protecting the 3rd Infantry Division. The 3rd Infantry Division may be closer than we are. They were in Karbala at one point. That's 50 miles south of Baghdad, and as I say, some units of the 3rd Infantry Division may well be closer to Baghdad than that. Paula?
Walt Rogers reporting with the 37th Cav. At one point, telling us a little bit earlier this morning, they were just about 25 miles away from Baghdad. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City.
Paula, clearly Jessica Lynch right now is the most positive story of the day. She was rescued overnight, a daring raid there. Condition right now not very clear, but some reports indicated she was in stable condition and now firmly in the hands of the U.S. But there is a flip side to this story. About 11 bodies discovered in and around, 2 in the morgue, 9 outside in what's described as some sort of shallow grave. No identification offered just yet, though, for those 11. Tom Mantier is tracking everything down in Qatar at Central Command, and he joins us now for possibly more information on this and also the uplifting story of Jessica Lynch. Tom, hello again. Good afternoon there.
Hello, Bill. We wish we had more information than was provided just a few minutes ago about what was found in and around the hospital. They do report that 11 sets of remains, unidentified, were brought out of the hospital by coalition forces. But we saw the video, and we had to ask for it. It wasn't offered up. It wasn't like a movie trailer. And if it is going to be a movie, we saw the final scene and not all the drama. We did see video from a night scope camera, from a combat camera team, as Jessica Lynch was loaded aboard this, what appeared to be a Chinook helicopter by Special Operations Forces. Very green, grainy video of a stretcher being loaded aboard this helicopter. And then we did see a clear color photograph, obviously taken after they had left the hostile area, of this young PFC who was rescued from her imprisonment in a hospital as a POW. We also heard from Brigadier General Vincent Brooks that the Army, the Marines, the Air Force, and the Navy were all involved in this operation, that it was a joint operation, an operation to make sure that no one was left behind. The nature of the operation was a coalition special operation that involved Army Rangers, Air Force pilots and combat controllers, U.S. Marines, and Navy SEALs. It was a classic joint operation done by some of our nation's finest warriors who are dedicated to never leaving a comrade behind. We also are starting to get a bit more information about the battles that are raging south and southeast of Baghdad. In the last 2 or 3 hours, public affairs officials here have been talking about this confrontation that's going on with the Republican Guard units. In one of the situations during the briefing, General Brooks said that this Guard unit was destroyed and the other had been seriously degraded. So just what kind of after-action reports we're going to get in the next 24 hours as to how these ongoing operations are going on, but it seems now that we're hearing about more operations as they're occurring here. Bill?
Tom, it was my observation just on Monday, 48 hours ago, the members of the British and U.S. military who we talked to here in Kuwait, it seemed like they had a much more positive outlook on what was happening on the ground in the battlefield, almost as if they had turned that mythical corner. Did you get a similar perception there in Qatar during this week?
Well, I think during the last couple of days, they have been extremely quiet. Not sullen, but just quiet, and only talking about really basic operations, what was going on. It was clear that Baghdad has been the objective all along, and just how they got there, they apparently wanted to keep it pretty much a secret, which was difficult to do with the embedded journalist program. But this is what's going on right now, described to me as the first set-piece battle of the war. And I know we have a lot of generals who analyze these things for us, but this will be maybe a defining moment in this campaign, these 2 pincher attacks against the Republican Guard units just outside of Baghdad.
Tom, thanks. Tom Mantier in Qatar at Central Command. Paula again in New York.
Thanks so much, Bill. As Tom was just describing a few minutes ago, CENTCOM released that dramatic video of the operation to rescue POW Jessica Lynch. She was rescued from the hospital where she was being held by Iraqi military personnel, where she was being treated for multiple gunshot wounds. At the CENTCOM briefing this morning, we saw that dramatic video. Her brother, Greg Lynch Jr., saw that video for the first time right here on CNN. He joins us now by the telephone this morning. Greg, oh, actually, you're on air now. Greg, thank you very much for being with us. We are so happy for your family and your community. Tell us a little bit about your reaction to that dramatic video.
I'll tell you what, Paula, I saw the video this morning for the first time, probably 10 or 15 minutes ago. It wasn't very long, and I was just shocked just to see her face, and the news that she's doing all right and that she's in care right now is just wonderful.
I know that you and your father have been up all night trying to get information on Jessica's condition. Can you share anything with us about what you've been told about her health?
So far, Paula, we haven't heard any news yet. My dad is expecting a call from her soon, hopefully, but we haven't received any information from her as well. And the military as well, they're doing their job the best they can.
Do you even know where she is right now?
I believe, Paula, she is in a hospital right now being treated for multiple wounds, is what I was told.
And can you tell us any more about what went wrong? She's been referred to as a soldier missing in action, also as a prisoner of war. Is that any clearer to your family today?
Paula, we are still, the POW thought, we didn't really think that it happened, and we just assumed that MIA was the key, but apparently she was a POW inside a hospital, and the news that she has found is just great to my family.
We are hearing from a number of published reports this morning, in fact, that it was an Iraqi citizen that tipped off U.S. military personnel that she was being held in that hospital. Has your family been told anything else about the circumstances surrounding her rescue?
No, Paula. My dad received a call yesterday evening about 6:15, and it was kind of chaotic at that point. All they told him that she was found and that she was being treated at the hospital, and hopefully she will be getting in contact with us soon. That was all we were told, Paula.
You come from a town of about 1,000 people, maybe a little less than that. Last night we were on the telephone with one of Jessica's former elementary school teachers, and she was just telling us the town was setting off fireworks. They were turning sirens on. Describe to us what you saw last night when your town got this very good news.
Paula, it was just wonderful news. I received, after we had received a call, my mom, she literally about tore the front door off the house. The fire trucks came up the road to celebrate. Friends, family from the community was here. It was a madhouse. I mean, we were just so outstanded by the news that everybody was in shock, Paula. Everybody was in shock, but, we really want to think that just because my sister made it home safely and she's on her way, hopefully, but we still have others missing, and lives are being lost, and we're astounded by the news, but yet we're still looking forward to hear of good news for the other families as well.
Greg, you got to believe that Jessica's rescue provides some hope to families who might not have very much hope at this stage. Do you agree with that?
I agree, Paula. Her rescue is definitely going to brighten the lives of other families, but we're just hoping for the best for everybody. My sister made it home, and we're hoping that everything happens for the same for other families as well.
Finally, Greg, we learned from your sister's kindergartner teacher that all your sister ever wanted to do was be a teacher, that she went in the military to get a good education and to serve her country. What are you inclined to think she's going to do when she gets home?
She's probably going to relax, Paula, if I'm going to guess, but, hopefully she's going to spend time with the family. Thank everybody for supporting her. I'm sure the cameras will be on her 24/7. Probably no rest again next week or the week after that, but hopefully, as long as she makes it home safe, that's all we're caring about right now.
Well, you are very generous to share your family's great news with us this morning. I know you didn't get much sleep at all, and we really do appreciate you spending a little time with us here this morning. Best of luck to you and your whole family.
Thank you, Paul.
Back to you now, Bill. I don't know, I think you actually were probably sleeping at the time that this news broke last night, but we immediately got on one of Jessica's teachers on the phone last night, and she described an incredible scene in that very close-knit small town as they heard this good news.
Yeah, they got to be going nuts in Paula Zahn, West Virginia, Paula. And listen, the news rippled through here when we got up this morning, too. It was, for lack of a better phrase, some of the more positive news we have heard lately here in Kuwait. Back to the battlefield quickly, Marty Savage, embedded with the U.S. Marines by way of video phone. Marty, I understand you were moving in the middle of the night, and I believe you've been moving throughout the day today as well. What's happening now? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Bill, and we are still moving. Right now, this is what they would call a temporary pause, and right now what they're trying to do is figure out who's going to go first, who goes second, and how to clear up what is a massive traffic jam of military hardware that stretches all the way along this highway, not only directly behind us, but if you could look in the other direction too, it goes a long way back that way as well. These are all the U.S. Marines, and they are all on the move. We're with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. They pushed off early this morning. We've done about 80 kilometers. We are moving north, and that's about as specific as we can get, and continue to be followed and also led by many other Marine units here. No indication that there has been opposition along the way. The only artillery fire that we have heard has all been outgoing from the U.S. Marines. Not sure what targets they're hitting at. A lot of helicopters have been flying overhead. Indications that there may have been some sporadic firing, but just one small example was a burning tank or artillery piece that we saw about 10 kilometers ago. Otherwise, though, it appears that this force continues to move forward with very little Iraqi opposition standing in its way, at least none that has made its presence known. And you can see that there doesn't appear to be any hindrance on the supply lines either, judging by all the vehicles that are waiting to push forward. So for the most part, the Marines today seem to be moving very easily, very well, and not meeting much in the way of resistance, Bill.
Marty, I'm not sure if you're around the area where the Baghdad Division of Republican Guard was located, but CENTCOM again today is saying they're essentially destroyed. Has that news rippled through your unit just yet?
No, not yet. News like that is much too recent for these Marines to have a full understanding of. For the most part, they're very much kept in the dark, not unintentionally, but just because there was so little access to the outside news media as far as information. So they would not know about the rescue that took place today, which obviously would be very heartening because Marines were involved in that. And they probably don't even know that there has been fighting in and around the Baghdad area. But they would know that they are on the move. And for these Marines that have been holed up for a number of days working on security issues, the fact that they are on the move, perhaps heading to the fight, lifts morale quite a bit. They would not like to think that they miss any of the action if they could be a part of it, Bill.
Wow. Marty Savage by way of video phone with the U.S. Marines. Marty, thanks again for checking in. We'll talk a bit later today. Paula, that makes Marty following the same line that Walt was reporting. Minimal amount of resistance seen on the latest move that we're watching now with the U.S. military, again, in the general direction, as Walt Rogers liked to say, the general direction of Baghdad.
Thanks so much, Bill. Coming up, some good news on missing reporters. They disappeared from a Baghdad hotel almost a week ago. Now the missing journalists are safe in Jordan, and 2 of them from Newsday are speaking out about what they went through. Hear them live. Straight ahead.
Nobody delivers expert motorcraft brake service in 2 hours or less like your participating Ford, Lincoln, or Mercury dealership. Or we'll give you a free oil change. Plus, enter to win trips to the Caribbean or to the world premiere of the hot new movie Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl.
Nobody can do auto service like we do.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news. From the heart of Yingling country comes a new beer. Enjoy a light lager tonight.
Sarah Fisher does a lot of driving to and from work, so when Sarah needs brakes, she insists on premium quality Rebestis brand brakes. She knows there's a big difference in brake parts and repair, and that bargain brakes are no bargain. Why does Sarah know so much? Because she doesn't just drive to work, she drives at work. Discover what Sarah Fisher knows. Have your brakes checked every year and ask for premium quality parts.
A life-saving reminder from Rebestis, the best in brakes.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Start with my first question. Talked about the Jessica Lynch story. Certainly that is uplifting. Here's another one for you today on this Wednesday. A group of journalists held for a bit more than a week by Iraqi authorities inside of a jail in the central part of Baghdad are now free, released and driven to the border west in Jordan. I talked with the two men, Moises Saman and Matthew McAllister, both work for Newsday, about their experience, what happened, and how they're out now. Matthew, it was a bit more than a week ago when the Iraqi officials came into your hotel room in Baghdad. Why do you believe they came to your room and the room of Moises as well?
I think there was a large degree of randomness about it, and the five of us who were taken had, apart from Moises and I, had very little connection with each other. Moises and I were on one kind of visa, the other three people were on another kind of visa. Four of us were journalists, one was a peace activist. We were from different countries, we'd been in the country for different times. They never explained to us not only why they were taking us, but they never explained to us what they were charging us with, or they didn't charge us with anything. So these are questions that I'd love to know the answers to myself, as would all of us.
Moises, you guys were interrogated, I understand, for about 7 or 8 days. What did the Iraqis ask you? What did they want to know?
Well, they asked me a whole set of different questions, about the kind of pictures that I was taking, also if I was involved with any kind of intelligence service, American and from other countries, and basically just what was the purpose of me being in Baghdad at such a time.
Matthew, I understand you were held in a prison in Baghdad. At any point, did you feel that this was the end? You fear for your life?
Yeah, every second, actually. From the minute that we turned in there, well, probably before then, until we crossed the border last night, it was always a possibility, I think, and that it was very draining to live with that. If it had been a, look, you're here for 7 days and you've broken rules and this is your punishment, it would have been quite different. But the strain on us all, I think, was the possibility that we could be killed at any stage.
Moises, conditions in that prison, what were they? Were you treated well? Were you treated harshly? Did you have proper food, proper drink?
They for the most part, they treat us fairly and in a humane way. And as far as the conditions of the cell itself, we were in single kind of holding cells, extremely small, and not being allowed to leave the cell only for toilet runs, and pretty much just with a couple of blankets and just to sit there all day. They did feed us 3 meals a day. Not much food, but enough to we weren't going hungry by any means, and they did allow us to keep. We actually brought in some bottled water, and they did allow us to have the water in our cells.
Matthew, what explains why you're in Jordan now? Why did they drive you to the border?
I'm convinced that we're here because of the untiring efforts, as we found out since we got to Jordan, of hundreds of friends and hundreds, if not thousands, of people we've never met, from people that no one will ever have heard of to really quite famous people, I think. And our gratitude for the people at Newsday and beyond who worked tirelessly. I mean, our editors stopped editing, some of them, foreign editors stopped editing the newspaper at a time in which being foreign editor is crucial, and his job became 24 hours a day to get us out. And many, many other people, you can't begin to name names, did that. So that's why we're here. And we owe them our freedom and maybe our lives.
Wow. What a great day it is for both of you and your families as well. Matthew, we had your sister Becky on a couple of days ago in London. She was worried, but she never lost hope, never lost faith that she'd see you again. Moises Simon and Matthew McAllister from Newsday, now safe in Amman, Jordan. Thanks for your time today. And there were a few others in that group, too. Molly Bingham, a freelance photographer. She is now safe as well. So, too, is a Danish photographer and a peace activist, Paula. All 5 now in Amman, Jordan, safe and sound and free today.
And you, Bill, just mentioned Molly Bingham. On the other side of this break, we're going to catch up with some members of her family when they talk about what they've been through, their sister missing for over a week and then turns up in Jordan. Their story right after this.
I think the spirit of service comes from the people, from the heart of the people who work for Quest.
Quest people are committed to being there, proudly doing whatever it takes to serve their customers.
The spirit of service is ingrained in everything I do.
That's our goal. That's what we do.
If there's anything I can do for the customer above and beyond, I'll do it.
To make our communities a little stronger, volunteering at Habitat for Humanity, donating blood, and encouraging people with special needs.
There's always something you can do. There's always something you can do.
Nos complace poder ayudarles.
In serving our country, taking our commitment to the spirit of service one step further.
Commitment and loyalty, it carries across whether you're in uniform or out.
We're reservists and Quest employees.
So you're always helping somebody, and that's the nature of, I guess, who I am and what I do.
It makes me very proud to work with people like that.
Whatever it takes for us to do it, we're there.
The spirit of service, there for you.
Here's what's happening at this hour. Events are moving very quickly as U.S. forces push their way toward Baghdad. Our Walter Rogers reports that soldiers have taken the city of Karbala, and they're now 25 miles south of the Iraqi capital city, Baghdad. That information has been cleared by the 3/7th Cavalry's unit commander, in case you're wondering why we're telling you this information. U.S. forces have also secured the strategic town of Kut, which is a little bit further east along the Tigris River. Now, Central Command also says the U.S. is trying to identify 11 bodies discovered at a hospital in Al-Naziriyah. 2 of the bodies were found inside yesterday, a hospital, and 9 were found in a grave outside. Now, it's not known if those bodies are those of Americans. Still checking that out. The bodies were found in the same hospital where Army Private Jessica Lynch was rescued in a daring raid yesterday. The 19-year-old is now in stable condition and in safe keeping right now. She's recovering from several gunshot wounds. Lynch disappeared on March 23rd when her maintenance unit was ambushed in Naziriyah. U.S. Marines who helped in the rescue of Private Lynch have launched an aggressive block-by-block offensive in Naziriyah. The Marines are targeting paramilitary units loyal to Saddam Hussein. And U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell says that talks with Turkish officials in Ankara have been fruitful. During his visit there, Powell urged Turkey not to send troops into northern Iraq, setting up a possible clash with Kurdish forces there. He also said that Turkey will have an important role in post-war Iraq. Secretary Powell's next stop is going to be Belgrade, and then he heads to Brussels for talks there with NATO officials. Now, coming up here on the network today, coalition airstrikes pound targets in northern Iraq as ground forces approach Baghdad. And we'll have our military analyst along to talk about the strategic significance of the moves there. And as we've been reporting here, the advance toward Baghdad well underway. The 3/7th Cavalry is now about 25 miles outside the Iraqi capital. More on that later on. Plus, never leaving a comrade behind. We'll have more on that daring mission that pulled a young soldier out of harm's way. All that and much more ahead as CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. U.S. forces on the move, advancing on Baghdad right this minute. Central Command says Republican Guard units have been badly deteriorated in the southern defensive positions around Baghdad. Officials say Republican Guard units southwest of the Iraqi capital have been slashed by 50%. And then to the east, the Baghdad division of the Republican Guard has been entirely destroyed. It's being called a two-prong advance by the Army and Marines. In the west, U.S. troops tell us the city of Karbala fell with very little resistance. And, of course, there is that special ops rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch. Central Command released this video of the operation this morning after she was pulled from an Iraqi hospital, reportedly after an Iraqi citizen tipped off U.S. military personnel. We'll be talking a lot about this morning. Bill, as you know, we have caught up with her brother so far, and 3 of her close friends. Her town of Palestine, West Virginia, could not be any happier this morning, and what they're hoping is that this will bring greater hope to some of the other families who have soldiers missing in action or those that are listed as POWs at this hour. Bill joins us from Kuwait City. Good morning again.
Hello again, Paul. I got to think what that family was going through for the past 9 days running. Just absolutely extraordinary that Jessica is now back in U.S. hands. CNN's Walter Rogers, by the way, embedded with the 3rd 7th Cavalry, describes a huge U.S. Army rolling toward Baghdad with armored vehicles along a 10-mile horizon. Walt says the unit took fire from an Iraqi anti-aircraft unit which was wiped out. The British commander of forces in southern Iraq, General Robin Brim, says that his troops have still not entered Basra, but says they can overcome any remaining resistance and enter the city. At this point, the British say they have consolidated control over the western edge of the town of Basra. Ryan Chilcote of CNN, embedded with the 101st Airborne, he says U.S. troops got a warm welcome from thousands of Iraqis in the town of Naji. Troops, though, haven't engaged in a tense standoff at the Ali Mosque, a holy shrine for Shiite Muslims, perhaps one of the most holiest sites for the Shiites in the world. Iraqi troops have reportedly fired from inside the mosque, we're told, while coalition forces have not returned that fire. Paula?
Thanks so much, Bill. Photographer Molly Bingham was with the 2 Newsday journalists held by Iraqi security. She was in Baghdad working for Esquire magazine when she disappeared. The news that she, too, was now safe and sound reached her family yesterday.
The call came to the office. A member of the staff picked up the phone, and honest to God, we thought it was an April Fool's joke. It was not. It was really Molly.
And we're glad it wasn't. We are have more reaction now. We're joined from Louisville by Molly's sister, Emily Bingham, and her cousin, Clara Bingham from Washington. A very good morning indeed for both of you. I want to break away from the 2 of you for just one moment to take a live picture coming out of Amman, Jordan at this hour, where those journalists who had been taken by Iraqi officials are now speaking at a news conference. And when your sister Molly speaks, we will take that live. Well, actually, Molly may be speaking right now. Let's stop for a second. No, that's Moises Salmon, one of the Newsday journalists. Now I'm told that Molly is speaking. Let's listen.
Our friends and our colleagues, and as we've learned in the last 12 hours since we got back here, a huge number of people that we've never met and that have never met us, who came together and made a tremendous effort to make sure that we were safe and that we were returned here. And certainly without that help and without those efforts, I don't think we'd be sitting here today. And we're very, very grateful for everyone's help. And we'd just like to say thank you, I think, as a group.
Anybody got a question?
Difficult.
So can you identify yourself?
Jim Maceda, NBC News. I wondered if you could walk us through the moments, the key moments, the highs and the lows, and the very highs and the very lows of this experience, this 8-day ordeal.
Well, I was first approached by people I assumed to be intelligence early in the morning on the 25th of March. And they took me to my room and said they were going to look through all of my things, and that took about 4 hours of being held in the room. We weren't allowed to move. We weren't allowed to call anyone, and they sort of at the end of that process said that I needed to go with them and that they just had a few questions for me. And I insisted that if they had some questions for me, they could ask me in the hotel, and there was no need for me to go anywhere. And I obviously wasn't particularly keen to leave my hotel room at 4:45 in the morning with a bunch of men with guns. They took me downstairs, at which point I saw Johan and Philip had also been brought downstairs, and a few minutes later Matt and Moises came down, and which I have to say, while I wasn't happy anyone else was in the same situation, I was glad I wasn't alone. And they drove us to a place I didn't know where we were going, and for sort of lack of a better word, checked us in as prisoners, took all of our possessions. I mean, we had all our suitcases and stuff with us, our equipment, and they took it all and registered everything that we had, and took our clothes and our jewelry and our watches, and gave us pajamas, and took us to individual cells next to each other. But we were told we couldn't talk to each other. And so that was by about 10 o'clock that morning. And over the next days, we were separately interrogated several times, and then later asked, I think, all to sign statements with our stories, and then I was taken out one more time and asked about communications devices, and then another day or two passed, and I was blindfolded and taken out, as I'd been done several times, and they took me back to the place where we had been checked in, and said we were going to be given our things back, and we would be taken back to Baghdad. And I think for me, I knew that someone had seen me be taken away, which I think of the five of us, I was the only one that knew that there was someone who knew that I was gone. And that, at least to me, gave me some hope that someone knew we were missing, or knew that I was missing, and I hope they would figure out that the rest of us were together. And I was told when I was taken away that that person would do everything that they could possibly do to make sure that this was fixed. And so while I was in my prison cell, that was the thing that I kept telling myself, that someone knew that I was somewhere, and that they were going to make every effort they possibly could to make sure that we were released.
Did you feel at any time, sorry, Kimberly Notion from CBS News, did you feel at any time, any of you, that your lives were in danger, and what was your greatest fear, the bombs above or your captors?
Do you want to direct questions to individuals? Because otherwise really we just don't know who to answer.
Maybe you first, and then
I think that we probably all, from the moment that we realized that we were being taken to prison, until personally the moment that we crossed into Jordan last night, thought that our lives were in danger at any moment. There were all sorts of, scary things to suggest that. Various not terribly good jokes about, we kill, and things like that. The first night we were lying in our cells, and oh no, it was the first day actually, and they were doing some soldering work on the bars, and it's very loud. I don't know if you've ever been next to any soldering, but it's obviously an electrical process going on, so that was a bit disconcerting. And sorry, what was the second part of the question?
well, did you fear the captors and the bombs?
Yeah, sorry. Well, I mean,
for those of you just joining us, you've been listening to Matthew McAllister, a Newsday journalist who was taken by the Iraqis, who is now free, and Amon Jordan talk about his experience. Before that, it was Molly Bingham, who is a freelance photographer who was an assignment in Esquire, who talked about her experience of being held for over a week by the Iraqis. This news conference started literally as we had just introduced you to Emily Bingham, Molly's sister, and Clara Bingham, who joined us from D.C., who is a cousin of Molly Bingham. Thank you for your patience. I'm sure you were delighted to see Molly. Emily, I know that you have established phone contact with her since her release. Tell us whether you were familiar with all the details she just described of her captivity.
No, I wasn't. And last night, I really only wanted to hear her voice and express my feelings about her safety, and for her to have the chance to say how relieved she was and thank the people who had worked so hard to make this happy ending possible, including, I've got to say, the Committee to Protect Journalists, who helped make this such a happy day for freedom of the press. But these details were not confirmed to me last night yet, so I had not known exactly the conditions and whether they were the same conditions that Matt and Moises from Newsday had experienced, but this does confirm that.
Well, Emily, Molly just sort of methodically described what she had been through, sort of saying in a matter-of-fact way, you know, once I got to the prison, they took my equipment, they took my clothes, my jewelry, they gave us pajamas, they put us in individual cells next to each other, told us we couldn't talk with each other. You have a strong sister, don't you?
She is really tough, and she's very brave, and she is very serious about her work. And I knew that whatever happened, Molly would meet it with a lot of courage.
Emily, let me ask you this. Is it clear to you why she would have been targeted with the Iraqis? I was struck by what she said when she was taken out of the cell the second time after having spent many hours in the hotel room sifting through her equipment, and then there in prison to talk about so-called communications devices. Did she ever say to you in this conversation yesterday that the Iraqis thought she might have been spying or something like that?
Well, those are the kinds of allegations that we hear have been applied in the cases of all the detained journalists. So my assumption is that, you know, she was under suspicion for the same unfounded reasons as they were. And I don't know the details of her equipment. I know that she went into Iraq to cover the war, and that was her sole reason for being there, and she had what I guess she thought she needed to do that.
Claire, the other thing I was struck by was what she had to say about how comforting it was in a way that she knew someone had seen her leave the hotel. And she said even though she wasn't happy to see someone in the same circumstances she was, that was somewhat comforting. Claire, were you aware of that fact, that she had been seen by someone being taken away from the hotel by Iraqi officials?
Yes, the only bit of evidence that we had was the eyewitness account of her roommate, who saw her saw her be questioned in their room and then taken away by the Iraqi officials. I believe the other journalists just disappeared, that their colleagues had said goodnight to them around midnight, and then in the morning they were no longer in their room. So we knew that Molly had been taken away by Iraqi officials, but I don't think anyone else knew exactly what had happened to the other journalists.
And Clara, for folks who maybe not understand the depth of your cousin's commitment to doing her work, she's traveled all over the world on assignment. Tell us how fiercely committed to journalism she not only was, but continues to be.
Well, she covered the genocide in Rwanda. She spent a lot of time in Africa, in Burundi and Congo. She also covered the war in Afghanistan. She spent time in Gaza recently, photographing suicide bombers. She has been dedicated really in the last 10 years to covering stories and people that many of us would like to ignore and don't want to face the true hardships of so many people in this world.
And then finally, Emily, although we didn't hear Molly answer this question at the news conference because we left it as Matthew McAllister was taking the question whether they felt their lives were ever in any danger. And he made it pretty clear that there was one point in prison where some soldering work was being done and they saw these electrical impulses, that it was a little bit, in his words, disconcerting. Did your sister say anything about how vulnerable she felt, either while being transported to the prison or while being incarcerated?
I heard that in her voice and in the relief that she expressed to me, and in the relief that she expressed and thanks she expressed on that news conference. Molly is, I think, beginning to be aware of how many efforts went into securing this happy ending, and I know she must have been very frightened, as courageous as she is. I could tell that from her voice.
Well, we are so happy about your family's news and so appreciative that you were patient as you watched the news conference of your sister right with us this morning. Emily Bingham, Clara Bingham, our best to you.
Thank you, Paula.
Family.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time this morning. Back to you, Bill, in Kuwait City.
All right, Paul, going to be a good flight home for her, no question about that. Listen, with Walt Rogers and Marty Savage and Carl Penhar, embedded reporters of the U.S. military, telling us about minimal resistance right now offered as the Marines and the Army move closer toward the capital city of Baghdad. What does this all mean? Major General Don Shepard along in a moment. He'll analyze it for us and stack it up as well. What's happened with the Republican Guard? We'll talk about it when we come back.
The perfect accessory for your right foot. Cadillac CTS. Breakthrough.
Where the heck are you?
On the road.
Get my package?
Opening it now.
Yellow Book? They're here.
Yellow Book all over town. Everywhere I go.
Oh, great.
Yellow Book, Yellow Book, Yellow Book.
I told you guys, we're in trouble.
So you think we could transfer to the cell phone division?
After this, we'll be lucky if they stick us on poles. With pigeons?
More people choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
All right, I want to get back to the top story of the day, the advance on Baghdad that we've been getting from our embedded reporters. Also the story of Jessica Lynch. Major General Don Shepard with us back at the CNN Center. Before we get to the Republican Guard, I don't know if you have the video queued up or not, Don, but if we do, let's roll it and show what we all watched from the CENTCOM briefing about 2 hours ago. What did you take away from that operation, largely conducted by Navy SEALs, supported by the Marines?
Yeah, Bill, basically, I think there's involvement of a lot of people. It was based, obviously, on local intelligence that identified that Jessica Lange was in that hospital. You don't just launch these looking for people. This evidently, from various reports, was Army Rangers, U.S. Marines, Navy SEALs, and perhaps Special Forces as well, all supported by air power. Not only did they get Jessica Lynch, reportedly brought back 11 bodies to be examined, possibly some of the missing United States military builds. An amazing operation, all conducted under darkness, night vision goggles, and it was done by landing the helicopters in the compound. It's an amazing operation.
And good news, too. Don, let's talk about the Republican Guard. I don't know if you have the map queued up, but if you do, let's show our viewers where you believe right now the majority of the Republican Guard divisions are now assembled and how much degradation has been handed to these forces on the ground.
Yeah, Bill, if we can bring up the map, basically what it amounts to is that the Republican Guard has been pounded for the better part of a week by United States air power wherever they are. I'm going to remove one symbol from the map here. Reportedly, the Baghdad division has been destroyed. And basically what's happened, and I'll go over here and try to illustrate a little bit, we have three thrusts going on. The Marines have moved across the Tigris River in the vicinity of Al-Qut and are headed toward Baghdad. The 3rd Infantry Division has encircled and is moving north of Kabbalah, reportedly some within 20 miles of Baghdad. And the 101st Airborne is over here on the left side, supposedly through the Karbala Gap. All of this is good news in that it appears that Baghdad is being encircled, but there's lots of tough fighting. We should not beat our breast yet. Remember, the tactics of the Iraqi military when fighting the Iranians were to withdraw, launch chemical attacks, and then go back and clean up. So there could be lots of tough fighting in Baghdad, or it could be that coalition forces are welcome with flowers. Lots to be determined, Bill, but there won't be a headlong rush into Baghdad. clearly advances on Baghdad.
Take it a step further. If you listen to Marty, if you listen to Walt, if you listen to Carl, they say minimum resistance right across the board. What explains that? Does it strike you, as it strikes some of us here in Kuwait, that it might be just a bit too easy right now?
Yes, indeed. You have to be very cautious about these things. Reportedly, the Baghdad was just hammered by air power, and the Marines, as they're moving toward Baghdad, north of Al-Qud, are receiving very little resistance, sporadic fire. Karbala, where the Medina division was also pounded by air power, has been encircled very quickly. In fact, the battle there, which was expected to be fierce, only took about 3 hours. So I believe that coalition air power has weakened these divisions substantially, but as they withdraw toward Baghdad, they will be reinforced by other Republican Guard divisions and, of course, regular Iraqi Army divisions from around the country. All of this, though, as it's moving, is very vulnerable to air power again, Bill. The Iraqi military is in a world of hurt. It is a matter of time.
Major General Don Shepard, thanks. You pointed out the threat of chemical and biological weapons. Walt Rogers says the 7th Cav wearing those suits right now as they advance further in the general direction, as Walt says, of Baghdad. Thanks, Don. Here's Paula now in New York.
Thanks, Bill. A Time Magazine report this week says the Iraqi military is using the book Black Hawk Down as a manual for defeating the U.S. military. As you know, the story is a chilling account of what happened to American forces in Mogadishu in 1993 when an operation targeting a Somali warlord went horribly wrong. 18 U.S. servicemen lost their lives. The author of Black Hawk Down, Mark Bowden, has also written a profile on Saddam Hussein for Atlantic Monthly, and Mark joins us now to discuss Saddam's war strategy. Good morning. Thanks so much for being with us.
You're welcome, Paula.
Tell me a little bit about your reaction when you heard that the Iraqis were using your book as a training manual for what they might expect when coalition forces come.
Well, it was the kind of thing that, you know, I think it's the kind of stupid thing that Saddam might just do because the sort of glib understanding of what happened in Mogadishu in 1993 was that American forces were overwhelmed and defeated. But in fact, if you read the book, or even if you see the film, you realize that the mission that they conducted that day was a success, basically, although, you know, they obviously encountered terrific odds. But it also is a tribute to the determination and courage of the American soldier. So if the idea is to convince people that you can make the United States give up and go away by killing a few of its soldiers, which is the overall lesson that a lot of people, I think, drew from our experience in Somalia, certainly my book and the movie put the lie to that notion.
Now, also, I understand the American military officials have asked troops to study this book, look at the movie. What is the lesson learned for them?
Well, I think the truth is that the Battle of Mogadishu was the most significant combat that American forces have faced in many, many years, certainly the most significant firefight. And so I think it makes perfect sense that the military would want to study what happened there and learn lessons from what happened there, just as their enemies are trying to learn ways of defeating our forces. So, I mean, it isn't my book that's so important, it's the event that was so important, and so it really doesn't surprise me that it would be studied by everyone.
And when you saw this amazing video this morning of this daring rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch, and you saw who all was involved, from the Army to the Marines to Special Ops, what does that indicate to you about willing to take this kind of chance at this time?
Well, I think that anyone who believes that the United States lacks determination to see this mission through is making a big mistake, because I don't believe that the United States military ever had any kind of timidity, although I do think there was a kind of political timidity about using American power during the 1990s. So I think that vanished on September 11th, 2001.
When you call, find out how you can get a 1-month supply absolutely free with your order.
I'm working on Atlantic Monthly, and I write a column for the Philadelphia Inquirer, and I'm working on a book about the Iran hostage crisis.
Well, you'll have to come back and talk to us again when you're done with all that.
Be happy to
Mark
do
Bowden,
it.
thank you again for your time this morning.
Paula.
We're coming up on the top of the hour. We're going to take a short break here, and when we come back to you, we'll have the headlines of the day for you. We'll be right back.
Depression is a serious medical condition that affects your mood and disrupts your daily life. While the cause is unknown, a chemical imbalance could be the reason. Prescription Zoloft works to correct this imbalance. Only your doctor can diagnose depression. Zoloft is not for everyone. People taking MAOIs or Pimozide shouldn't take Zoloft. Side effects may include dry mouth, insomnia, sexual side effects, diarrhea, nausea, and sleepiness. Ask your doctor about Zoloft. Zoloft. When you know more about what's wrong, you can help make it right.
Are you ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
You decided. Once again, CNN is number one. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
CNN Tonight as troops gear up for the big push to Baghdad, the latest from the front lines and with the troops, plus former Secretary of State Alexander Haig, only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Good morning, folks. Leon Harris here in the CNN Center in Atlanta, and our coverage of the war in Iraq continues. But first, here's a look at what's happening at this hour. Central Command says U.S. forces have crossed the so-called red line around Baghdad. Our Walter Rogers says that soldiers are now 25 miles south of Baghdad after taking the city of Karbala. That information has been cleared by the 307th Cavalry Unit commander, by the way. U.S. Marines have also secured the city of Kut, which is there, you see, to the east and southeast of Baghdad. Now, bodies were discovered during the amazing rescue of Army Private Jessica Lynch. The 19-year-old was pulled from a hospital under the cover of darkness last night in Nasiriyah. She's in stable condition right now, recovering from several gunshot wounds. And a Marine spokesman tells Reuters that Lynch has 2 broken legs and a broken arm. Now, in Naji, U.S. soldiers were awakened last night by 2 incoming surface-to-surface missiles. No report of any injuries, but the soldiers were told to put on their gas masks as a precaution. 1 missile landed out in the desert, and the impact of the second missile is still unknown. 4 journalists and a peace activist missing in Iraq for a week are now safe in Jordan. We just heard from some of them a few minutes ago in a news conference. The group says they were taken from their Baghdad hotel last Thursday by Iraqi authorities, and they were held in a prison for questioning. 2 New York Newsday journalists and an American freelance photographer were among those detained. All right, coming up, the push toward Baghdad, as we've been reporting, U.S.-led forces moving closer and closer toward the Iraqi capital, and we'll have much more on that story for you right here. British forces are battling resistance in the southern city of Basra, as they have for recent days now. We'll have the latest from there. Plus, Secretary of State Colin Powell is doing some fence mending during a trip to Turkey. All that and much, much more ahead as CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now with Paula Zahn in New York and Bill Hemmer in Kuwait.
Good morning, welcome. Glad to have you with us on this very busy morning. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. At this hour, we are watching U.S. ground troops move even closer to Baghdad, and if they haven't crossed the so-called red zone already, we understand they are close. CNN reporter Carl Penhall is reporting that U.S. forces southwest of Baghdad expect to cross into the southern edge of the Iraqi capital by nightfall. Penhall says U.S. Apache attack helicopters from the Army's 5th Corps have been able to fly over and past the city of Karbala. Tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles from the Army's 3rd Infantry Division are accompanying the air unit on the ground. Now, about 100 miles to the east, Marines have seized a key bridge over the Tigris River near the city of Kut. CENTCOM tells us that the constant bombardment has badly damaged Republican Guard units. In fact, the Baghdad unit of the Republican Guard is said to have been wiped out. There is a lot to take on during this very busy morning. I'm going to bring in my colleague Bill Hemmer, who's standing by in Kuwait City. He has a whole lot more. Bill, good morning.
Hello again, Paula. War words right now are a few religious shrines in Iraq. Iraq is now saying the coalition forces are deliberately trying to damage some holy sites. CENTCOM says that in the town of Naji, Coalition forces have come under fire from troops inside the Ali Mosque, but have not returned fire in order to protect that shrine. In northern Iraq, CNN's Kevin Seitz says that Iraqi troops were using another mosque, this one holy to Kurds, as a storage site for hundreds of landmines. According to the Mine Advisory Group, there may have been 10 to 12 million mines planted by the Iraqis in Kurdish territory, most before the year 1992. Two Navy F-14 pilots bailed out at 20,000 feet over southwestern Iraq after their fighters suffered mechanical failure while refueling. The pilots slightly injured. They were retrieved by a search and rescue helicopter. Meanwhile, here in Kuwait, the buildup continues yesterday and again today. Members of the 4th Infantry Division now offloading at a local port. The 4th ID getting ready for duty, not just in Kuwait, but to the north in Iraq as well. Paula, more in a moment. Back to you now.
Thanks, Bill. And we're going to be checking in right now with Tom Mantier back at Central Command in Qatar. He joins us now. Good morning, Tom. What's the latest from there?
Good morning, Paula. Definitely dramatic video out of the CENTCOM briefing, but a bit out of the ordinary. Normally they show us bomb targeting video hitting targets, but today they showed us, and we had to ask for it because we knew it existed, video of the rescue of PFC Jessica Lynch. Now, this rescue video was taken by a combat camera team inside Iraq. It is grainy, it is green, it's very difficult to distinguish the image, but Jessica Lynch is being carried by stretcher by medics onto the back of a helicopter. This is green because it is night vision video taken with a special adapter for the lens. We did not see the before, we saw the after. We did not see the firefight that took place going into the hospital. The special operations troops knew where she was going in. They had a plan to go in and rescue her, and when they went out, they were also taking fire from nearby buildings. They say in the hospital they found ammunition and weapons and maps and things like that that proved to them that it was a command and control center, also being used as a hospital, which they say is a violation of the rules of war. But Brigadier General Vincent Brooks talked about the need to bring soldiers back from the battlefield.
The nature of the operation was a coalition special operation that involved Army Rangers, Air Force pilots and combat controllers, U.S. Marines, and Navy SEALs. It was a classic joint operation done by some of our nation's finest warriors who are dedicated to never leaving a comrade behind.
Well, Jessica Lynch is in a U.S. medical facility somewhere. They won't say exactly where, and they won't tell us what her condition is. There is also some sad news. They recovered 11 sets of remains in and around the hospital. They said in the hospital morgue and in a shallow grave nearby. 11 sets of remains were brought out. They do not say if indeed these are Americans. Forensic experts are being called in to take a look at this. So it's going to be some time before we get any more information about the 11 people who were brought out, their remains were brought out. Paula?
Tom, there are a number of published reports that suggest that coalition forces were tipped off about Jessica Lynch being held there because she was really just listed as missing in action. Has CENTCOM confirmed what triggered this daring raid, how they even knew she was there in the first place?
Well, the only way they'll describe it is they received what they term very good intelligence information of where she was being held. So they had a location and apparently in the last couple of days put a plan together that was reportedly instigated by General Tommy Franks. The president was told about this yesterday afternoon at about 5 p.m. after the operation had been completed and she had been airlifted out of Iraq. So this operation apparently has been in the planning stages for at least a couple of days, but they say it was developed from intelligence sources.
And can you characterize for us just how dangerous this mission was? I know we had Jason Bellini on the air describing some of the diversionary tactics that were going on at the same time as this rescue was taking place.
Well, if you can imagine diving out of a helicopter in the middle of the ocean and you know there are sharks down in the water, but you don't know if they're going to be where you happen to jump in. That's probably how dangerous it was. The report that they were receiving small arms fire from this area indicated it was not heavily protected, but indeed it did have paramilitary forces who were willing to engage these special operations troops. The helicopter reportedly landed right in the hospital compound, so apparently a lot of the action took place around the helicopter because that's how they took her out, was right directly from the hospital itself, Paula.
Tom and Tier, thanks for those fascinating details. And Bill, as I go back to you, I guess I'm reminded of what a number of our guests have said this morning. What great hope this is bringing other families who have not only POWs, but those that are still listed as missing in action.
Yeah, the hope springs again today, but nonetheless, what happened with Jessica Lynch is nothing short of a miracle if you talk to her family at this point, Paula. That ambush took place back on March 23rd, about 9 days ago, and we all know the news that rippled out of that. It was not good at the time, and really has not been good until the news came from Central Command late last night here. Back to the battlefield in and around Baghdad right now. U.S. forces moving on a couple different fronts right now. Carl Penhall, embedded with the Army's 5th Corps, joins us by telephone. Carl, we talked about an hour ago. What's changed in the past hour since?
Well, Bill, the speed of the push to Baghdad has been gathering pace, and indeed it's been much more rapid than U.S. commanders here seem to have expected. Early and overnight last night and early this morning, the 3rd Infantry Division, backed by Apache helicopters of the 11th Aviation Regiment, punched through Republican Guard defenses in and around the city of Karbala and have now pushed north. As we speak, U.S. commanders are telling me that 3rd Infantry Division are now within just a few miles of Baghdad, and if the pace of the advance continues at this rate, the 3rd Infantry Division, backed by those Apache attack helicopters, could be on the outskirts of Baghdad by nightfall. Here's what one of the Apache pilots who saw combat this morning north of Karbala had to say about the speed of that advance to Baghdad.
The intensity is a very quick-moving, very fluid battle. The armor and mechanized infantry and artillery pieces and personnel on the ground are moving at rapid speeds.
The rate of the amount of resistance that U.S. forces have been encountering has been somewhat lighter than first expected. Nevertheless, U.S. commanders here tell me that aircraft such as the Apache pilot we just saw did receive small arms fire. They've also been coming under some kind of anti-artillery fire as well. In return, the U.S. forces have been targeting mortar emplacements, some troop carriers, some of the more modern T-72 tanks, and also Iraqi foot soldiers. But on the whole, as I say, the resistance, U.S. commanders are telling me, has been lighter than expected. At this point, we understand that the 3rd Infantry Division is crossing a point of the Euphrates River. Between there, the approaches to Baghdad and the speed of the advance there pretty much depends on what kind of resistance they encounter. Military intelligence here looking out particularly for those paramilitary units driving around with machine guns mounted on civilian vehicles. Bill.
Carl, thanks. Carl Penhall by telephone, Army's 5th Corps. That is one view right now of the front that continues to move north. Marty Savage has another back on video phone. Marty, what's happening now?
Well, Bill, we're still moving with the 1st Battalion of the 7th Marines. We've been on the move done over 100 kilometers today, almost 120 kilometers. Not a significant, distance, but actually the reason the progress has been so slow is not because this battalion is moving slow. It's the fact that the traffic of Marines and the Marines moving up the east side of Iraq has been so intense, so heavy, so bumper to bumper, that no one has been making a lot of high speed. There is just so much military hardware of the U.S. Marines pushing more towards Baghdad that it just keeps rolling at a slow, steady, but very methodical pace. We continue to push forward here now, but the indications are that we're getting ready to get into a secure area to bed down for the night. Out on the highway, though, in the distance, you can just see a continuous line of all the Marine hardware getting ready to push across, even bridge-making material. So indications, more canals, more rivers to be crossed. We've run across no major resistance today. The only gunfire we heard was artillery, and that was outgoing from the U.S. Marines, just mirroring what others have been saying, that it does not appear, at least at this point, that the Marines going up the east side of Iraq today, at least, have encountered any heavy fighting, any major problems, or any stiff resistance from the Republican Guard or paramilitary units, Bill. And that's the way it stands right now.
Yeah, Marty, quickly, is there an explanation given from the military side as to why that's the case? Little, if any, resistance at all.
No, I would say right now the military commanders of this particular unit are going to go over today's action, the move, and as far as what objectives that may lie ahead, that's bound to come up. There were obviously concerns today that there was going to be resistance. They had a number of objectives they had to pass through, they were worried about. Clearly, though, it didn't materialize. They're probably thankful for that, but of course the skepticism also raises in your mind, just like it does for the folks at home. Why is that? And is there some sort of reason behind it that may not be a good thing? Who knows?
Yeah. Be good, Marty. Tonight, nightfall is going to happen in about an hour 15, hour 20 minutes from now. Marty Savage with the Marines by way of video phone, and photographer Scott McGuinney along the ride. Paula, if you listen to his explanation, it appears that there's some sort of traffic jam by the U.S. Marines and the U.S. military going up the east side of Iraq. More from Marty a bit later. Back to you now in New York.
All right, thanks, Bill. And we are just beginning to get more details on that heroic rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch last night, involving Army Rangers, Air Force pilots, Navy SEALs, Marines. Art Harris is near Nasiriyah and has even more now on the rescue and how it all came about. He joins us by telephone. Art, what have you learned? Good morning.
Good morning, Paul. As you said, it was a daring rescue and gave them a level of confidence was that local citizens actually confirmed the location of the kidnapped soldier, and that was what helped the Special Operations Forces have confidence to hit that hospital. It is something that the U.S. Marines are finding in Nasiriyah as days go by. People are getting more confident about coming forward and pointing out who are Ba'ath Party members, military, where they live, and in this case, Paula, where they were holding an American. Back to you.
So help us better understand, though, how risky of a move this was.
Well, you're talking about nighttime in an inner city area that is infested with paramilitary, and others running around AK-47s, rocket-propelled grenades. This is their neighborhood. This is their city. And the streets are narrow. It is dark. The one thing about our Special Operations Forces, they like to say, Paul, they own the night. They have superior night vision goggles. They rehearse these kinds of scenarios often. They had, I'm told, mock-ups of this place. So, you know, sometimes they can go through these operations almost with their eyes closed, and that's what they like. But more again, I can't stress enough what I was told, that local citizens actually volunteered information that confirmed the whereabouts of this American soldier, and that gave them a level of confidence to move forward. Back to you.
It's quite remarkable that it was all pulled off at Art Harris. Thanks so much. Back to Bill now. I guess, Bill, it hasn't been confirmed how long this operation took, but two published accounts suggesting in the 10 to 12-minute range.
Wow.
From the time they actually got to the hospital and got Jessica on the helicopter.
Yeah, the other thing, it was April 1st. That was the new moon. It's the darkest night of the month last night, and again tonight will be the second darkest night. But as Art points out, the military loves to say that they rule the night, especially with those night vision goggles. Back to the front right now, an increasing front that continues to push north. Walt Rogers by way of satellite. Walt, good afternoon. What's happening now?
Hello, Bill. All day we've seen the 3rd Infantry Division of the United States Army, as well as the 7th Cavalry, with whom we're traveling, thrusting continuously northward. There's a consolidation of efforts, and all the convoys we're seeing are moving in the general direction of Baghdad. Yesterday, these units were perhaps 50 miles south of Baghdad. Today, some of these units are perhaps half that distance. At one point over the horizon, in the middle of a desert, we could see, stretching as far as you could see, perhaps 10 miles in either direction, a huge convoy of supply trucks and tanks and vehicles of all sizes, shapes, and descriptions moving north towards Baghdad. Again, we're getting very close to the end game in all of this. Earlier in the day, the 1st Brigade of the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division smashed into the Iraqi town of Karbala. That's about 50 miles south of Baghdad. They went in expecting stiff resistance from the Republican Guard units of the Iraqi Army. In fact, they met minimal resistance. They blew a few tanks away and kept on rolling. Then the 3rd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division rolled into town and secured it. If there is resistance, it is not anything that the Army is facing at this point. We've seen the Army as we rolled northward today taking prisoners of war. We saw 2 groups, probably a total of 100 Iraqi prisoners of war. They appeared very grateful that for them the war is over. Additionally, we have seen some dead Iraqis, but mostly what we have seen is huge convoys moving northward. The United States Army's 3rd Infantry Division and as well as the 7th Cavalry, again moving in the direction of Baghdad, closing in, consolidating the gains of the past several days. We were involved in a firefight probably about an hour ago now. The 7th Cavalry was rolling across the countryside when the Kiowa helicopters, which were scouting for it, noticed ahead that there were 3 anti-aircraft batteries. These are Soviet vintage 20-millimeter AK guns. Again, they started firing, the Iraqis started firing on the 7th Cavalry. One shell perhaps fell within 400 meters of where we were. Automatically, the 7th Cavalry opened up with its 3 120-millimeter mortars, blasted the Iraqis, put the anti-aircraft guns out of existence, put the Iraqi mortars out of existence, and according to one officer, killed about 20 Iraqis. When we last left that unit, we could see that these were old Soviet vintage anti-aircraft guns. The Army engineers were putting C4 plastic explosives around the barrel, wiring them, and blowing a cache of ammunition. This as the Army continues, as I say, to negotiate its way close to Baghdad. Bill?
Wow, amazing stuff, Walt. Thanks. Walt Rogers, 7th Cav, southwest of Baghdad, or about that location anyway. The U.S. military at times do allow us to give certain locators, and Walt reported earlier today about 25 miles on the outskirts of town. In a moment, what next now for the U.S. advance? What will the coalition do, and how far do they go tonight and tomorrow? Major General Don Shepard's back with that when we come back right after this.
CNN Tonight as troops gear up for the push to Baghdad, former Secretary of State Alexander Haig and more, only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
I feel like she hates me right now. I'm going to try to give her another call again.
If you want to go,
Verizon voicemail. You have
Catherine home.
I didn't care if you hung around me. I didn't care if you went away. All I need is a miracle. All I need is you. All I need is a miracle.
Verizon. Make progress every day.
Hunka, hunka, hullabaloo. You're invited to a celebration of your favorite cartoons on the big screen.
Hullabaloo! But of course!
We're calling it Hullabaloo.
Hullabaloo!
Aren't you glad you finally know what that word means?
Comcast presents Cartoon Network's Johnny Bravo Night at the Phantoms game on Friday, April 4th at 7 p.m. Call 215-336-2000.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
You've heard us talk a lot about Najaf, a town in south central Iraq. We have some videotape to show you right now of a huge black billowing smoke coming out from somewhere in the center of that town. Not a whole lot of information given on this, but this is the live image we're getting from Najaf anyway. We were told earlier today the Iraqis are accusing the coalition forces of firing into a very holy site, holy to the Shiites. The coalition is saying now that Iraqi soldiers have taken up positions inside of this holy mosque known as the Ali Mosque. But the coalition at CENTCOM also indicating earlier today that they have surrounded that location and have not indeed fired on the Iraqi soldiers inside. Najaf is still a sticking point way down the road south of Baghdad. Major General Don Shepard's back with us. Don, good morning again to you. I want to talk about the U.S. location right now as best we can. And by the way, to our viewers, when we give away the mileage on the air. It's been okayed already by the U.S. military. Just to let you know, we're not giving up anything in terms of strategy or the tactical approach of the Marines or the U.S. Army as they get closer to Baghdad. Don, take us back to this dam that is near the town of Karbala. A narrow passageway goes between the dam and the town. Why is that so critical in your estimation?
Well, Bill, if the dam that we are talking about is the one that I think, it's on Lake Razaza. Lake Razaza is the southernmost of the large lakes west of Baghdad, and basically, if you blow that dam, you can flood the Euphrates River and flood a great deal of the deserts that's out in there, making it very difficult for tracked vehicles to move through there. So it could cause a big problem. So it's good news if that's the right dam on Lake Razaza. It's good news that it has been secured, Bill.
All right, Don, let's talk about the U.S. forces right now. As best you can you give us an indication as to where you believe the 3rd Infantry Division, the 7th Cav is located, and where the U.S. Marines are right now south of the city?
Yes, I can. If I could illustrate on the map here a little bit, let me show you what I believe to be the case right now. All reports are that the Marines have crossed the Tigris River, or north of the Tigris River, moving toward Baghdad. The 3rd Infantry Division is between the Tigris and Euphrates River, moving in this direction. We don't know exactly where the 101st is. However, it's somewhere out here on the left flank, perhaps through the Karbala Gap, perhaps circling around to the west. We are not sure. Now, the significance of all of this is the divisions that are being encountered. First of all, right here is the Baghdad Infantry Division. That has been reportedly destroyed. If that is true, that is very, very good news. The next division that we are worried about over here is the Medina Division, reportedly being engaged by the 3rd Infantry Division, grossly weakened by air power, and supposedly they are not receiving much resistance. That's also good news. The next division we're worried about is the Hammurabi Division right here, which was between the Baghdad Infantry and the Medina Division. Do not know the disposition. Of course, the theory is that as you're approaching Baghdad, you approach the red line in which the Republican Guards will retreat and then employ perhaps weapons of mass destruction, chemical weapons. So we're watching for all of that, and the reports are that the forces, the Marines on the east and the 3rd and the 101st on the west are approaching within 20 miles, some perhaps closer than that to Baghdad, Bill. And the other thing is that I don't believe you will see a headlong rush into Baghdad, but pressure now clearly from the east, clear pressure from the south, and perhaps coming from the southwest, Bill.
All right, General, hold that thought. I want to get back to you in a moment. Ryan Chilcote's popping up with the 101st Airborne Division near Najaf. Ryan, what do you have there? We saw this live picture of this smoke billowing toward the sky. What's happening as best you can tell?
Sure, as you said, I am in the city of Najaf, which is in central Iraq. What you're seeing behind me, I'm going to step out of the picture, that black smoke is coming from 2 ammunition trucks, I'm told by some commanders here. 2 ammunition trucks that had been hidden by Iraqi Fedayeen fighters. The true ammunition trucks had been apparently covered up by some wheat, pretty poorly hidden actually in an alleyway. U.S. troops found them as they were clearing the city, as they were moving through the city of Najaf. They've been in the city since yesterday and called in some Apache attack helicopters. Now, they've moved away from that area because where that black smoke is, there are a lot of secondary explosions. Basically, the ammunition that was in those trucks is still exploding. So the helicopters have moved away, but they are still in the city, and we can show them to you. They're right in the middle of the city here. We have Apache attack helicopters and Kiowa Warrior helicopters. Now, they look a little bit like mosquitoes with our lens from this distance, but I can assure you they are by no means toys, very powerful helicopter gunships. One of those Apache attack helicopters, one of those AH-64s, just a short while ago, fired most likely a Hellfire missile at those ammunition trucks, creating those black plumes of smoke. Now, as I said, we are in the city of Najaf, and Najaf is a very important place in Iraq, in the world for Shia Muslims in particular. It is just over my right here. You can see it over there, the Golden Dome. That is the Ali Mosque, one of the key places to Shia Muslims in the world. It is where Shia Muslims believe Ali, the cousin of the Prophet Muhammad, where his remains are. It is an important place to visit. if you are coming to Najaf. It is a place where many Shia Muslims come on pilgrimages. It has also been exempt from all of the fighting here in the city of Najaf. U.S. military commanders really going out of their way not to hit that mosque. Now, there has been a lot of controversy about the fighting that took place around the mosque 2 days ago, the day before yesterday. There was a big gunfight in that area. U.S. forces using howitzers, artillery, using fixed-wing aircraft, using helicopter gunships to destroy buildings adjacent to the mosque where they believe Fedayeen fighters, the guerrilla, the paramilitary fighters, were hiding out and shooting at them. Now, there was also a report that the Fedayeen paramilitaries were using the mosque to shoot at U.S. troops. Apparently, this report coming out of Central Command. Well, the field commanders that I'm with here from the 101st Airborne say that is not entirely the case. They do not believe that anyone actually fired at them from the mosque. What they believe is that Fedayeen fighters, these paramilitaries, would hide in the mosque, use the mosque as sanctuary, and then run from it to the adjacent buildings and shoot at U.S. troops using mortar fire and howitzer artilleries. Today, though, a different scene. U.S. troops in the city, policing in the streets, being welcomed by a lot of the Shia Muslims, but still, as you can see, a lot of fighting and a lot of firepower still in the air. U.S. troops still clearing certain parts of this city. Back to you.
Ryan, quickly, I need a quick answer on this, too. How much of Najaf right now is considered secure and under control? Do you know?
It's difficult to say, even more difficult for me to answer in the framework of operational security. What I can say is that troops from the 101st Airborne are in the outskirts of Najaf, and it is not necessarily their objective to occupy this city. What they want to do is control the Fedayeen paramilitary fighters that have been operating out of here, and they say they don't need to occupy the entire city to do that. Bill?
Ryan, thanks. Ryan Chuko at 101st Airborne Division in the town of Najaf, south-central Iraq. When we get the general back, we'll talk about this quick movement toward Baghdad and how much concern there might be and the danger might be, again, in going this fast and covering this amount of land in the past 24 hours. Now to Leon Harris at the CNN Center. Leon, hello to you.
Good morning and hello to you, Bill. Good morning, folks. Here's what's happening at this hour. There is significant movement by coalition forces south of Baghdad. As you've been hearing this morning, U.S. Marines have secured the town of Kut. Our Walter Rogers reports that soldiers have taken the city of Karbala, and they're now about 25 miles outside the southern edge of Baghdad. The family of Army Private Jessica Lynch is rejoicing after her amazing rescue in southern Iraq yesterday. U.S. forces pulled the 19-year-old from a hospital in Nasiriyah yesterday night. Now, Lynch is reported to be in stable condition, suffering from several gunshot wounds. U.S. forces who took part in that rescue discovered 11 bodies at that hospital. 2 of them were found inside of a morgue, and 9 of them were discovered outside in a grave area. Right now, it's unclear whether those bodies are those of American soldiers. 2 U.S. Navy pilots are safe after bailing out of a jet at 20,000 feet. This happened yesterday in southwestern Iraq. CENTCOM says it appears that their F-14 Tomcat experienced a mechanical failure while it was being refueled. Neither pilot was seriously injured when that happened, though. Now, to the diplomatic front. Secretary of State Colin Powell says that he hopes a new early warning system will help decrease chances that Turkey would move forces into northern Iraq. Powell is meeting with Turkish officials in Ankara today to cement that agreement. Powell also said that Turkey would play a major role in Iraq after the war. Now, coming up here on the network, some missing journalists and a peace activist held captive in Iraq are now safe inside Jordan, and we'll hear all about their ordeal and their release just ahead. And a close call for U.S. troops stationed near the central Iraqi town of Najaf. We'll have details coming in from our embedded reporters out there. Plus, health officials trying to contain the mysterious respiratory illness known as SARS. They now have issued a travel warning. All that and much more ahead as CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
And we're back now with some breaking news out of Baghdad. We are joined on the phone by Roland Higginen Benjamin of the International Red Committee of the Red Cross. He joins us from Baghdad. Mr. Benjamin, we have heard reports of a series of explosions rocking the city again this afternoon. What have you heard? What can you see?
Well, we have heard explosions definitely in the distance. It's of course difficult to identify the region or the reason for them. Definitely there have been loud explosions in daytime louder than in the past few days.
Can you glean what part of the city you're thinking you're hearing this from?
Well, when you are indoors, it's rather difficult. What we know of is that in the morning there was a large blast on the region of the cities, which is called Mansour, in which the premises of the National Society of Iraqi Red Crescent are located. And there has been news going about of damage caused. So we sent a team there. Our delegation sent 4 people to find out what had happened. There are 2 premises next to each other, the offices of the Iraqi Red Crescent and a maternity that belongs to it. And both had suffered indirect damage by a blast that happened on the compound just across the road from where they are located. So they have suffered damage. Window panes, of course, have broken. Some hanging ceilings have fallen apart, and cars that were in the car park have been damaged. But it was caused by the violence of the blast across the road as an indirect consequence of the blast. It was not a direct hit. And mercifully, there were no staff members indoors at the moment when it happened, so there are no casualties. The maternity was not in operation.
In fact, there were reports that women were actually inducing labor weeks ago to have their children prematurely so they wouldn't have to give birth during the bombing. So it is your belief that there were absolutely no patients there, that the maternity ward was not in operation?
Well, that's not the same reason, but this maternity patient had been discharged just a few days ago at the onset of the conflict because the area was feared not to be secure. So people had been either transferred to other hospitals or discharged. So that's the reason why actually those premises were empty at the moment of the blast that occurred next to it on the other side of the road. And that's why there have been no casualties in this case, mercifully once again. I'd just like to mention that we have been very much shocked yesterday by the discovery of a terribly high number of civilian casualties at the hospital in Hela, which is 100 kilometers south of Baghdad. And that hospital, where we had a chance of traveling with our own surgeon, was absolutely overwhelmed by hundreds of civilian casualties brought in just over 48 hours. And there were lots and lots of dead bodies that were practically dismembered by the violence of explosion they had been subjected to. This was a terrific sight, very, very difficult to put up with.
And are you aware of these medical facilities even having supplies on hand to take care of those kinds of casualties you're talking about?
Well, in Hela, we had traveled there on purpose because those cities in the south at which combat is currently going on, of course, we were worried that they might run short of supplies. So we had brought along some equipment for surgery, and they were taking care of the people. But of course, hundreds of casualties coming in a very short time would be beyond the possibilities of any hospital anywhere in the world, for that matter. So we are organizing another convoy for additional supplies for that hospital, where they are operating on hundreds of patients who have severe injuries.
Sir, we have just time to squeeze in one more question here. What are the status of any talks going on between the Red Cross and Iraqi officials to allow for any of your workers to visit American POWs?
Well, they are ongoing, as much as we can say at this stage. You know that we do not transgress our sacrosanct principle of confidentiality for the sake of the people we want to protect. You know that the visits have started, of course, on the other side, that the coalition forces have granted us the right to visit the Iraqi prisoners of war, and we definitely very much hope that it will be possible also, without any further delay, to visit the coalition prisoners who are presently held by the Iraqi forces.
Roland Hagen and Benjamin, thank you very much for spending some time with us this morning. We appreciate all that information you just shared with us. Now, as U.S. troops advance towards Baghdad, they may face some intense urban warfare, not unlike a battle that took place nearly 10 years ago. Well, now the pilot, or the story of a pilot who survived Mogadishu, the fierce 1993 battle that left 18 American soldiers dead. Michael Durant was captured, held for 11 days. His autobiography, In the Company of Heroes, comes out next month, and he joins us live here this morning. Michael, good of you to join us. Thanks for dropping by.
Good morning.
First of all, I know you were watching television when you saw the video of this dramatic rescue overnight of Private First Class Jessica Lynch. Tell us what you see when you look at this video.
Well, I think the first thing is elation. It's nice to see some very positive news coming from the front. I have firsthand knowledge of how she feels, and I know my family understands how her family feels. We're all just happy to see that it was pulled off successfully.
Help us understand the perspective of some of the Army Rangers, the Air Force pilots, the Navy SEALs, and the Marines that were involved in this very complicated and dangerous raid.
Well, they and we, when I was in active duty, live for this kind of thing. I mean, that's what they're all trained for. That's probably the most sought-after mission there could be, because it's the emotional impact both on the soldiers, on the people in the United States. It is so overwhelmingly positive that to be a part of it, I think, is a very rewarding experience.
What does it mean, though, to land a chopper like that in the middle of this complex under Iraqi control?
Yeah.
Why diversionary tactics are taking place outside this perimeter area so the Iraqis don't know what's coming?
Well, I think while you're actually executing it, you're just focused on the task. I mean, you're still just landing a helicopter. You understand the implications of all of it, but you really do have to focus on the business at hand. And then when it's all over is probably when you realize, wow, we just did something pretty special.
Can you even begin to imagine what Jessica Lynch was thinking as this was coming down? You've been there yourself. You were a prisoner of war.
Yeah. I dreamt about it. It's the ideal scenario. I think it's actually much better than a release, really, because it's just that overwhelmingly positive American feeling that you're not going to be left behind, and the U.S. military is going to do everything they can do to bring you home, and to see it actually happen. I can't imagine. I'm just proud of the folks that pulled off the mission, and I'm so glad that it was done as successfully as it was.
There's one poignant shot in particular, a still of Jessica, where you can see her looking up perhaps at a Marine, and then you can see the American flag sort of wrapped on her chest. This shot right here.
Yeah. I think that in one image expresses the feeling of you don't know how important freedom is until you lose it, and then when you get it back, like she is doing right there at that moment, how special that really is. I think you can see it in the photograph.
What is your sense of what's ahead for U.S. troops? We had Walt Rogers reporting earlier this morning, and this was all cleared by the U.S. military, that he is with the 3/7th Cav. They're within 25 miles of Baghdad right now.
Well, this is potentially the hard part of the mission. Not that any of it has been easy, but if in fact we end up encountering the enemy in an urban scenario like Baghdad, it is the toughest place to fight. But things have gone very well. We may be on an upswing here with this successful mission. I know it's a morale booster to get one of our POWs back, and our troops are prepared, they're motivated, they're equipped, resourced, and I think that they'll be successful.
And we wish you great success with your new book that comes out next week. The name of it is In the Company of Heroes. I feel like we've been in the company of a hero this morning, Michael Durant.
Well, thank you very much.
Again,
nice to be here.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Back to Bill now in Kuwait. Bill?
Paula, thanks. In Ankara, Turkey, earlier today, Colin Powell, the Secretary of State, critical diplomacy conducted in that country. We'll check in live with Sheila McVicker when we continue right after this.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine.
CNN is the most trusted name in news.
Good morning, welcome back. We are looking at a live picture of Baghdad after reports of hearing a series of explosions by a number of witnesses on the ground, including Roland Higginen Benjamin, who is with the International Red Cross. We just got off the phone with him, and he described a number of things for us. He said he heard a number of explosions just about, I guess it was 15 minutes ago. We're also going to show you right now some video that Al Jazeera TV is playing. This is going to be hard for me to put in context for you because there are a couple stories we're talking about right now. Roland Benjamin of the International Red Cross saying that when they went to a local hospital, he was pretty much stunned by, in his words, the terribly high number of casualties that he saw as a result of some of what is being called collateral damage from coalition strikes. He claimed to have seen hundreds of people having been injured, the Red Cross trying to provide some supplies to these folks. He also commented on a report that the U.S. Central Command now is looking into allegations that a maternity hospital was bombed by coalition aircraft. He said that was not his understanding, but he believes because of bombs that fell nearby, there was damage done to the structure of the building. But as best as he can put it together at this hour, it is also his understanding that the maternity ward was not operational. There was a fear that because of more strikes coming, that they did not want to deliver babies in that ward, and he said he thought that those patients were discharged several days ago, and there was no one in the maternity hospital at the time. So, Bill, we're trying to put all these facts together and weave a picture for our audience this morning, and that's just about the best we can do. I cannot tell you if that video we just saw from Al Jazeera TV is referring to the same hospital that Mr. Benjamin was describing having just visited. He also expressed some optimism that while coalition forces are allowing for Iraqi forces or Iraqis to visit with their POWs, that maybe we'll see a breakthrough where the Iraqis will finally allow someone from the Red Cross to see American POWs.
Here in Kuwait, Paula, we talked with the Red Cross yesterday. They met with some of the Iraqis on Monday up around Qasa and southeastern Iraq, but as you point out, no clear indication from the Iraqis as to when the U.S. will gain access. In the meantime, there is a huge concern on the part of the White House. If there is a power vacuum in the northern part of Iraq, would Turkey fill that vacuum? The White House has gone to great efforts to try and prevent something like that happening. That's a large reason as to why Colin Powell was in Ankara, Turkey, earlier today. Sheila McVickers picks things up from there and joins us now live in the Turkish capital. Sheila, hello, and good evening there.
Hello, Bill. Well, Colin Powell came here to actually arrived yesterday on what was a very hastily arrived visit to Ankara. He spent the day seeing senior Turkish government officials, the president, the prime minister, the foreign minister, and we think he's meeting now with the chiefs of the Turkish military. Now, you remember how difficult the relationship became between Turkey and the United States when the Turkish parliament voted in the beginning of March not to permit tens of thousands of U.S. troops to cross Turkish territory to enter into northern Iraq to set up a second front, a key part of the U.S. war strategy at that point. One front pushing up from the south, the other front pushing down from the north. Those troops obviously have been redeployed. Some of them have now landed in Kuwait again, and there were a lot of very bad feelings at that time. Today was a visit to mend some fences, to kiss and make up, if you will, and from the looks of things, when Colin Powell and the Turkish Foreign Minister Abdullah Gül emerged for their press conference, it does appear as though at least that part of the visit was successful.
The U.S.-Turkish relationship is a strong one. It has endured for over 50 years, and we have been with each other and for each other in war and peace over that 50-year period. Especially treasure a relationship within the NATO alliance. Turkey is an important member of the coalition that is now aligned against the regime of Saddam Hussein.
Now, you'll recall that you mentioned, as a matter of fact, Bill, this very grave concern on the part of Washington, the White House, the U.S. administration, that there might be more instability coming, that perhaps the Turks were considering about a major incursion of their own forces into northern Iraq. That's a concern that's been growing as we've seen the Iraqi forces fall back from their positions in the north, move south, and the Kurdish fighters, the Peshmerga, who are working with U.S. soldiers now in northern Iraq, moving south. The Turks view that as perhaps a threat to their own security, their own national interests. And what Colin Powell wanted to do today was first to reassure the Turks that in his view, the view of the U.S. administration, there would be no need for any major movement of Turkish forces into northern Iraq, and to try to get agreement from them that they would not do such a thing. What they've come up with is a kind of cooperation mechanism, a kind of early warning system that should indicate, with cooperation from Turkey, the United States, and those Kurdish fighters, when they're getting close to the red lines where Turkey might feel itself threatened. Bill?
Sheila, thank you. Sheila McVicker watching the Turkish-U.S. front there in Ankara. And by the way, Sheila mentioned those troops. Said to be at one point 62,000 strong, largely from the 4th ID, the 4th Infantry Division. Just yesterday and again today, members of the 4th ID started offloading at the local port here in Kuwait. They are getting ready to move into Iraq, possibly within the next week or two, once they get assembled and ready here in the Kuwaiti desert first. Paula?
Bill, thanks so much. Coming up, tracking the mystery virus. Have researchers found out what causes the condition called SARS? The latest from the Surgeon General right out of the break.
Nobody will beat a participating Ford, Lincoln, or Mercury dealer's price on the name brand tires we sell. 4 select tires for only $99 or less and other great deals. Plus, enter to win trips to the Caribbean or to the world premiere of the hot new movie Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl.
Nobody can do auto service like we do.
Where do you get your pet's flea, tick, and heartworm medications?
Oh, what a hassle. I take the dog, drive to the vet's office, then sit and wait. I just call 1-800-PET-MEDS, and my pet's medications are delivered right to my door. Wow, I paid a lot at the vet's office, and I paid a lot less.
1-800-PET-MEDS guarantees the lowest price on all your pet's medications. Order now and receive free shipping.
Welcome back. Has the SARS mystery been solved? Well, the CDC is 90% sure that it has found the culprit, a new species of the so-called coronavirus. It could be a breakthrough in fighting the disease, which has sickened more than 1,800 people worldwide. It is also causing false alarms like this one on a flight from Tokyo yesterday. 5 passengers were checked, but found not to have SARS. Vice Admiral Richard H. Carmona, U.S. Surgeon General, he joins us live this morning from Washington with the very latest on the virus. It's an honor to have you with us this morning. Thanks for joining us, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Can you tell us what this coronavirus is and what it means that we know what it is?
Well, knowing that it's a virus is certainly important, and knowing how it's transmitted is certainly important, much like the common cold. Now, Dr. Gerberding, who's taking the lead on this with her colleagues at CDC, are attempting to make a definitive diagnosis, or if you will, identification, so that we can make some decisions as to can vaccines be developed, can therapy be developed, and so on.
Now, the researchers have yet to find a medicine, I guess, or a drug that treats the illness. Are they on to anything that holds promise?
Well, right now it's a little bit early to say that because we don't have the full identification, and there's genomic testing being done so that the specifics, the DNA of the organism can be identified. And then I think a little bit more research needs to be done to determine if there is some method of innovation that is possible with a drug. But as you know, with a lot of viral illnesses like the flu, there is no therapy. You just wait the course of the disease out.
And how do people know they have it?
Well, there's a constellation of signs and symptoms that we look for. Low-grade fever, cough, respiratory distress, that is difficulty breathing, oxygen hunger, or what we call hypoxia. And if you do go to a doctor and there's evidence that on an x-ray that you had a pneumonia, that would be something else. So a lot of it involves the respiratory system and a fever.
Now, as you know, there's been a lot of panic associated with the discovery of this virus. We heard recently that in Hong Kong, almost 15,000 residents were quarantined in a housing housing development because of concern that the place was contaminated. Is there any way to stop that from happening, or is it pretty reasonable to react like that?
Well, I think what we did early on is Secretary Thompson put together the best of our people through CDC, and Dr. Gerberding sent a lot of our researchers and clinicians overseas to assist the Asian populations who were being affected by this. The response was a reasonable one at the time. They weren't sure what they were doing. As far as the United States, though, we've been able to basically come up with a plan that will allow us to identify and isolate cases when we think that they are infected, so we can make sure that there's no further transmission. And so this isolation policy has worked quite well.
And just finally this morning, sir, what should be the level of concern of an average American who has not traveled to any of these countries where this has been a problem? Should they be worried about this at all?
Well, I think they don't need to be worried. I think all Americans should be concerned, and especially if you have friends or family that have been traveling from the affected countries, from Vietnam, Hong Kong, Singapore, etc., that there should be an awareness that there is a possibility that this virus can be transmitted in the United States. But for the citizen who is within the United States, they should just go upon their daily activities every day without any concern and take appropriate precautions as you would every day, is just for heightened surveillance, heightened awareness, wash your hands frequently, just as you would to prevent the common cold.
U.S. Surgeon General Richard Carmona, I wish you could come up with a way to prevent the common cold. We'd all be very, very grateful to you if you come up with that.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it so much. Coming up, the big picture, what will it take to win in Iraq? With reports that U.S. troops could enter Baghdad by nightfall, General Wesley Clark looks ahead to what might follow in the battle ahead for Baghdad. Straight ahead, please stay with us.
Now save 30%. Call your travel agent or 1-800-B2.
Hey, you're going to love this new quick rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want. Whatever color you want. You can walk right past the counter. And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy. Bypass the counter. You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me. Rent. Huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick rent at nationalcar.com.
This year, nearly 1 million families will have their most valuable possessions stolen right from here. It's their own identity. Bank statements, credit card and ATM receipts, pay stubs. In today's world, a little advice. Shred anything you wouldn't want in the hands of a stranger. Hey, Tom.
Protect yourself at home with the shredder more businesses rely on for superior performance and durability. Fellows, the world's toughest shredders.
CNN puts you alongside the troops.
I'll tell you about the two main things that the strike fighters are dealing with.
There goes a plane taking off now.
More reporters in the region to keep you informed. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back. You're looking at a live picture of Baghdad after a series of explosions were heard just about 40 minutes ago. Back to the issue of the military campaign. What will it take to win in Iraq? With elements of the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division within 25 miles of Baghdad, CNN military analyst General Wesley Clark joins us with the big picture of what a coalition victory in Iraq might look like. Good to see you in person for a change.
Thanks, Paula. Good
Welcome.
to be here.
Now, you've heard our reports from Walt Rogers suggesting, and this, he's allowed to report this, that some U.S. troops are within 25 miles of Baghdad. What's next?
Well, it's looking very
and
positive. We got to get all the way into Baghdad. So looks like the air power has done a good job so far. The resistance on the ground seems to be less than anyone would have anticipated. So it's time to move ahead and keep our formations in good order, and get right into Baghdad, find the centers of resistance, get to Saddam's headquarters, take them out, locate the bunkers. But here's the thing, Paul, we have to understand, too, about this. This is a bigger problem than simply winning a military victory. It's not the defeat of Saddam's forces that are ultimately going to give us the win in Iraq. It's really three sets of things. First, restoring the integrity of the international institutions that we went into Iraq to help protect, like the United Nations. Remember, Saddam violated a UN Security Council resolution. And secondly, it's the idea of doing a decisive victory, getting rid of the weapons of mass destruction, not letting them fall into other people's hands. And finally, we're going to have to handle post-war Iraq in a way that doesn't let it become a recruiting ground for Al-Qaeda or a seething guerrilla war. So we've still got some big work ahead.
Let's go through each one of those one by one. I think the first point you were talking about is restoring the integrity of these institutions. How long of a process are you talking about here?
We
And how do you
don't
do
know. I think first it starts with the personal chemistry between the leaders. Lots of broken china in this operation so far in the diplomacy. Colin Powell's already over to Turkey. He's coming back to Brussels. He clearly sees the problem. He's working it. It's going to take the full effort of the United States government to do this. And I think our allies, even countries like France, want to help repair this breach. But it takes work on both sides of the Atlantic.
Then you talked about the challenge of getting in there and destroying weapons of mass destruction.
We haven't found any yet.
Do you think coalition forces will, or do you think Saddam Hussein will destroy some of these materials before these troops get there, or do you think they've potentially been destroyed over the past couple of weeks?
Or hidden
so none
somewhere.
Will be fine.
Or hidden.
Yeah.
And there's been some reporting that they were in Syria, hidden in Syria. But the honest truth is, when we get inside, we've got to go through these palaces, we've got to find the files, we've got to look at this special security organization that Saddam had, and we've got to track down the individuals who actually have the knowledge of where this stuff is. This is a bureaucratic state. There are records. We will find it.
You have no doubts, then, that weapons of mass destruction will ultimately be found, whether
No,
you
I
find them
think
hidden
they'll
in
be
Iraq
found.
or find them in Syria.
I think they will be found. There's so much intelligence on this.
General Wesley Clark, always appreciate your perspective. Thanks for dropping by in person
Thank you,
for a
Paula.
change. We go straight to Leon Harris, who's standing by to here at the top of the hour to bring you the latest headlines. Good morning, Leon.
Good morning, Paula. Good morning, folks at home. Leon Harris here in Atlanta. Here's a look at what's happening at this hour. Coalition troops are on the move now and on the attack as they bear down on Baghdad. Now, we're told that American forces battled their way through an Iraqi Republican Guard division overnight in and around Karbala. One of our reporters out there on the front line says that U.S. troops are expected to reach the southern edge of the Iraqi capital within hours. Well, Private First Class Jessica Lynch is safe this morning after an incredible rescue operation. The U.S. military says the 19-year-old was rescued in a secret joint operation from a hospital in Nasiriyah. Her unit was ambushed near the city sometime about a week or so ago. Military officials say that they also found there 11 bodies. They were in or near that hospital where Jessica Lynch was held. No word yet on whether those bodies are those of missing American troops. Forensic tests are underway to determine that. A long and frightening ordeal is over for a group of journalists who disappeared from their hotel a week ago. They said that they were held in a Baghdad prison and interrogated repeatedly before eventually being released. They're now safe in Jordan. Now, let's go back to Paula Zahn in New York for more of CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq.
Thanks, Leon. Here at CNN, we see massive amounts of video pouring into our system. None is more remarkable or moving than this. 19-year-old Private First Class Jessica Lynch, wounded on a stretcher, being whisked to a helicopter and a flight to freedom. U.S. Special Forces rescued the West Virginia teen in a daring midnight raid on an Iraqi hospital.
It was a classic joint operation done by some of our nation's finest warriors who are dedicated to never leaving a comrade behind.
Let us begin with the extraordinary rescue of Jessica Lynch. Her family is due to hold a news conference at any moment, and we will be covering that when it comes about. Well, we want to wait to get to that. We're going to check in with General Peter Pace, who is the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, General Pace.
Good morning, Paula. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. I would love for you to help us better understand some of the reporting we are hearing from our embeds. Carl Penhall reporting that U.S. forces southwest of Baghdad expect to cross into the southern edge of the capital by nightfall. We heard Brigadier General Vincent Brooks saying the dagger is clearly pointed on the heart of the regime. Can you characterize for us any kind of timetable without in any way compromising the safety of the troops that might be involved in these activities?
Well, I think it's not wise to exactly specify timelines, but for sure what is happening is a combination of air power and maneuver on the ground is destroying the divisions, the Iraqi divisions that are in and around Baghdad and in and around Al-Qut. As you've seen for the last several days, air power has really done a tremendous job of pounding them to the point where they have been destroyed in large measure. What is happening now is the ground maneuvers taking place to both destroy the remnants that are still there and also to position our forces better to take advantage of air power again. So the combination of air and ground will continue.
The British Central Command is cautioning against jumping the gun. Would you acknowledge that the British are pushing for a slower timetable than U.S. forces?
Well, I think that the coalition of U.S., the Brits, the Australians, the Poles, all the commanders are working very, very closely with Coalition Commander General Tom Franks. This is very much a team effort. Everyone gets a chance to put their ideas on a table as commanders, and I'm very pleased and proud of the cooperation and especially the professionalism of the British troops who are doing a magnificent job in and around Basra right now.
So there is no discord as far as you will acknowledge between what the British want and what the U.S. wants. There's talk about the British wanting to spend a little more time in Nasiriyah at this point.
I have not heard any comments about that. The Brits are not in Nasiriyah right now. The U.S. Marines are in Nasiriyah. The Brits are in Basra and doing a fantastic
job. Excuse me. You're absolutely right, General Pace. I just misspoke. In Basra.
Okay. Yeah. In and around Nasiriyah is where, you know, we were very fortunate last night to have the joint operation go as well as it did to free PFC Jessica Lynch. So we're proud of that.
That was quite a risky, daring rescue operation, wasn't it? What was at stake there?
Well, we had some good intelligence that she was there, and we had a chance to put together a raid that included joint forces, U.S. Special Operations Forces, Army, Navy, Marine, Air Force, Rangers. It was really a great operation. And the skills of those who went in and the bravery of those who went in to free her over time will be probably recognized and acknowledged.
Another thing that Brigadier General Vincent Brooks made reference to in the CENTCOM briefing today was the so-called red line, the point at which Iraqi forces may resort to using weapons of mass destruction. And he said it's not like you can draw a line on the map and understand where that is. Could you give an audience a better idea of what you all are referring to when you talk about the red line?
Well, there has been at least one intelligence report of a line somewhere around Baghdad that supposedly is called the red line, that if U.S. coalition forces cross it would result in some kind of different kind of tactics on the part of the enemy. I would simply say this, the fate of the Iraqi regime is not in doubt. Saddam Hussein and his regime of thugs will be gone. What it remains is for the commanders of the units on the ground, the Iraqi units on the ground. They can still determine their own fate. They can still surrender. They can still not commit crimes against humanity. They can still not execute any kind of orders that might tell them to use weapons of mass destruction. So for those who are not in the very small circle of leaders in and around Saddam himself, they still have very clear choices to make, and their choices will have major impact both on the troops who look to them for leadership right now and on their own personal fate when this is all over.
I'd love to talk about choices for a moment. Why do you think it is the Iraqis haven't used weapons of mass destruction yet?
I do not know. I believe that a lot of the commanders, in fact, do recognize that they do have a free choice in this, that they should not execute orders that are illegal and immoral, such as any order to use any kind of a weapon of mass destruction. So I think that there are Iraqi soldiers out there who know what is right and who will, in fact, disobey illegal and immoral orders.
And finally, General Pace, we just got off the phone with Roland Benjamin of the International Red Cross, and he described having just visited a Baghdad hospital where he saw, in his words, hundreds of civilian casualties. He also described, although he didn't give a firm number, a number of dead Iraqis in the wing of the hospital he visited. Can you tell us about any independent confirmation you might have of this information he shared with us just about 20 minutes ago?
Yeah, I have no information on that. I can tell you categorically that our campaign, our bombing in and around Baghdad has been very, very precise. It is possible that some of our weapons did not perform the way they should have. On the other hand, the amount of anti-aircraft missiles and unguided missiles, surface-to-air missiles that have been fired by the Iraqis, the amount of small arms weapons that has been fired, all that stuff goes up, misses the airplanes, and comes back down. And in my opinion, a large measure of the casualties on the ground that are civilian are being caused by the inaccurate and very strong use of anti-aircraft weapons without having a target that they can actually aim at.
General Peter Pace, we really appreciate your time this morning, Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you for yours, Paula.
And General Pace was just telling us about the heroic rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch last night. We're going to dip into a news conference and hear what Jessica Brothers has to say about her very lucky rescue.
You handle it like you would handle anything else, you know, professionally in an orderly manner. But this is a way to, for not only for our family's hope, but for other families that are watching this right now, that they know that the hope is out there, and that other soldiers are trying to get their family members back as well, whether it be their children or their husbands or spouses.
What can you tell us about how your mom and dad raised you and your sisters?
They raised us just like any other normal family would, you know, with loving care, and it's just a family, a tight, close family. I couldn't ask for a better family. You know, whether I was here with this family or another family, you know, they treat you just like any normal family would treat anybody.
Do you remember the last time you talked to Jessie? What did you guys talk about?
Me and Jessie talk a lot. She has a cell phone, I have a cell phone. We stay in contact that way, but last time I saw Jessie was several months. It has been a while since I've been home. It's been past November, and she was in on, I believe, February, and I had missed that chance. So I believe it was January I saw Jessie last. But we stay in contact through phone, and I didn't get to talk to her like the family did before she left. She had called me, but I was unavailable at that time, and, you know, I missed her call. But I was aware that she was leaving, and all the... No, I haven't been staying in contact that close that way.
Greg, how long are you going to be home?
Right now, I have emergency leave till the 11th of April, sir, and the way it's looking, hopefully that if she comes home anytime soon, hopefully my leave could be extended, but it's undetermined right now. And the important matter is whether I'm in for a day to see her or a week to see her. You know, just to see her is all that matters right now.
How has this experience changed your perspective on your own position in the military and your duty to serve?
It hasn't changed my... when she called me and said that she was going, I was jealous. I wanted to go as well. But, you know, she's trained to do the job as well as I'm trained to do the job. So, you know, whether it's me or her or the next men and women coming up, you know, it's a daily job when you do what you're told to do and when you're told to do it.
This is Greg and Dee Lynch. Greg Lynch is a little worn out. Come up.
You guys are going to have to back up a little bit.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing, sir?
Okay.
Hi, I'm Joanna from London. Come down from New York City to say congratulations. And when are you going to hear from Jessie? Why haven't you heard yet? You're desperate to hear from her.
I have no idea why we haven't heard anything yet. We hope it's very soon.
She's okay?
Well, we know she's in a hospital being taken care of.
How do you feel about knowing she's safe?
Wonderful, real wonderful. she's been through a big ordeal over this.
Mr. Lynch, last time we talked, you said that you will never give up hope. You have every faith that she will come home and be a teacher. How do you think that faith and hope help turn this into reality?
That's about all we've got to hold on to is faith and hope. If we lose faith and hope and quit praying to the Lord, there's no hope. So you got to keep us soaring high.
Tell us about those. You have the evening prayer meetings, right? Family prayer. Tell us about that.
We started having evening prayer meetings, and it really helped a lot to boost our morale. We feel it really brought the Lord in closer, and Jessie could definitely feel that she was being prayed for.
Mr. Lynch, you had an opportunity to take pictures of your dog this morning. What was through your mind? How did that make you feel, seeing her and knowing she's safe?
It made me feel wonderful that she is safe in a hospital, but it's not like not getting the word.
Mrs. Lynch, through this whole ordeal, I haven't seen you smile like you are right now. Can you explain, what jubilation it was for you to hear the news that Jessie is indeed alive?
Oh, it was just so exciting. It's just a whole different adrenaline feeling. It was wonderful.
Who answered the phone when the call came?
I did.
And what did they say to you, sir?
I kind of figured, well, this being April 1st was kind of a real bad deal to be doing this. And I asked 3 or 4 times just to make sure they said the same name, and I even went to the table and got a pencil and paper and wrote some numbers down, because I just figured this was just an April Fool's deal.
When you do talk to your daughter, what do you want her to know? What do you want to tell her right now?
Oh, we love her, and the little brat caused the big stir in this county.
Oh.
Do you think now she'll get you the Jeep that she promised you in the last press?
That Jeep doesn't matter right now.
What do you know of her injuries, Mr. Lynch? Has she been shot?
We had not been confirmed enough, and just watched the TV, and
we understand she was actually shot in the rescue mission. Have you heard about that?
No.
And what do you think about? It appears that a lot of her comrades actually died, and she's made it out. It's quite a miracle. What's your feeling about other soldiers that haven't made it back?
Well, our heart really is saddened over it, and we knew if we went to war, casualties was going to happen. It's just something that I feel really sorry for the other parents and families.
Have you heard from any of the other MIA families?
No.
Do you hope that Jessie's rescue gives hope to others who are in your same position?
Oh yeah. It has to do that, because she knows now in her own experience that they're out there trying to get to them.
What do you think about this really valiant rescue mission that took place to get your daughter out of the Iraqi hospital? Any words to those special forces and the skill it took to do what they did, and the diversionary tactics?
It took it takes a brave bunch of people to risk their own lives to go in and free a hostage. We didn't even know she was captured. It was last we heard she was just missing in action. So that was a big shock when we found out she was captured.
You mentioned that you thought it was an April Fool's joke. Once you realized that it was actually true, what did you do and how did you spread the news?
I think everybody heard all the screaming and shouting that was going around.
This is what you really haven't heard from you that much. What, as a mother, what do you want to tell Jessie when you get to talk to her?
I love her, and she's been so badly missed and thought of, and it's just unbelievable what I really want to say to her. She's been missed and loved.
When were you at your lowest point in this last 6 weeks? It must have felt like 6 years.
Yes, it really did. And like I said, we haven't got to talk to her yet, and or any word of her condition.
Is that a technical problem, or is it because she's sick, or it must be absolutely...
Probably just a procedure.
You know, just probably a procedure they go through more or less. They want to make sure she's doing all right before they get our hopes really high.
In a strange way, are you relieved that she's in hospital as opposed to being a prisoner of war?
Yes. And like
you know, anything can happen.
Yeah, like I say, we didn't know she was captive, and that really hit hard.
Do you have any thoughts about trying to go over to see her, or are you going to wait to see what the situation is first?
Well, you know, we
realize that's complicated.
Yeah, it's complicated right now because we haven't received any word, and I guess if we had to, we'd walk to get to her.
Mrs. Lynch, as a mother, what kinds of emotions are you feeling now about your younger daughter going off to serve?
I still support her. Jessie was strong, and all three of my kids are strong. They're military-minded, so I support her 100%. I mean, I'm, of course, a mother's worry, but I support her.
What do you think Jessica's decision will be to come back and obviously have some time off and then continue her contract in the military, or go ahead and...
I figure she'll want to probably continue her contract. I don't know. That's something she'd have to answer.
That's the kind of will that she has, though?
Yes, she's not a quitter. She's not a quitter.
Some people would consider her a hero, do you?
Oh, yes.
Many times, yes.
I think it's unusual that all three of your children decided to enlist in the military. Can you tell us about what this has been like as parents? I mean, what role did you play in their decision, and what kind of support have you given them? Do you guys have a long history of, family serving?
This back through the family, yeah. There's been quite a few that's enlisted in the military. We support them 100% for their choice. They know that they can get a lot of career out of this, and it's going to help them in the long run.
Mr. Lynch, last time we talked, you said Jessie grew up as a country girl, and you felt that had prepared her to deal with what she might come across overseas. Now that you know what actually has happened, or part of it, do you think that's a fair perception?
Yeah, what she has learned, growing up in the country and woods, and what heck her brother has put her through, so that kind of prepared her a lot.
Do you anticipate she'll be coming back to the States to get treatment?
We don't know at this time. I would assume yes.
Her birthday's April 26th, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty nice date to get her here.
Yeah, it would be. Real wonderful.
What were you doing when you heard the news that she was all right?
Just sitting around. We had just finished eating a bite, and was just kind of out on the porch relaxing.
What are your thoughts about the conflict in Iraq now? Is it unfolding the way you imagined? Have your views changed at all?
Well, you've always got to keep hope and prayer going, and we didn't figure that it would be as soon as it was, but they are making great progress.
You know why it took CENTCOM so long to make the statement that they had reached you?
No, we have no idea.
Did they reach you when they first announced it, or was there a problem in reaching you?
Well, you mean when she was missing?
Yes.
They kept postponing the conference, and we just kind of figured, well, we're not out in the city, and it would take some time to locate us where we were.
What are you going to do tonight, and what are you going to do when Jessica comes back?
You're going to get some rest.
Right. When was the last time you had a decent night's sleep?
Well, I don't know.
I can't remember.
Saturday.
What are you going to do when your daughter comes back?
Well, as soon as she's capable, we're planning one heck of a big shindig.
Yeah. The whole state?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it. We the families asked that we bring Mr. and Ms. Lynch back in. And thank you for your time, and appreciate your questions.
And for those of you just joining us, we have been listening to members of Private First Class Jessica Lynch's family talk about their jubilation that she has in fact been rescued by an American team involving Marines, Army Special Rangers, a whole range of resources. Now, Mr. Lynch described when hearing the news last night on the telephone that he at first thought it was some kind of cruel April Fool's Day joke, and he even described writing down the numbers of some of the folks in the military who had just called him to make sure this wasn't some kind of sick prank. He also made an interesting comment when he said it was a big shock to learn that his daughter had actually been captured. They were working under the assumption that she had been missing in action, of course had no idea where she was, and then he very quickly brought us up to date saying he doesn't know much about her physical condition right now, that they know she's in the hospital, that she's being taken care of, that she's been through quite an ordeal over there. Our Pentagon report is confirming that she did suffer multiple gunshot wounds. He also said that he is expecting that she probably will come home for further treatment. So it is a day of jubilation in Palestine, West Virginia, Bill, and at one point you could hear the whole Lynch family was competing with crowing roosters. Could you hear them? He talked a lot about Jessica growing up the country and how that's so much a part of who she was and what she was. And at one point, I think it was Jessica's brother was getting drowned out by a rooster in the neighborhood.
Yeah, we could hear him over here too, Paul, in the background anyways. We listened to it. Palestine, West Virginia. They list the population of that town, give you an idea how small it is. Right about 935 citizens in that town, north of Charleston, West Virginia. The flip side on all this, Paula, really is a bit of grim news, too, for the U.S. military. Apparently, 11 bodies have been discovered, 2 in a morgue inside that hospital, known as the Saddam Hospital in Nasiriyah, and 9 more apparently buried in a shallow grave outside. Now, Central Command has this information, but they have not offered any identity on the 11 bodies as to whether or not they're Americans or not. We're still waiting confirmation to see if that's the case, but there have been a number of people missing after that ambush back on March 23rd. This is when that huge convoy started moving into southern Iraq in the early days of this campaign. And it was the rear supply lines that were ambushed and attacked after a couple trucks, a couple vehicles associated with the 507th maintenance crew had taken some sort of wrong turn in Nasiriyah and essentially got lost and then ambushed. But we know right now the 19-year-old Jessica Lynch, quite a lucky girl. At some point she'll be headed on to Ramstein, Germany, and her recovery will continue at some point back stateside in the U.S. Paula?
Thanks, Bill. And as we head into the break now, we're going to share with you a thought of Jessica's mom about her rescue and her eventually coming home.
Just so exciting. I mean, it's just a whole different adrenaline feeling. It was wonderful.
Who answered the phone when the call came?
I did.
And what did they say to you, sir?
I kind of figured, well, this being April 1st was kind of a real bad deal to be doing this. And I asked 3 or 4 times just to make sure they said the same name, and I even went to the table and got a pencil and paper and wrote some numbers down, because I just figured this was just an April Fool's deal.
When you do talk to your daughter, what do you want her to know? What do you want to tell her right now?
Oh, that we love her, and the little brat caused the big stir in this county.
Business travel got you squeezed in? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get more workspace in a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize.
While other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
In a single moment, one actor became a sensation, and one movie became a phenomenon. Adrian Brody's performance in The Pianist is a triumph of the soul.
I want to help. I want to do something. This time we're going to fight.
This is the best that movie acting has to offer. And now, Adrian Brody is the winner of the Academy Award for Best Actor of the Year. Roman Polanski's The Pianist. Rated R. Now playing.
Business travel cramping your style? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get triple miles and triple points, only with Prime Rewards.
Good morning, Leon Harris from the CNN Newsroom. Here now is what's happening at this hour. Explosions have been rocking Baghdad over the last 24 hours. But the coalition offensive may soon be focusing on ground movements into the city, I should say. CNN has learned that U.S. forces are now expected to cross into the southern edge of the city by nightfall, and that's within the next couple of hours. Black smoke is rising over the southern city of Naji. It's one of Iraq's most holy cities. U.S. Army troops have seized that city's southern edge, but reports are that the Iraqi forces have now turned a sacred mosque there into a covert base of operations. That's complicating matters there. A coalition helicopter team has rescued 2 U.S. Navy pilots after their F-14 Tomcat lost an engine during a refueling mishap. CNN's Harris Whitbeck reports that both pilots bailed out at 20,000 feet. This happened over southwestern Iraq, but neither pilot was seriously injured. Now, here at home, as you can see there, the Dow Jones Industrial Averages are actually in positive territory. The stock's pretty much rallying all over on Wall Street. Investors reflecting today's growing sense of optimism. U.S.-led forces advancing on Baghdad may be helping that. As you see, the Dow is up 182 points. S&P is up nearly 20. And the NASDAQ is also climbing this morning, so we'll keep our eye on that for you right here. Now, for the first time ever, the World Health Organization has issued a travel warning for health reasons. The UN group is urging travelers to avoid Hong Kong and southern China. That's where hundreds more cases of a deadly pneumonia virus are being reported now. SARS, S-A-R-S, which is short for Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, is blamed for more than 60 deaths worldwide. Now let's go back to Bill Hemmer standing by in Kuwait City for more of our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. Bill?
Leon, thank you. The headline from the region is quite clear again. 20 miles south-southwest of Iraq. That's where the U.S. military now finds itself. Members of the 7th Cav, 3rd Infantry Division, members of the U.S. Marine are getting reports from Walt Rogers and others that they have now advanced to an area just about 20 miles on the outskirts of Baghdad. Show you a live picture from the Iraqi capital tonight, just about 7:30 in the evening local time. The skies are getting dark with nightfall setting in. There is smoke still drifting over the Iraqi capital. We heard in a report just a few hours ago about a series of explosions that again rocked the Iraqi capital. We'll keep an eye on it for you. Again, 7:30 in the evening local time in Baghdad. Walt Rogers is with the 7th Cav. Walt's been reporting for several hours right now about the advances the U.S. Army right now is making from the south headed toward the southern outskirts of Baghdad. We're going to get to Walt's latest report in a moment. First, though, live to Ryan Chilcote. He's popping up again in Najaf in south-central Iraq. And Ryan, I know we watched this large plume of smoke, dark smoke drifting over the city a short time ago. Apparently, some sort of standoff continues there at a very holy site for the Shiites. And tonight, bring us up to date. What more do we know now?
Well, sure, you mentioned smoke over Baghdad, smoke over Najaf. Those 2 plumes of smoke still very much there on the on the horizon of the city. Those plumes of smoke coming from, we understand, some pickup trucks that basically, no better way of putting it, engaged in a drive-by shooting on a U.S. military convoy. What happened was the U.S. military convoy was going through an intersection while this other convoy of pickup trucks, blue pickup trucks even, we know, was going through that same intersection. The blue pickup truck opened fire. Actually, I'm going to show you just over here in the center of the city. You might not be able to see it, but we have what appear to be flares or maybe some rocket fire going off. So still things very active here in the city. Anyway, back to this drive-by shooting. This convoy moving through at the same time opened fire on the U.S. military convoy. That convoy pulled to the side of the road, took a head count. Once they were sure they had everyone there, they returned fire, and they also called in Apache attack helicopters, AH-64 helicopters, basically the gunships of the U.S. Army. They came in, spotted the pickup trucks close to there, and opened fire on them. And what we saw after that was a series of secondary explosions coming from the pickup trucks because, according to the troops on the ground, they were loaded up with rockets and mortar rounds. Obviously, once they caught on fire, they continued to explode, and that has created all of that black smoke, which continues to cover the city of Najaf. Now, while the fighting continues in Najaf, in areas where it has quieted down and U.S. troops are policing the streets, they're getting a very warm reception. Our cameraman Greg Danilenko was out with a military convoy this morning when a spontaneous demonstration broke out. Basically, the convoy just had to stop because they needed to work out some logistics issues. There was a crowd of men standing around the convoy. When they saw that it was U.S. troops, they were initially a little bit apprehensive, curious. But then, when they realized that the troops were there and were not there to harm them, they started to applaud the troops, and it turned into a good old pro-American demonstration right in the middle of Najaf, something that I think even the U.S. military really didn't expect. It came as a big surprise. So U.S. troops getting a very warm welcome, very warm reception from the local Shia population. Now, naturally, the Shiites, as you were saying earlier, have no love lost for the Iraqi leader, President Saddam Hussein. They have been very repressed by him in the past, and obviously the presence, and now what they believe to be a continuous and a presence that they can count on from U.S. troops, is something that they are quite happy to see. Bill?
Ryan, thanks. Ryan Chilcote, embedded with the 101st Airborne Division in south-central Iraq. Ryan, thanks for that. Back to the essentially the biggest story of the day with regard to the war. The U.S. military now advancing throughout the hours today about 20 miles south of Baghdad on the outskirts of that city. Walt Rogers with the 7th Cav filed this report a short time ago. Here's Walt.
Throughout the day, as the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry punched northward in the general direction of Baghdad, we have seen huge convoys of supply troops moving ever northward. Indeed, all the arrows on the Army's map seem to be pointing in the direction of the southern suburbs of Baghdad. Earlier in the day, the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division took Karbala with a minimum of fight, and then the 3rd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division secured the town of Karbala. Additionally, the 7th Cavalry has pushed onward in the general direction of Baghdad. Yesterday, we were about 50 miles from the southern suburbs of Baghdad. We have perhaps halved that distance. Throughout the day, we have watched the 3rd Infantry Division bring in prisoners of war, Iraqi soldiers, glad the war is over for them, perhaps 100 at a time. There were times when the 7th Cavalry itself got into some skirmishes as it pushed forward again in the direction of Baghdad. There was a bit of a firefight when the 7th Cavalry came upon 3 Soviet vintage 20-millimeter anti-aircraft guns, ACAC guns. The Iraqi unit in possession of those guns fired mortars in the direction of the 7th Cavalry. The Apache troop opened its tank guns, opened its own mortars, decimated that unit, put it out of existence, and probably killed some 20 Iraqis in the process. This as it continues to push ever closer towards the southern suburbs of Baghdad. Walter Rogers, CNN, with the U.S. 7th Cavalry in the Iraqi desert.
And that is about the latest update right now on the southern front. We're hearing on the northern front from CNN's Ben Wiedemann. Hopefully in a little bit we can talk to Ben. He reports a number of Iraqi troops withdrawing from their positions as well. How significant, how many, don't know just yet, but perhaps we'll bring up Ben a bit later here. Also, we talk about the degradation of the Republican Guard. It was reported earlier today that one division had 36 tanks, the best tanks the Iraqis have, the T-72 model, absolutely destroyed in a period of about 12 hours. And again, the U.S. military making strong movement toward Baghdad, as Walt and others have shown us already today. More from Kuwait in a moment. Here's Paula again in New York. Paula?
Thanks, Bill. We're going to take a short break. Before we get to that, we're going to show you a live picture of Baghdad, 7:38 local time there. This is the scene several hours after we heard reports of multiple explosions confirmed by an International Red Cross worker we spoke with who was talking about the ongoing talks between Iraqi officials and the Red Cross to allow for some sort of visit of the Red Cross to American POWs. Still to come, coming up in our coverage on the war in Iraq, closing in on the Iraqi capital. CNN reporters are live from the front lines. We'll have the latest developments just ahead. Also checking the headlines in the Arab world. How are Muslims viewing the war in Iraq? And drawing fire in political cartoons. Jeannie Most will have a unique view of the war.
Listen, you can't even hear it. What? The XLI. You have a trained XLI cooling system? Of course it's quiet. It's those galvanized steel louvers. Oh, how rugged. Tell me about it. Climate tough compressor, patented spine fin coil. It might outlast Evelyn's third marriage. What? Oh, next we buy you a baby carriage.
Must be some air conditioner. The Train XLI. It's hard to stop a train.
Are you ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back. We head straight to northern Iraq, where our Ben Wiedemann joins us with the very latest from there. Good morning, Ben. What do you have?
Yes, good morning. What we have is that the Iraqi army appears to have evacuated its positions in the hills overlooking Kalak. I'm right now standing on one of the roads that goes right through those Iraqi positions, and they have gone. Within the last hour, they essentially disappeared. Not a shot fired. It appears simply that too much bombing, too much harassment by U.S. aircraft has driven these Iraqi soldiers away. There were no surrenders to the best of our knowledge. Basically, this afternoon, the local Peshmerga, the Kurdish fighters, noticed that no longer could they see any of these soldiers sticking their heads above their trenches. They have simply disappeared in the direction of Mosul, which from where I'm standing is 27 miles to the east. To the west, I mean.
And Ben, give us a little bit more information on where you think these Iraqi soldiers might have gone.
Well, frankly, it's a terrain that we're unfamiliar with in terms of what is between where I'm standing and Mosul. We know that there's a river back there that might provide a natural boundary, but the problem at this point is that it's just getting dark here. The Kurds are very worried about the possibility that the road that I'm standing on is mined, that there could be ambushes being set for them. So right now they're just surveying this ridge-line position, and right coming up the road in front of me right now is some senior Kurdish official coming to inspect, but they've made it clear that they're not actually going to be moving ahead in the direction of Mosul until daylight tomorrow, and until they get a better idea, and hopefully we do as well, of what lies between us and Mosul.
We're looking at some pictures of some young children that seem to be mesmerized by the camera. Can you put into context that scene? I don't even know if you were there when it was shot, but dozens and dozens of young children?
Well, I think I know what you're talking about, and in fact, that picture is not from this area. It's from north of Mosul. That's another village we were in, Kalanin, where we went. That was a Kurdish village that basically today was taken over by Kurdish forces. They drove out the Iraqi army there. And unlike, of course, the scenes in the southern part of Iraq, where there's been some hesitation to celebrate the departure of Iraqi forces, up here in the north, when the Kurds have advanced, we've seen some real scenes of joy and celebration once the Iraqi army was pulled out of that area.
And when you describe the Iraqis disappearing without even firing a shot, what was it that was expected there? A much more fierce battle?
No, because we found in the north that the Iraqis had been pulling back almost along the entire, in very large sections, of lines between the Kurds and the Iraqi army. And what has happened is, in those areas where they've pulled back, is that they've been subjected to fairly intense, relentless bombing by U.S. aircraft, which has simply made their positions untenable. And for that reason, they've pulled back by and large, with the exception of this area we were in north of Mosul today. There hasn't been not a shot fired anywhere, except for there where the Kurds did in fact engage Iraqi forces. Here in Kalak, not a shot was fired, and the Kurds themselves seem a bit puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the Iraqi troops.
Ben Wiedemann, thanks so much for the update. We'll be getting back to you throughout the day. Now, as U.S. forces battle their way to Baghdad, the Bush administration is engaged in a very different fight against those who have criticized the war plan, some within the administration, some from outside, and the president has been working to maintain support among the American public. Many are wondering what's happening in private. We're putting that question to a man who knows the inner workings of the White House, former White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta, who worked during the Clinton administration. Good to see you, Mr. Panetta. Welcome
Nice to be
our
with you,
broadcast.
Paul. Nice to be with
Help
you.
us understand the challenge of any White House putting on a united front during a crisis.
Well, it is a big challenge. Obviously, the White House is consumed, as it should be, by this war. The president is totally focusing on it, as is the White House staff. And I think the most important thing is to understand that there are going to be criticisms, there are going to be people who question the tactics, but you've got to keep your eye on the mission. You've got to keep your focus, because ultimately it is the president and this administration that will determine whether or not we win.
It's often been said, though, that this is a president who really values tension among his top advisors. Is that something that President Clinton also liked?
Well, I think you want to have people give you their best views. You know, you're in a difficult situation. You're confronting a war, and you want to make sure that you're getting the best advice possible, both from your military experts as well as from your aides and from your diplomatic team as well. You've got to get the best advice, and it may conflict. There may be tensions, and ultimately the president's going to be the one to make the decision. But you ought to have the president exposed to every viewpoint, because in that kind of decision-making, you better know all the facts before you decide.
I know that a number of people have described this whole process, of course, as being very tight-lipped during these war council meetings, and they have basically indicated that the president is very hard to read. That's an important thing to be, isn't it?
I think that's a great thing to be. You don't want to have the president walk into a room having made a decision or indicating what his decision is going to be. You want to have a president go into a room and be able to sit there and listen to all of these viewpoints and keep your staff and all of your aides guessing as to what your position is going to be, because these are tough decisions. These decisions of war and peace, of lives that are now at risk, these are tough decisions for a president. And the president ultimately has to get all of the information before making his decision. But in the end, it is the president's decision.
You had to navigate some pretty treacherous waters while President Clinton was in office, and I just wanted your reaction to some of the criticism you've heard of this war plan, not only from commanders in the field, but from retired military personnel, most of, well, all of whom in these newspaper accounts are anonymous. Is it fair?
Well, look, there's going to be criticism on the outside. This is a free country, and people are going to express their viewpoints, and they should. This is what this country is all about. It's what we're fighting for in Iraq. But with regards to people inside the administration and people who are inside the military, I think they've got to remain loyal to the president and to the president's plan. And I am concerned when you hear criticism within the military, because you know, at this stage of the game, the military has to carry out these orders and get the mission done, and I don't think there's very much room for that kind of criticism within. Outside, this is a free country, and people have every right to be critical.
Now, we know that you haven't been inside the Bush War Council meetings, but you certainly attended some tense meetings during the Clinton administration, during Somalia, and some other actions. We're going to try to get that picture again of President Bush presiding over the War Council at Camp David. And just a final thought on the kind of tension that exists in that room, where you have very distinct points of view. You got the diplomats urging for one result. You've got the military people often pushing for something quite different.
Paula, there is no greater pressure on a president of the United States than when he has to make decisions that involve putting our military men and women at risk in battle. The tension is there. The president has to decide whether or not he's going to send these people into war, lose lives, impact on families in this country. And so you know that there's tension, but at the same time, his aides have to be forthright in giving the president the best advice they can, because in the end, this is about victory in war. This is about trying to protect lives.
Well, we appreciate your nonpartisan take on all of this today. Always appreciate your perspective.
Thank you, Paula. Nice to be with you.
Leon Panetta, former White House Chief of Staff, now the head of the Panetta Institute, White House Chief of Staff during the Clinton administration. Pressure rises in Baghdad, so does the temperature. An unseasonal heat wave, even by the standards of this desert city, is clamping down, with early spring temperatures soaring into triple digits. The discomfort can also mean danger for coalition troops. We'll be right back.
Hey, Mom. Just wanted to call and tell you I'm in my new house, and I have every light in the house on. Oh, and tell Dad I'm air conditioning the entire neighborhood.
Every year, millions of Americans experience the joy of owning their first home. Call the Fannie Mae Foundation for a free guide to help put you on the path to home ownership and a list of lenders and credit counselors.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
When it comes to business, Cumberland County, New Jersey has more to offer. Strategically located in the heart of the Northeast Corridor, we offer a wide array of financial incentives, below-market land costs, a skilled, available, and reliable workforce, and a superior transportation network. For more information on how we can help your business, call 1-866-866-MORE or visit our website at moretooffer.com.
During cancer treatment, Elizabeth could only watch from the sidelines. Today, her cancer is in remission, and she's ready to play.
Elizabeth is one of millions of children with hope because of Children's Miracle Network. We are the alliance of premier children's hospitals dedicated to serving all children. Your support can make miracles happen.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Back here live in Kuwait City, we do know one thing about the weather. It's going to get hot, and extremely hot in certain areas of Iraq as the week gets longer. It's Wednesday here. We're expecting possibly by the end of the week and into the weekend, temperatures not only in the 90s, but maybe even in the triple digits. Chad Myers is watching that at the CNN Center, and I know, Chad, you got your finger on this one.
Yeah.
Some sort of weather system's coming in here to heat things up. How about you?
You know, it's almost like a Santa Ana wind today that we talked about in California, where the wind rushes down the hill
and it warms up. But the rest of the week, it's just going to get hot again, even with south winds. 102 degrees, not out of the question from Baghdad all the way down to Basra, even into Kuwait City. Now, that's really going to stress the water supply for a lot of folks. They're going to have to make sure they're very hydrated. Kuwait City tomorrow, 92. On up to Basra, 90. Also, the UV index, a 9 there. So a lot of sunshine along with the heat. You have to also think about these men and women in their mop suits, in their chemical suits, were basically made of plastic. Baghdad, 81 tomorrow, 96 by Friday. One more thing going on in Baghdad. I want to fly you into this map here. A lot of the smoke that you see from the smoke screen, you can see it now on the satellite. 30 miles worth of smoke. With those winds coming out of the north, tomorrow they'll shift from the south and into the southeast. Bill, back to you.
Chad, April 2nd, is it normal to get that high in the upper 90s in Baghdad this time of year?
You know, not really, Bill. You should be 85 to about 88 degrees for this time of year. But of course, you can be 10 degrees warmer or 10 degrees cooler and still be in that area there of you know, just natural ups and downs that you're going to get in any, whether you're in Virginia or whether you're in Florida. It gets warm, it gets cold. It never stays right there at normal.
So true, and once the sun goes down, it gets cold very fast in the desert. Thank you, Chad. Chad Myers of the CNN Center. Let's talk about the increasing weather temperatures and how it may impact the military movements on the ground. The military likes to say Mother Nature is neutral. If it's hot for one side, it's hot for the other. Renee San Miguel standing by with the General again at CNN Center. Renee, hello.
Hello to you, Bill. We are speaking with retired Air Force Major General Don Shepard about the heat and its impact on the coalition forces. Just what the coalition forces don't need, General, is a heat wave in the desert. But when we have seen video of the coalition forces slogging through the desert, 80 to 100-pound backpacks on their backs, but they don't always fight with that full backpack, do they?
They don't. In fact, some of them are carrying up to 120, even as much as 150 pounds, Renee, but they shed that when they go into a fight. The British call it a Bergen, by the way, according to Dave Grange, but they have an assault pack in which they shed all that heavy stuff and carry with them the things they need: ammunition, communications, water, food, that type of thing.
Just the basics for a firefight. And Chad talked about the mop suits, the chemical protection suits. There's also differing levels of what you would need to wear according to the threat.
Right. It's called MOP gear. M-O-P-P stands for Mission-Oriented Protective Posture, 0 to 4. 0 means all your chemical gear is readily available. 4 means you've got it all on, including the gloves, and it is miserable to wear.
And so, but you could have, like at MOP level 3, everything except the hood. And of course, the hood is where the heat escapes, and that might be a little bit better for a soldier than having to wear the entire outfit.
Yeah, it is indeed. Now, you can stay in this stuff for 2 or 3 hours. The problem is it's impervious, so you're sweating inside of it. You must stay hydrated, and staying in it longer than 2 or 3 hours really brings heat problems. It's miserable stuff.
Now, we've talked about the heat, but the sandstorms could always come back, and with all the close air support in the eyes of the Central Command doing so much damage to the Republican Guard, to have to pull that back when the sandstorms comes in could pose a problem.
Yeah, the sandstorms cause 2 problems. One is it affects the air and the ability to provide close air support, and the other thing it does is it provides cover for forces that want to get up along your supply lines and shoot at you close. So it becomes a real problem. We have things that will work day and night through all kinds of weather, but it's a pain in the neck for you.
And then we have about 30 seconds left to talk about how the heat effect on the civilian population. Humanitarian groups believing that they are low on food and water, the military trying to get that help to them, and then the heat not helping that.
Yeah, heat, you have to stay hydrated no matter whether you're a soldier or a civilian, and the key is clean water. Now, the forces have bottled water. The population depends upon electricity. If electricity's been affected by the military action and can't be restored to pump water, the civilians are in trouble.
General Shepard, we appreciate your time as always. Thank you. Bill, we'll toss it back to you.
All right, Renee, thank you. Earlier today, Landstuhl Medical Center in Ramstein, Germany, we heard from 3 U.S. Marines wounded in battle in Iraq, now recovering their story of survival when we continue.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
You need to manage your business anytime, anywhere. Gateway's new business notebooks featuring Intel Centrino mobile technology help you stay productive with wireless connectivity. Plus the freedom of having up to 8 hours of battery life. Now get 0% business financing for 24 months when you purchase Gateway 450E Series business notebooks. Gateway, business, government, education. Gateway 450 notebooks feature Intel Centrino mobile technology.
The persistence of 135 years of experience. The performance that has enabled us to work with more than half the Fortune 500. The strength of one of the largest financial services companies in America. Rely on the strength of Pacific Life.
Welcome back. Earlier this morning, we heard from 3 U.S. Marines, that is, who are now being treated for battle injuries at Germany's Landstuhl Regional Medical Center. They were among some 31 Marines wounded in an ambush at an abandoned roadside gas station outside of Nasiriyah.
I took a deep breath, adrenaline kicked in, and I said, you know, gotta go. Got up on my feet and started running. Probably got about 25, 35 feet, and I heard a loud explosion. Next thing I know, I was airborne. I was playing Superman for about 15, 20 seconds. Landed flat on my back, got up, tried to stand up, fell back down, thought my leg was broke. Next thing I know, I had a couple of my fellow Marines pull me out. At that point, I was in an ambulance on my way to the hospital.
Glad he's okay. The Marines are among 221 combat wounded who have been treated at Landstuhl, the U.S. military's largest medical facility outside of the United States. That wraps it up for me at this hour. Bill, I know you're staying on until noon. I'm going to get ready for our 7 p.m. show tonight. I'll be back with you at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay, looking forward to it. We'll do it all again there. One quick note, Paula, getting word here in Kuwait that Jessica Lynch will leave the region tonight, about 5 hours, midnight local time. She'll go to Landstuhl first, get some medical treatment there, and then back to the U.S. So again, good news for her as she makes a long road home through Germany. I'll see you again tomorrow, Paula, and to our viewers, they will see you later tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. So long.
Bill, I'm sure Jessica's family's going to be thrilled to hear that news. They didn't know a whole lot about her status at that news conference we just covered about 50 minutes ago. Bill, have a good show. See you in the morning.
Okay,
and we're going to take it to Leon Harris, who's standing by at Atlanta at CNN Center to bring you up to date here at the top of the hour. Thanks again for watching us.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
When it comes to business, Cumberland County, New Jersey has more to offer. Strategically located in the heart of the Northeast Corridor, we offer a wide array of financial incentives, below-market land costs, a skilled, available, and reliable workforce, and a superior transportation network. For more information on how we can help your business, call 1-866-866-MORE or visit our website at moretooffer.com.
During cancer treatment, Elizabeth could only watch from the sidelines. Today, her cancer is in remission, and she's ready to play.
Elizabeth is one of millions of children with hope because of Children's Miracle Network. We are the alliance of premier children's hospitals dedicated to serving all children. Your support can make miracles happen.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
It is just after 11 a.m. on the East Coast, just after 8 a.m. in the West, and it's 8 p.m. or so in the center of Iraq, that is. You're looking at pictures now coming in live to us. Live pictures of Baghdad right now this hour on this Wednesday, April 2nd, the 14th day of the war in Iraq. Good morning, folks. I'm Leon Harris from the CNN Center in Atlanta. And along with me this hour, Bill Hemmer in Kuwait City, as he has always been for the past month or so, it seems. Before we go to Bill, let's get a look at what's happening this hour. Here now, the latest developments. The U.S. military released remarkable pictures today of Private First Class Jessica Lynch's rescue. Night scope video from the military shows PFC Lynch out there. You see her here on a stretcher. This is after Special Forces rescued her from Iraqi captors. She is said to be now in stable condition with several injuries, but she's on her way now to getting treatment in Europe. In her hometown of Palestine, West Virginia, family and friends are celebrating her rescue, as you might imagine. Now, Lynch was rescued from the Iraqi hospital in Nasiriyah in a nighttime firefight. Military officials say 11 bodies were also found after that raid. And they say at least some of them are believed to be Americans. The bodies have not yet all been totally identified. Allied troops are advancing rapidly toward Baghdad at this hour. U.S. officers tell CNN the troops could arrive on the southern outskirts of that city very soon. U.S. Army officers tell CNN soldiers from the 3rd Infantry Division fought and defeated Republican Guard forces today. That happened in the city of Karbala. U.S. military commanders say that Iraqi soldiers are using a historic sacred Muslim mosque in the Iraqi city of Najaf as a covert operations base. CNN's Ryan Chilcote reports field commanders don't believe the Iraqi soldiers are inside firing from the mosque, but they say that they are using it as a sanctuary. 4 international journalists in Jordan are speaking out about the details of their capture in Iraq. The journalists say that they were taken away from their hotel to a prison, and they were held captive in Baghdad for more than a week. No charges against them were ever made public. The journalists were released and then taken to the Jordanian border yesterday. Now, our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq continues. Coalition forces, as we said, on the move now, rolling north toward Baghdad, not quite in a blitz, but what's labeled as a slow and systematic approach. Now, despite how you characterize it, troops have covered a good deal of ground today with little resistance. Coalition forces are on Baghdad's doorsteps as night falls, even as we speak. CNN embedded correspondent Walter Rogers says that U.S. troops now are about 25 miles south of the Iraqi capital. They're within what's the so-called red zone. That's where U.S. commanders fear that chemical weapons might be used by desperate Iraqi soldiers. Central Command says an entire Republican Guard division has been destroyed. This on the approach to Baghdad. Other units are said to be severely degraded right now. U.S. troops rolled past the town of Karbala, about 50 miles southwest of Baghdad. CNN's embedded correspondent said that the forces saw little effort from the Republican Guard resisting them today. Now, CNN's Bill Hemmer is on duty in Kuwait City. Let's check in with him right now. Hello, Bill.
Leon, hello again. Listen, it's 7 o'clock here in Kuwait City. It's been rather quiet here for several days running. The last time an Iraqi missile truly invaded Kuwaiti airspace was early Saturday morning. We had one since then that was knocked down in southern Iraq, but since that time, Kuwait has been largely quiet, with the population coming back out on the street and the traffic picking up almost on a day-to-day basis, heavier and heavier in downtown Kuwait City. When it take you north to Baghdad, 8 o'clock local time in the Iraqi capital, there are indications again that heavy smoke continues to drift over the capital city. All this as we're now getting word from our embedded reporters just about 20 miles south of central Baghdad, the U.S. military is now poised. Walter Rogers sent back some videotape of the 7th Cavalry and the heavy convoy and the heavy hardware moving 20 miles south of the city. In addition to that, CNN's Martin Savage, embedded with the U.S. Marines, also sending back some videotape. Marty describes a virtual traffic jam on one highway along the eastern edge of Iraq as the Marines move en masse now southeast of the city. We are told again, based on the military information we're getting, somewhere about 20 miles south of Baghdad. All this movement coming perhaps for 2 reasons. The degradation of the Republican Guard divisions, in some cases like the Baghdad division, Central Command is saying they've been all but virtually destroyed. Couple that with the fact that yesterday the new moon came through this part of the world. The new moon is the darkest night of the year, and the military loves to operate with as little light as possible. Now it's April 2nd, the second day into that new lunar calendar, and perhaps we will see more activity on the ground later tonight. Barbara Starr knows that. She's at the Pentagon now checking in a rather heated briefing yesterday, Barbara. I can anticipate, and I guess you can too, a number of questions yet again today with the amount of activity we have seen now, especially south of the capital city. Hello to you there.
Hi, Bill. Well, you're right. Here at the Pentagon, the focus really appears to be this morning here in Washington on the action south of Baghdad as the U.S. continues to press towards the capital. Now, earlier today at the Central Command briefing in Qatar, Officials making it very clear, to use General Brooks' words, a dagger, he said, is pointed now at the heart of the Iraqi regime. Sources here saying there will be no let-up in the U.S. push, that this should all be thought of in terms of the first phase of the final push to Baghdad. As they continue to operate in the south, they are also conducting a number of airstrikes against the Adnan Republican Guard Division, which is moving around from the north of Baghdad, making sure that area is more secure. But when you look at the map that we've looked at earlier today, it really begins to tell the story. Karbala, now secure by all accounts. The 3rd Infantry Division continuing to move through that area onto Baghdad, essentially basically attacking the Medina Republican Guard Division there substantially. A little bit further to the east, the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force attacking the Republican Guard Baghdad Division near Al-Qut. And earlier today, General Brooks out at Central Command had some quite specific analysis of what had happened to the Baghdad Division.
The Baghdad Division has been destroyed. 5th Corps attacked against a combination of the Medina Division and the Nebuchadnezzar Division, both of the Republican Guard Forces Command. Their attacks are effective, and action continues, in this case, near Karbala, along the Euphrates River.
And let's bring everybody up to date on a couple of other pending items out at Central Command. Officials say they are continuing to investigate reports of some sort of attack against civilians in the Iraqi town of Hilla. So far, they have no confirmation, no evidence that any U.S. weapons might have been involved. In fact, they have some very spotty initial evidence to the contrary. On the other, a report of an air attack on a Red Crescent hospital in Baghdad, officials telling us they have confirmed there was one U.S. airplane in the air over Baghdad at that time. It was attacking a presidential secretary's office. Officials now looking very carefully at all of that to see if there is a possibility that something went astray, trying to match up that target with the location of the Red Crescent Hospital. Bill?
Barbara, quickly here, with the advance we've seen on the ground with Walt Rogers and Carl Penhall and others, is there thought there at the Pentagon that the speed by which the U.S. military is moving right now could actually be somewhat dangerous? Is there much thought given to that?
Well, they believe that they have what they call an integrated attack plan. Keep in mind that what they are doing is they are moving from the ground now after several days of extensive airstrikes, bombardment of the Republican Guard unit south of the city and now even beginning north of Baghdad. They feel that what they have done is degrade them, taken out enough of the Republican Guard firepower that there shouldn't be a big problem. Then they move in with the ground forces. There's a couple of things that they're going to want to do before they get all the way to Baghdad, and that's really to make sure they've secured the perimeter around Baghdad. But at this point, they feel going with the integrated plan, air and ground, is going to get them the result that they want. It should all unfold over the next several days. There is every indication at this point that they are going to keep pushing on through, barring any unforeseen resistance that will slow them down. The officials here telling us they don't see any reason for U.S. forces to stop.
Doesn't appear to be that way. Barbara, thanks. Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. We should get the briefing 1:30 Eastern Time, about 2 hours and 20 minutes from now. You'll see it live here on CNN. Leon again at the CNN Center.
All right, thanks, Bill. As you heard Barbara, they're talking about the resistance the troops are encountering over in Iraq. We want to talk some more about an element of that right now, specifically talking about that one suicide bombing that happened a couple of days ago. Now, President Bush, as you know, has been broadly painting the war against Iraq as part of his global fight against terrorism. But is the Iraqi regime linked to the likes of Osama bin Laden? Well, let's talk about this with CNN terrorism analyst Peter Bergen. He's author of Holy War, Inc. He joins us now from Washington. Good to see you again, Peter.
Hi, Leon.
Let's talk about this suicide bombing we saw the other day. When we first saw that, the first thing that came to mind is, okay, here we go. There's a terrorist tactic here being used by Iraq. Now, is this finally the link that people have been looking for between al-Qaeda and the Saddam Hussein regime? What do you think about that?
Well, suicide bombing is a tactic that's been used by all sorts of groups, not only al-Qaeda, but also Hezbollah and other groups. It's a tactic that's been around for 20 years. So I don't think it necessarily proves a link between al-Qaeda and Iraq. It's just a tactic which is obviously a terrorist tactic, but it's not one that's peculiar to al-Qaeda. I think that we did see on Saturday an attack against a checkpoint in northern Iraq which certainly may have been a group that has some links to Al-Qaeda in northern Iraq that killed an Australian journalist. But I don't think, we're not seeing, I don't think, a huge amount of Al-Qaeda attacks inside Iraq. There was a report in a couple of days back in the Scotsman newspaper that Iraqi POWs had told their interrogators that Al-Qaeda fighters, perhaps a dozen, were in the Basra area. But that's an isolated report so far. It would be very interesting if that trend increases. We're seeing reports of people saying that they're going to go to fight jihad in Iraq from around the Arab world. You know, the Iraqis were floating a figure of 4,000, even if that figure is wildly exaggerated, which I'm sure it is. Certainly, you know, hundreds of people from around the Arab world perhaps being inspired in a way to fight jihad in Iraq. That's a very worrisome trend. And looking down the road a bit, you know, it's not just about this war. After the war, there will be a fairly long-term occupation of Iraq. Even a brief one would be several months, up to a year, and that unfortunately will mean a lot of American troops in a country which is right in the middle of the Middle East, and a lot of targets which are rather stationary. So after the war, I mean, perhaps we can expect more of these kinds of attacks, unfortunately.
Well, I want to get back to trying to connect the dots here, if it's even necessary or possible to do so in this case. Okay, we're looking here now at the Iraqi regime now facing some really dire times right now. We've seen Ansar al-Islam, this group that was pretty much wiped out by the coalition troops that went into northern Iraq, and it's been widely reported about their links to Al-Qaeda. And now we've seen the suicide bombing that happened in another part of the country. You're saying there's no connection between all three of these? And if not, then why is there any sort of a hint of Al-Qaeda in Iraq to begin with?
I'm not saying there's no connection. I'm just saying that, you know, suicide bombing is not a tactic that's peculiar to Al-Qaeda. I mean, you're absolutely right about Ansar al-Islam, the group which is now pretty much out of business. It was in the north of Iraq, in an area that was not under Saddam Hussein's control. That group clearly had links to Al-Qaeda. And in bin Laden's last statement, I mean, he very clearly talked about Iraq for 16 minutes, calling for a jihad. And so it would not be entirely surprising if indeed, you know, you do see people from Al-Qaeda coming into Iraq trying to cause a problem. But I think historically there have not been very strong ties between Iraq and Al-Qaeda. Okay. Ironically, this war itself may provoke some of those ties.
Let me ask you then again, getting back to that statement that we heard yesterday, the statement that was allegedly written by Saddam Hussein but read by his information minister. You mentioned the fact that he did call for jihad. A couple of things struck me about that. Number one, as a secularist, it struck me as odd that Saddam Hussein would be coming out and calling for a jihad. Two questions here. Number one, does that indicate anything about him, about a connection, or maybe one underlying, under the surface, there a connection between him and some other element of Al-Qaeda? And two, is this some sort of a signal of desperation on his part?
Well, I think definitely the latter. I mean, for Saddam Hussein to be talking about jihad or any kind of, I mean, this is not a man who's been a very profound Muslim in the past. He's a secular dictator, and I think calling for a jihad on his part is a sign of total desperation, because I think most people around the Muslim world understand that he's a brutal dictator and hardly a sort of a leading Muslim figure.
Since he didn't deliver that message, do you believe he's dead?
I don't know. I mean, the jury's out. I think that, you know, maybe we just don't know is the answer for that.
All right. Peter Bergen, thanks for providing the answers you could provide this morning. Always good to see you. Take care. Now, the family of Army Private First Class Jessica Lynch is celebrating her rescue today from Iraqi hands. And CNN's Patty Davis is standing by with the Lynch family this morning in Palestine, West Virginia. Patty, good morning.
Well, Leon, they are absolutely celebrating here. Big, big smiles on all the family members and all the friends who are here at Jessica Lynch's family home. Now, her dad held a press conference a little while ago saying that when he got that call that she had been rescued yesterday, he got that call about 6:15. He didn't believe it. It was April Fool's Day. He thought it was some kind of bad April Fool's joke. He said he asked the caller 3 or 4 times, restate the name, making sure that they had the right person. This family says they never gave up hope that Jessica would be found alive.
That's about all we've got to hold on to is faith and hope. If we lose faith and hope and quit praying to the Lord, there's no hope. So you got to keep us soaring high.
The family's response just overwhelming. They received the call last night a little after 6, and of course Mom was ear to ear with Dad trying to figure out good or bad news, and you know, of course good news came through, and the roof
got a little higher and the door got a little looser.
Overwhelming gratitude from the family here to those rescue crews who braved and risked their own lives to rescue their daughter and their sister. They do hope to talk to Jessie. They call her Jessie by phone either tonight or tomorrow sometime. Now, she disappeared March 23rd. She was with the 507th Maintenance Unit. That unit made a wrong turn. They were a supply unit. They were ambushed by the Iraqis, and her family says they didn't know that she had actually been captured. She was listed as missing. It wasn't until this week that the Pentagon went ahead and listed her as a POW. What do they plan to do when she gets back home? They say a very big shindig here in this neighborhood. We've heard some people even talk about they're going to shoot off fireworks for her. They are very anxious for her to get back home. As you can see behind me, yellow ribbons on this house. It's not only yellow ribbons on this house, but all over the community. This community has felt this very deeply. She's not just the Lynch's daughter. She's everyone's daughter, everyone's sister here in Palestine, West Virginia. Leon?
Yeah, Patty, I also got a kick out of hearing her brother, Greg Jr., talk about being jealous that she got to go. He's also an enlisted man. He's just on leave right now. Quite a family.
He is. He's Army. He is at Fort Bragg, and he's on an emergency leave, as you said. He's due to go back around April 11th, hoping that he can see his sister, hoping she'll come back to the States. But he says he's raring to go. If he goes to Iraq, he's not afraid. He's going to go, despite what happened to his sister.
Yeah, quite a day for those folks there. Thanks, Patty. Patty Davis reporting live for us from Palestine, West Virginia. All right, coming up on CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq as we continue here, closing in on the Iraqi capital. CNN reporters are live from the front lines, and we'll have the latest developments just ahead. Also, checking the headlines in the Arab world. How are the Muslims viewing the war in Iraq? And drawing fire in political cartoons. Our Jeannie Most will have a unique view of the war for you. Stay tuned.
Are you ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
While other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
The surprise of the Oscars is now the movie everyone is talking about. Winner of the Academy Award for Best Screenplay, Best Director Roman Polanski, and Best Actor Adrian Brody. It's the best picture of the year. The Pianist, rated R, now playing.
We told you the story today of Jessica Lynch. It will be a welcome homecoming for her when she makes it back to the U.S. stateside. There's another good story to talk about today, too. 4 journalists held inside of an Iraqi jail in central Baghdad for more than a week are now free, along with a peace activist as well. A group of 5 dumped at the Jordanian border by the Iraqis earlier today. Reem Brahimi is live in Jordan. She's watching the latest from this story for us. Reem, good evening there.
Good evening to you, Bill. Well, the 3 journalists and 1 peace activist have been in Amman, the Jordanian capital, for more than 13 hours now. They spent 8 days in the notorious prison on the outskirts of Baghdad. It's known as Abu Ghraib, and it's not far from Saddam International Airport. During their time in prison, they were frequently interrogated, they said, and at times blindfolded. Freelance photographer Molly Bingham described her state of mind during the time she was in prison.
We didn't know what they were going to do with us, and as I said, they took us away individually, blindfolded. I mean, you have no idea where they're taking you or what they're going to do to you. And so, you know, absolutely, you know, every other moment of every day, it was like, you know, are they gonna kill me, or are they just gonna ask me more questions, and are the questions gonna be something I can answer, or, you know, how is this gonna come out? And I basically started to tell myself that there were parts of this I couldn't control, and there were parts of it that I could, and that I just had to focus on the things that I could do to keep myself sort of centered, basically.
Now, two of the journalists work for Newsday, correspondent Matthew McAllister and photographer Moises Saman. Matthew said that while they were reporting in Baghdad, they may have pushed the envelope a bit far, in his words, with the Iraqi authorities.
We knew the risks, but we've worked in war zones and in, you know, dangerous situations before, and it's always a calculation, and you know, and I think we're relatively, I don't know, relatively aggressive reporters, and so sometimes we will take risks. But I've always thought this is a risky job, and sometimes 99 times out of 100 the risks pay off, and it's called good reporting.
Now, they were also asked if they were more afraid of the US-led bombing or of their captors. Matthew said he was more afraid of their captors, but at the same time the bombing was very intense. They could hear anti-aircraft artillery going up in a close area, and the walls of their prison cells shook during the intense bombing raids over Baghdad. Bill?
Reem, thanks. Reem Brahimi in Jordan watching a very good homecoming and release for those 5 earlier today. Officially, the Central Command in Qatar says that the Americans have 7 prisoners of war in Iraq, including 2 Apache helicopter pilots who had to make a hard landing last week after mechanical failure during an attack in the south central part of Iraq. 7 listed as prisoners of war at this point after the release and the capture, the safe rescue of Jessica Lynch. Want to get back to Najaf in south central Iraq right now. It's been a hotbed of activity yet again. The U.S. military has moved through that town, getting reports of a very warm welcome from the residents living there. Nonetheless, though, still a rather unsafe place in parts. Ryan Chilcote with the 101st Airborne Division filed this report a short time ago.
Well, first about the smoke, I'm going to step out of this shot. You see 2 large plumes of black smoke off there in the distance. We can actually tell you what that is. A convoy of 2 or 3 pickup trucks were moving through an intersection at the same time that a U.S. military convoy was coming from a different road. A chance encounter. The pickup trucks opened fire on the U.S. military convoy. The U.S. military convoy backed up, took a head count, returned fire, and called in some Apache attack helicopters. Those are the AH-64 helicopters we've been watching buzzing around over the city all day. Now, they're not out here right now. Looks like they've gone home, but they did fire on those pickup trucks. At least 2 of the 3 we can be sure of they fired on. And this is the result. Now, inside of the Apache, inside those pickup trucks, they had mortars and rocket-propelled grenades. And the reason we know that is because just after the Apaches hit them with probably with Hellfire missiles, there were a lot of secondary explosions. Those secondary explosions went on for 5-10 minutes. And what that is more munitions, more UXO exploding. We basically saw it happen there. That's why that black smoke is still coming out of there. They could see when they had this chance encounter, some soldiers that were in that convoy could see that the pickup trucks, the rear area, the cargo area of those pickup trucks had been covered up in some camouflage and wheat, believe it or not. But it hadn't been camouflaged that well because they could see some of the rockets beneath it. And obviously, those vehicles weren't camouflaged quite well enough because obviously the Apache attack helicopters caught up with them.
Ryan Chilcote again embedded with the 101st Airborne Division. He filed that report a short time ago. It's now nightfall in Iraq. Same too for here in Kuwait, as you can tell obviously from behind me. You're up to date now in the south. When we come back, we'll update you on the north. Ben Wiedemann is now reporting a number of Iraqi soldiers have abandoned their bunkers and their positions there. We'll check in with Ben and back to Leon as well at the CNN Center right after this.
For more on the war in Iraq, log on to CNN.com. Get reports from the front lines.
Huge explosions.
And all the facts and features you need to track the war. Plus, sign up for breaking news alerts and be the first to know. Log on and stay informed at CNN.com.
Murphy! Lawn weeds. Some products will kill them, but they'll burn holes in your lawn, too. Is there a solution? Yes. New Ortho Weed Be Gone. Weed Be Gone's exclusive Lawn Guard formula kills the toughest weeds without ever harming your grass. Guaranteed. So it's goodbye weeds, hello beautiful lawn. Ortho Weed Be Gone. Kills weeds, not lawns. Guaranteed. Ortho. Always the right solution.
Every day and every night as the war in Iraq continues, CNN is there every morning at 7 Eastern. Get your first look at what happened overnight on American Morning with Paula Zahn.
Breaking news out of Iraq.
Then, every night at 10 Eastern, Aaron Brown takes you from the home front to the front lines on Newsnight.
The maneuvering is now intense.
American Morning with Paula Zahn and Newsnight with Aaron Brown for your first and final word on the war in Iraq. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
The perfect accessory for your right foot. Cadillac CTS. Breakthrough.
All right, let's get you up to date now on the latest developments at this hour. U.S. troops are rolling their way toward Baghdad, and some of our own CNN reporters traveling with them say that they may bed down on the outskirts of town tonight. Republican Guard forces, which have been degraded by a week of heavy U.S. bombing, apparently are putting up little fight as American forces roll past them into several towns today. Coalition forces plucked 2 Navy pilots from southwestern Iraq after their F-14 Tomcat crashed there. U.S. authorities say the plane had some mechanical problems. Both pilots had to bail out at 20,000 feet, but neither one of them was hurt. And doctors at the CDC say that they're fairly certain that they have identified the culprit behind the harsh pneumonia known as sudden acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS. They think it's a new version of the coronavirus, and that may help them fight the outbreak since the virus usually responds to medicine. SARS has sickened some 2,000 people worldwide since it spread out of Southeast Asia. More than 60 deaths have been reported. Looking at Wall Street right now, stocks staging a breathtaking advance today as the Dow Industrials are powering ahead big time with a triple-digit gain. You see here the Dow Industrials are up 221 points right now. And with coalition forces closing in on Baghdad now, investors must be taking some optimistic looks at things, and they think there could be a relatively quick end of the war in sight. The tech stocks also strong this morning. The NASDAQ Composite is up at least 3.5% at last check. There you see it is up now 46 points. Now, some other positive news this morning. The family of Private Jessica Lynch is celebrating her rescue from Iraqi hands today. U.S. Special Forces swooped in on a hospital at Nasiriyah, pulling the injured soldier to safety. U.S. troops also recovered 11 bodies in the process. Those bodies were in and near that hospital. The remains have not yet been identified. Several members of Lynch's unit, which was that 507th Maintenance Company that was seen on Iraqi television, some members of which were seen there a while ago, some of those members are still missing at this hour. Now, President Bush is tracking these latest developments in Iraq from the White House. Let's go there now and see what the view is. Our White House correspondent, Dana Bash, checks in. Hello, Dana.
Hi, Leon. Well, the president does not have any public events on his schedule today, but he did have his regular meeting this morning with his War Council. They arrived here at the early hour that they usually do. There you see the Secretary of Defense coming in, and he was the one who last night at about 5 o'clock talked to the president, who was in the Oval Office, and told him that that Army Private Jessica Lynch had been successfully rescued. The president, according to the White House, said, quote, "That's great." Now, it is unclear whether or not the president actually had to personally give the go-ahead to go ahead with that rescue mission, whether he actually had to sign off on it. And it's also unclear at this point whether or not, when he was told by Donald Rumsfeld about the fact that Jessica Lynch had been rescued, whether or not he was told that there were those 11 bodies that were found, and if he was given any further details about those. unsure if the president has spoken to Jessica Lynch or her family today. We are going to get an update on that a little bit later today, but the White House is making clear that the president is very happy about this. Ari Fleischer said earlier today, quote, "The president is indeed full of joy for Jessica Lynch and her family. He's full of pride for the armed forces that carried out this daring rescue operation. He's also mindful of the fact that there are others who are unaccounted for, missing in action, POWs, of course, those who have lost their lives." So making very clear that although they're very happy here at the White House about this rescue, they are mindful of the fact that there are others who have already been killed in battle and are others who are still missing. Now, Leon, on a separate note, another little bit of news out of the White House this morning is that they are rejecting the amount of aid for the airlines that Congress in the Appropriations Committees passed yesterday. Yesterday, Congress, both the House and the Senate in committee, passed about more than $3 billion for aid to the airlines. The White House this morning is calling that excessive, and that is going to set up an interesting showdown of sorts between the White House and Congress, because that money is a part of the larger spending bill that will fund, at least partly fund, this war. That's part of the big $75 billion bill. So that is something that we are going to watch very closely. And the president, I should also note later today, is going to be focused on the economy. He's meeting with some private economists from Wall Street, and we should get a readout on that a little bit later. He's going to be talking about his tax cut.
Interesting. Thanks, Dan. That news can't be very good for the airline industry executives who have been talking in the press recently about how the offer that the Congress was coming up with, that was inadequate. So that could be distressing news for them.
And I should note that they are saying here at the White House that it's okay to give some aid to the airlines, but they're saying that because there was a concern that perhaps the cost of fuel was going to go up because of the war and that it would force ticket prices up, they say that hasn't happened. The cost of fuel really hasn't gone up that much, so airlines shouldn't necessarily get as much money as Congress passed yesterday.
All right. Thanks, Dana. Dana Bash of the White House. Now, there's been lots of jet fuel being used over the skies over Baghdad of late, and with the bombing campaigns that have not ceased at all in the last over 2 weeks now over that city, there have been a number of stories of bombs that have struck there and have hit some civilian areas. Now, we got the latest word this morning of a bomb that was exploded somewhere near a maternity hospital there in Baghdad. Now, the reports that we have was that the hospital, of course, itself was not a target, and it was not hit. However, buildings near it was, and that resulted in some problems there for people who were in that maternity hospital. Now, Roland Benjamin Huguenin, who's with the International Committee of the Red Cross, acted as the eyes and ears of the world there, seeing as there are very few Westerners were able to get into Baghdad. He did see the bombing himself at the hospital, and here's what he told us a while ago.
They have suffered damage. The window panes, of course, have broken. Some hanging ceilings have fallen apart, and cars that were in the car park have been damaged. But it was caused by the violence of the blast across the road as an indirect consequence of the blast. It was not a direct hit. And mercifully, there were no staff members indoors at the moment when it happened, so there are no casualties. The maternity was not in operation.
As you heard him say there, the maternity operation of the hospital was actually empty. There were no women in there or babies that were having women who were having babies or babies in that hospital. But there were some shots later that did come in of some other people who were in the hospital with other injuries, and they had to be escorted out of there. All right, let's go down to Bill Hemmer standing by in Kuwait City for more coverage from there. Bill?
Hey, Leon, last time we talked, we updated you on what's happening on the southern portion of Iraq, south-central Iraq, and also south of Baghdad. There is activity of a much different kind, too, in northern Iraq. In the town of Kalak, CNN's Ben Wiedemann has some interesting observations throughout the day tonight. And with evening there now, Ben, good evening. What are you seeing?
Yeah, good evening, Bill. Well, as you know, we've been spending a good deal of time on this hill overlooking the Kurdish village of Kalak. This evening, it was the same thing, looking through our binoculars toward the Iraqi positions. Suddenly, we noticed that there was a large crowd of people on the road that leads from Kalak over the hill into Iraqi-occupied or controlled territory. We rushed down to the village, and we discovered that there were dozens and dozens of Peshmerga Kurdish fighters walking up the road in the direction of the Iraqi positions. They said that sometime just before sunset here in Kalak, they noticed that the Iraqis were no longer in their positions, and that's exactly what happened. They had pulled back without any indication, any notice whatsoever
We've been told by one Kurdish commander that they've retreated to positions about 7 kilometers to the west of here in the direction of the city of Mosul. So the bombing, which we've been watching very closely here, is over. It appears that the front is moving further west in the direction of Mosul. Now also today we were in an area to the north of Mosul. Also there a dramatic Iraqi pullback. They pulled back about 12 miles. Now this was an operation which, I should probably correct myself, it was not a pullback, it was a retreat. In this case, the Iraqi army positions, which were highly fortified in that area, had been intensely bombed by the Americans, and then the Kurds apparently moved in yesterday afternoon after they had been bombarded by Iraqi artillery. They moved in, they had a firefight with the Iraqis. The Iraqis fled that area, and as they were leaving, 3 of their trucks were hit by American missiles, completely destroying those trucks. Now, significantly, there was an American involvement in this action. I saw more than 24 U.S. troops, special forces, and ordinary U.S. Army troops in that area. They apparently had been directing the airstrikes in that area. Another interesting thing we saw is that the local population, who I must add are Kurds, Kurdish Iraqis, not Arabs, were very happy to see the Peshmerga, the Kurdish fighters, showing up. You're hearing them cheer right there. They were in a celebratory mood, applauding the arrival of the Kurdish fighters. One man telling me that he was happy to see the dictator Saddam and his troops leave this area of Iraq. Bill?
Ben, quickly here, one has to think that the news that's happening with the U.S. military advancing south of Baghdad, that news is spreading to your area there. Is that in part what explains, in addition to the U.S. bombing overhead, why the pullback, why this retreat is happening?
Well, really, I think that the retreat is directly related to the intense and really relentless bombing of these Iraqi positions in the north. Obviously, people are heartened by the news. The Kurds, who have no love for the government of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, are heartened by the news. But really, this has been building up over the last week and a half. We've seen, for instance, Iraqi soldiers surrendering, giving up, running over to the Kurdish side because that bombing was too intense. And so I suspect that really it has to do more with local factors, with the fact that the Kurds have been pressuring them, the American airplanes have been bombing them. They're just pulling back to areas. In some places they're demoralized, they're essentially surrendering. In other areas they're pulling back to areas I think that they believe are more easily defensible. So it really is more local rather than in any way related to what's going on in the south or around Baghdad.
All right, Ben, thanks. Ben Wiedemann again, watching the northern front of the town of Kalak, and Central Command and the Pentagon have been saying for days now that they do not believe there's any credible evidence that would indicate the Iraqi military right now is being coordinated from the top, but they see movements in different areas of the country that they believe now represents a local decision by local commanders, perhaps local generals in different parts of the country. Also in northern Iraq, you heard Ben talk about the Kurdish-controlled part of that country. No love lost for the government of Saddam Hussein. We know that quite clearly. Brent Sadler is in that part of the country as well. He is coming up in the town of Kirkuk and filed this story a short time ago.
A back road leading to Kirkuk, the heartland of northern Iraq's oil wealth. A road that's now in the hands of Iraqi Kurdish forces. Occupying these positions, straddled along a crescent-shaped front line east of Kirkuk. This land fell into Iraqi Kurdish hands without a shot being fired. Iraqi soldiers fled these positions in a hurry, under the onslaught of coalition bombing. This is the end of the road for Kurdish forces manning this remote checkpoint. But with special permission, they let us through. We are now between the lines, a no-man's land of abandoned Iraqi bunkers and an unnerving silence broken by the roar of warplanes and the distant thud of airstrikes. This territory is within easy artillery range of Saddam Hussein's forces encircling Kirkuk. The oil capital of northern Iraq is visible behind me just over there. A harmless flare of burning gases is easily identifiable. Iraq's precious oil fields remain intact. Also intact, Kirkuk's defenses. in the distant haze. Iraq's armed opposition, including these Kurds, waits on the sidelines to join the fray, if America asks.
This is about freedom for Iraqis. This is about the liberation of Iraq, and we Iraqis must shoulder the responsibility of helping in the process of liberation.
And, says the Iraqi opposition, in winning this war. Brent Sadler, CNN, near Kirkuk in northern Iraq.
Earlier I mentioned the Pentagon briefing at 1:30. That time has been changed. It's 1 o'clock Eastern time. About an hour and 15 minutes from now, we'll have it live for you here on CNN when it does get underway. A word to Barbara Starr a short time ago is that the Pentagon planners now say there is absolutely no let-up in the ground campaign, or the air campaign for that matter, as the approach to Baghdad gets closer and closer. Gary Tuckman has the evidence. He's live at an Air Force base near the Iraqi border. We'll check in with Gary when our coverage continues right after this.
Its patented formula knocks out weeds in 24 hours. The leading imitator doesn't. Roundup Fast Act Foam knocks out weeds in 24 hours.
Even with rheumatoid arthritis, I'm an artist. I'm athletic. I'm a father. And today, I can still be all these things with Enbrel.
Enbrel may reduce the pain, stiffness, and fatigue of moderate to severe RA and inhibit the progression of joint damage.
I'm Eric Lindbergh, and even with RA, I was able to fly solo to Paris, just like my grandfather.
Enbrel, injected twice a week, is not for everyone. The most common side effects in clinical trials were injection site reaction, infection, and headache. Serious infections, nervous system, and blood disorders have also been reported, some fatal. Don't start Enbrel if you have an infection. Use caution if you're prone to one. If you get an infection while on Enbrel, or if you experience persistent fever, bruising, bleeding, or paleness, contact your doctor immediately. Call to learn more about Enbrel.
Because of Enbrel, I can be me.
Just a bit before 8 o'clock in the evening here in Kuwait, about 24 hours ago at this time, Gary Tuckman, embedded with the U.S. Air Force in an airfield near the Iraqi border, said there was absolutely a tremendous amount of sorties taking off from that airbase. Gary's back with us tonight by way of video phone. Curious to know if that pace has still maintained itself at this point. Gary, good evening.
Bill, good evening to you. Good morning to our viewers. Good afternoon to some of our other viewers. And we want to tell you the pace has absolutely kept up. This is the 14th night of the air bombing campaign. And pilots at this base who we're talking to, some of them are doing 2 or 3 missions a day. The first few days, most of them were doing 1 a day, so that gives you an idea. Many of the pilots here are now flying to an air base in Iraq for refueling and staging. It's an air base that has been captured by the coalition. And it's very unusual because when they get to that air base, they're greeted, in a sense, by Saddam Hussein.
This is Talil, Iraq, the Talil Air Base. But there are no more Iraqis here. The coalition took over this base last week. It's now a major staging point. And you know you're in Iraq when you drive down the road coming into the base and you see the portrait of Saddam Hussein. What's happened is the military personnel who've arrived here have taken out their markers and are writing messages on Saddam Hussein's portrait. You can see the main one here on the bottom. And also here messages like, "We won, April 1st, 2003. I want to give you a look. There's a lot of security personnel here. You can look over there and you can see the military vehicles. These are Air Force security forces with their rifles patrolling the entrance. There is a lot of fighting in this area. We're near the town of Nasiriyah. But this base now is considered secure enough to make it a major staging point for the coalition.
With us now is Lieutenant Colonel Mike Webb. He's the pilot of one of these A-10s back here, and you've been to that air base, right?
I have. I've been to Talil Air Base.
By any chance, did you go up to that portrait and put your graffiti on it?
You bet I did. I'm a proud American, and I tagged the Saddam poster. I put my name and call sign right on his white sash.
Now, we've been talking to you on and off for the last couple of weeks. We talked to you one of the first nights of the campaign. Has your work schedule increased, your number of sorties you're flying?
Yes, it has. We've went to 2 to 3 sorties a day, and the duration of the flights continue to extend as we get closer and closer to Baghdad.
Are you getting tired? This has been 14 straight days and nights of bombing.
The fatigue was really heavy the first week, but I think everyone's getting their second wind. And the spirit and the morale of our fighting team is just outstanding, and so we're ready to keep it going.
That's a question a lot of people ask me over and over again. How is the morale of the pilots?
I just talked to some enlisted folks before I came over here, and they are all 100% ready to go. They're giving every effort that they can.
I want to thank you for talking with us, Colonel.
Thank you.
Okay, appreciate the time. I want to tell you, this base that we're at right now near the Iraqi border is the largest fighter and attack wing in the war theater. They are averaging between 250 and 300 sorties at this base alone every night of this campaign, except for 2 nights when the weather was bad. Bill, back to you.
All right, Gary, thanks. Gary Tuckman by way of video phone embedded with the U.S. Air Force. It is my time to check out. Wolf's on his way in. He'll be in here in about 12 minutes' time. And Leon, the headline of the day, quite clear and quite obvious. 20 miles south of the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. What happens next, we all wait to see. But I think it would have been a strong prediction for anyone 24 hours ago to say that we would be in this situation we are today, looking where the U.S. military is right now. Very dangerous game to get into the game of predictions, and I think the news of the day proves that out. But again, who knows what happens tomorrow. Now, nightfall in Iraq coming up on 9 o'clock in the evening there. I'll see you again tomorrow, Leon.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
You got it, Bill. Same to you. Hard to look at those pictures and realize just who's knocking on the door outside that town. And we'll keep our eyes on that town. And, Bill, we'll see you in the morning. You get some rest. Check back with you later on, buddy. All right, now, coalition forces, as you just heard Bill say there, now on the edge of Baghdad. Let's go now to Renee San Miguel and General Donald Shepard to get a look at some of the fast-moving military developments this morning. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello to you, Leon. As Vince Brooks for Central Command called it today, a dagger pointed at the heart of the regime. And we're going to take a look now at the tip of that dagger and show you where the collision will be coming or is going on between Republican Guard and coalition forces. General Shepard, show us exactly where the front lines are right now.
Here's a report we're receiving, Renee. Right now we are being told that the Baghdad Infantry Division over here facing the Marines has been destroyed. Very little fighting going on in that sector as the Marines move up toward Baghdad north of the Tigris River. Also, the Medina Division down here has been reduced. Not much fighting going on. Karbala has been encircled. Very little fighting going on. And a 3-hour battle was supposed to be very severe. Also, we are not hearing very much about the Hammurabi Division. This division here, to be seen on that, are the Al-Nida Division, Armor Division, still in the Baghdad area. Up in Tikrit up here, the mechanized Adnan Division protecting Tikrit, I'm sorry,
Gotcha.
ancestral home of Saddam. Up here in the north, it appears that in the Mosul area, the Iraqi forces are withdrawing. The area of most interest up here is Kirkuk, the oil fields, so lots to be sorted out here, mainly air activity going on up here.
And the withdrawal would be, is that a strategic retreat to back up the forces, you think, Republican Guard near Baghdad?
It could be a strategic retreat back to protect Kirkuk and then to fall back to Baghdad. It's also a retreat necessitated by the pounding that air has been giving these front lines up here, Renee.
It's one thing to see this on a flat map, on the map table here, but we want to show some satellite imagery from earthviewer.com and digitalglobe.com to talk a little bit more about the terrain, starting with Karbala. There was a key dam taken there by Special Operations Forces. We'll zoom in here on the valley that we're talking about. We'll see if we've got our, see if it's working. Yes, it is. A dam right here. This would have caused an awful lot of trouble to the valley to the east of that. And then here we see Kut right here, and the Medina Division is, or the Baghdad Division is gone from that area.
Indeed, Baghdad Division gone, and the Marines across the Tigris River on the north bank now proceeding toward the east side of Baghdad. The dam was important because it could have flooded the Euphrates and made it difficult. This Karbala gap right down here to move through, if that had been flooded after you passed, would have been important. So it was important to secure that dam, Renee.
Just to give folks an idea of the kind of advances that we'll be talking about here shortly. Our computer is kind of messing up on us. We've been putting it really through the paces over the last 12 to 13 days, but I think it gives folks a little bit better idea, and the distances and the terrain and the fights that are still out there.
Yeah, the point is forces advancing on Baghdad from the east, the south, and perhaps soon the west.
All right, General Shepard, thank you for your time. Pleasure. Leon, back to you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We'll see you in just a bit. Now, within the last hour or so, an announcer on Iraqi TV read a statement that is supposedly a letter from Saddam Hussein to his niece. Here's a portion of it.
God blessed us with people who will fight for their belief, including my daughter Thuraya and Ahlam. May the enemy be defeated, and there will be thousands of fighters who, defending belief, defending the land of the prophets and Holy Land, our homeland, they would not let them stay in Baghdad. They will fight them until they are defeated and return to their countries.
That just an excerpt from a letter allegedly from Saddam Hussein to his niece. Now, in an earlier statement, an announcer proclaimed that the victory is at hand. And that statement singled out an Iraqi unit in Naziriyah that was, quote, exhausted, that had exhausted the enemy invaders, in their words. And this is the second statement now in 2 days that Iraqi state TV says is from Saddam Hussein. And while some Arab experts are cautioning us not to read too much into this one way or the other, on neither occasion did Saddam himself appear and deliver that message. And that is raising some new speculation that the Iraqi leader may be either dead or maybe severely wounded or whatever. You know, he was targeted by a coalition airstrike on the first night of the war, struck in that city there. Those live pictures there coming from Baghdad, a city which had seen some bombing earlier in the afternoon on this Wednesday there. As you see, it is now nightfall, just after 9 p.m. or so in Baghdad right now. Almost 9 p.m., I should say, in Baghdad. And while the skies, it's hard to tell right now if there's any smoke in the skies. There had been some earlier today. And the word right now, and something it's hard to imagine by looking at these placid pictures here, is that the troops that are headed toward Baghdad could possibly be crossing into the southern suburbs of that city, even as we speak. We'll try to keep our eyes on that situation, and we'll let you know what we learn right here. Now, coming up in the next hour of CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq, who's calling the shots when it comes to humanitarian relief for Iraqi citizens, that is. Our guest says it's a job that shouldn't be left to the U.S. or the British military. And the latest on homeland defense, our Gene Meserve will look at increased air patrols over the nation's capital. And the war is seen through the camera lens of photographer David Turnbull. We'll take a long, hard look at his stirring images. All that ahead in the noon Eastern hour of CNN right here.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. Colin Powell is in Turkey, trying to convince the Turks not to send more troops into northern Iraq. A live update on humanitarian aid and rebuilding Iraq. Beyond war worries, the travel industry is now dealing with a new worry, the mysterious illness known as SARS. These stories and more today at noon Eastern. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Every day, a new journey begins.
What are you going to show us today?
A new adventure in living well and feeling great.
We've got some interesting thoughts to share with you.
Spring is on its way. This Sunday, Suzanne kicks it into high gear with a little annual maintenance and the secrets to speed cleaning. Seeking Solutions with Suzanne. Sunday, April 6th at 6 p.m. Exclusively on CN8.
Hi, we're the Robinsons.
Tim teaches martial arts, so he's a very disciplined guy. But there's one subject you never bring up: the dish.
When it rained, we lost the pitcher.
When it was windy, we lost the pitcher.
When the dog sneezed, we lost the pitcher. I had to adjust the dish twice a week. So we got Comcast Digital Cable.
Pitcher's perfect. We love it.
See, the trick with the dish is knowing how to adjust it.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Well, as war in Iraq draws on, conclusions being drawn, literally, by editorial cartoonists around the world. Here's Jeannie Mose with a sampling of opinion about the war.
Like whining kids on a trip, are we there yet? That's how several American cartoonists mock an impatient public and the press. While a Nicaraguan newspaper portrays President Bush as a jockey on a snail labeled war, saying this is an embarrassment. Or you can have it both ways. If you look at Dawn Wright's cartoon Right Side Up, the smiling face says this'll be a cakewalk. But turn it upside down and a frowning face says it'll take more than a week. What a screw-up. The Christian Science Monitor's cartoonist depicts a change in strategy from shock and awe to tooth and nail. USA Today takes aim at all those retired generals doing commentary. The 104th Armchair Generals Division lands in Iraq saying we should have sent more troops. In the Los Angeles Times, Iraqi leaders are shown with human shields tied to them while they protest civilian casualties. Coalition soldiers are depicted in The Australian. We gotta win their hearts and minds, starting with this set of brains here on the sidewalk. An Iranian cartoonist portrays President Bush as an oil-sucking mosquito. And then there's reporter Peter Arnett, shown with his foot embedded in his mouth, shown embedded with Saddam Hussein, shown as collateral damage. The infidel American invaders are mired and will soon drown in a pool of their own blood. Al Jazeera asks the wife. Peter Arnett answers the husband. In the wake of his Iraqi TV interview, Arnett is portrayed as the latest suicide operation. Jeannie Moe, CNN, New York.
All right, we are now nearing 9 p.m. local time in Baghdad. And right now you're seeing the picture that we have there. All things seem quiet, but this could be a bit deceiving. Carl Penhall, one of our reporters who's embedded with the troops out there, reported about maybe 4 hours ago or so that troops had punched through an elite Iraqi Republican Guard division in Karbala, and they were heading towards the southern parts of Baghdad, and it could be there by nightfall, he said. Well, as you see there, night has fallen. Stay with us. Much more of our coverage right now coming up. Wolf Blitzer standing by on the on-deck circle. He'll be here in just a moment after a break. Don't go away.
Every day, thousands of people are making the switch to IDT long distance. Here's why.
With IDT, I pay just 5 cents a minute for all of my state-to-state calls, all day, every day.
My daughter lives on the West Coast, and I live on the East Coast, but we talk on the phone every day. With IDT, we can talk for 20 minutes and pay just $1.
Well, I switched to IDT because I found out I was paying too much with Sprint.
Too much with AT&T.
Way too much with MCI.
With IDT, I have no monthly minimums.
No 1010 numbers, no time restrictions, no complicated plans.
And IDT doesn't round up to the next minute, so I don't pay for time I don't use.
Compare IDT at just 5 cents a minute with AT&T at 7 cents, Sprint at 10 cents, and MCI at 25 cents. You'll choose IDT.
I save money on every call. That's it.
5 cents a minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. IDT long distance. No one does it for less.
If you want the benefits of refinancing, you have no choice but to stress over a long application, right? Wrong. AmeriQuest Mortgage gives you a choice and a personal loan advisor to handle just about everything. With 2 decades of experience, AmeriQuest knows how to offer you the no-stress home loan. The time is right, so call AmeriQuest now at 1-800-297-3260 or go to AmeriQuest.com. Call AmeriQuest, the company that knows you are more.
Hello, Leon Harris here in the CNN newsroom with the latest developments at this hour, including fresh explosions in Baghdad reported a couple of hours ago. Also, the release by Al Jazeera of hospital video showing wounded women and children in Baghdad. It was suggested that they may have been hurt when coalition bombing damaged a maternity hospital there. But a Red Cross spokesman said the assault caused no casualties at that hospital. Coalition forces draw closer and closer to Baghdad. Army officers say U.S. troops from the 3rd Infantry Division defeated some of the Republican Guard's Medina Division today near Karbala, that's south of Baghdad, taking the city there with very little effort, we hear. While in the east, the Marines took a key bridge near Kut. That's a crossing area by on the Tigris River. That happened after a fierce battle with Republican Guard troops there. Smoke drifted over the southern city of Najaf after a convoy of U.S. Marines was fired upon by suspected paramilitary fighters in pickup trucks there. CNN's Ryan Chilcote reports from there that the Apache attack helicopters that came there swooped in and opened fire on the trucks, and that touched off a string of explosions. Private First Class Jessica Lynch is scheduled to arrive at Ramstein Air Base in Germany in just a few hours from now. Lynch was rescued in the dead of night in what military brass are calling a classic joint operation in Nasiriyah, south of Baghdad. She was held captive by Iraqi fighters after her unit was ambushed 10 days ago. You're looking there at Nightscope video of the operation as it happened. Now, Secretary of State Colin Powell says that Turkey will play a big role in post-war Iraq. Powell struck the conciliatory note in Ankara during a joint appearance with Turkey's foreign minister. Powell is seeking assurances that Turkey will not send troops into northern Iraq for a possible confrontation with Iraqi Kurds there. And now, CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues with Wolf Blitzer. have been on the move, pushing about 80 kilometers from our last position in central Iraq. It's not hard to guess that we are moving north, pushing north with not just the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. We take a look at the roadway and the distance there. The reason the progress has been so slow is the fact that the roadway is utterly jam-packed with military hardware.
A traffic jam on 2 key highways to Baghdad. U.S. troops in armor surged within 25 miles of the Iraqi capital, perhaps significantly closer, meeting what's described as minimal resistance, even inside the so-called red line of defense. Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting tonight from Kuwait City. It's Wednesday evening here in Kuwait City. Wednesday evening, of course, also in Baghdad. That's described as the heart of the regime in CENTCOM's words, at which the dagger now is clearly pointed. The Central Command alleges more than 50 oil trenches are blazing around the city, and Iraqi munitions are being deliberately set off in populated areas. Indeed, right now, explosions once again being heard in Baghdad. We have live pictures of what's happening there this time of the night. As it gets dark, that's usually a target of opportunity for U.S. warplanes and missiles looking for Republican Guard positions, looking for other so-called strategic targets, especially communications capabilities. We're watching what's happening on the streets of Baghdad as well as over the skies of Baghdad. More air pounding, not only in Baghdad, but elsewhere throughout Iraq. We have cameras throughout much of this country. From military briefings and our embedded correspondents, we know this about the drive toward Baghdad. U.S. Army troops from the 3rd Infantry pushed through the town of Karbala earlier today, while some 100 miles to the east, U.S. Marines took a bridge across the Tigris River near the town of Al-Qut. An embedded correspondent for the Boston Globe tells us Republican Guard units there put up what was described as a relatively fierce firefight, but were defeated, leaving scores of Iraqi dead. Karbala is roughly 40 miles from Baghdad, Al-Qut roughly 100. In Karbala, the Army's 3rd Infantry rolled over the so-called Medina Division of Iraq's Republican Guard. The Medina Guard has been pounded for days now by coalition airstrikes, and our Walter Rogers reports the Guardsmen that remain, quote, didn't put up much of a fight. And as our Martin Savage described right at the top of this program, the Tigris River Valley is clogged today with hardware and U.S. Marines. Convoys are moving virtually nonstop, though Rogers points out, quote, it isn't any faster than the slowest truck in the unit. For insights now on how this drive is progressing, what may lie ahead, we turn to CNN's military desk in the CNN newsroom in Atlanta. Our Renee San Miguel is standing by with our military analyst, retired Major General Don Shepard. Renee?
Well, Wolf, the coalition says it is indeed tightening the noose around Baghdad and the Republican Guard division scattered around there. And we've been talking about 2 key cities all morning, Karbala and Qut. We've got some satellite imagery to show you from earthviewer.com and digitalglobe.com. I wanted to talk about the strategic importance of these 2 cities. Starting with Karbala, are we talking about an important river crossing here, better terrain for the armored vehicles to go to Baghdad?
Karbala is important not because it is anything of real strategic importance. It's where the Medina Division was deployed, just north of. There are river crossings to the west of Karbala. Karbala itself is not on the river, so it's important.
And then Qut over here, the Baghdad Division, supposedly gone now.
Same thing. The Baghdad Division deployed north of Qut, reportedly destroyed, and key river crossings there across the Tigris River, which is the northernmost river.
Okay, and so we've got this is how the advance should look right now as they get closer and closer to Baghdad, and the 2-pronged approach working there so far.
So far, it's working very well. Have to be careful beating the breast. Things can get tougher as you get toward Baghdad, and always a danger of weapons of mass destruction.
Let's go to the map table right now and give some idea of what could be heading up here pretty soon. Give us an idea of the Republican Guard divisions that are now closer into Baghdad.
Okay, first of all, this Republican Guard division, the Cross Rifles, is the Baghdad division, has reportedly been destroyed. The Marines now moving toward Baghdad on the west. Not much fighting encountered there. The Medina division supposedly has been really weakened and perhaps retreating toward Baghdad, and the 3rd Infantry Division not meeting a lot of resistance there, so a lot of movement. What we have to worry about, the Hammurabi armored, we still don't know much about that. Medina been weakened. The up here in Tikrit, the Adnan Division, the Nebuchadnezzar Infantry Division down here backing up these divisions, and you still have the Al-Nida armored over here to worry about. lots of Republican Guard forces still left in the Baghdad area, Renee.
And they are all inside the so-called red line or red zone, so this is where the danger increases. One other quick question. We saw Martin Savage talking about those supply line and those traffic jams. How important is it to get all of that squared away in a hurry?
Well, there's only so much you can do to square it away. You've got thousands of vehicles moving north. They all have to be gassed, fixed. If one of them breaks down, you have to rescue the personnel or fix it en route. It's a very complicated logistical problem. You are moving cities northward, and you have to stop and refuel and consolidate your supply lines behind them, just as we've seen in Nasiriyah.
Only moving as fast as the slowest truck is how I believe Martin Savage put it.
Indeed.
General Shepard, thank you so much for your time. We do appreciate the insight. Back over to you, Wolf.
Thanks very much, Renee and General Shepard. Iraqi troops apparently are in retreat. That's the word we're getting from CNN crews on the scene, especially in the northern front. They're with us. They're with U.S. and Kurdish forces, and they are on the move. CNN's Ben Wiedemann is joining us now live from the border town of Kalak. Ben?
Yes, good evening, Wolf. Well, we've seen, in fact, in two places, Iraqi soldiers, Iraqi forces have pulled back. Here in Kalak, of course, we've seen for the last 10 days or so intense bombing of the ridge above the village of Kalak, where the Iraqi forces were ensconced. This evening, we were watching through our binoculars and noticed that people were walking up the road right above Kalak. We rushed down there and discovered, much to our surprise and obviously to the surprise of the local Kurdish fighters, that the Iraqi soldiers had left, disappeared just before sunset. They've pulled back, we've been told by senior Kurdish commanders, to about 7 kilometers in the direction of Mosul, to the west of here. No indication whatsoever that they were about to pull out, but we do know, having spoken with Iraqi deserters, that morale was plummeting, that the bombing of the Iraqi frontline positions was really having a horrid impact, on the morale of the troops. That simply many of them had had enough. Some were deserting. Others clearly have been pulled back by their commanders. Now, to the north of Mosul, we were in another area where Kurdish forces had advanced by more than 12 miles in the direction of Mosul. That after something of a fight between the Kurdish soldiers and their Iraqi counterparts. We saw 3 Iraqi army trucks that had been completely destroyed by U.S. missiles fired by aircraft in that area. We also saw, interestingly enough, more than 24 U.S. troops who apparently had provided guidance for those aircraft flying overhead, showing them which targets to hit. Now, another interesting thing we saw in the area was that the local population, who are Kurds, not Arabs, were very happy to see the arrival of Kurdish forces there. I asked them if they had, what their impression was. They were happy, they were cheering. One man telling me he was delighted to see the dictator Saddam Hussein, his troops pulling out of the area. They also told me that as soon as the Iraqi troops had fled, that they immediately, one of the first things they did was tear down all the posters of Saddam Hussein and stamp on them. Wolf?
The general tone, though, seems to be advancing on the ground, Ben, but this is not to be confused with a formal front that's being opened up to move towards Baghdad, since the U.S. and Kurdish forces in the north are relatively lightly armed. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's correct. Really, the Kurdish forces, they have machine guns, some rocket-propelled grenades, but they are lightly armed. What they've been doing is taking advantage of the punishing airstrikes that have been going on by filling in the vacuums left by retreating Iraqi forces. Now, it's not a tactic unlike what we saw in northern Afghanistan, where U.S. airplanes really pounded all these frontline positions of the Taliban, for instance, essentially creating the conditions that allowed the Northern Alliance to push ahead. Today, really for the first time I've seen, there was fighting between Kurdish and Iraqi troops, but they had that critical U.S. air support. So it's not the kind of push we're seeing in the south by U.S. forces and British forces, but it is a gradual eating away of the Iraqi positions, a gradual erosion of the morale of the Iraqi forces. Now, interestingly enough, we heard that there are no Republican Guard in this area. There are no Fedayeen Saddam, that it's just ordinary recruits who really would rather just put down their weapons and go home.
Wolf? U.S. and Kurdish forces allied in this war, apparently mopping up the situation, consolidating their stance in the northern part of the country. Ben Wiedemann, thanks very much for that report. The focus today largely on ground troops as they move closer toward the Iraqi capital, but allied warplanes have gotten a workout as well. For that, let's turn to CNN's Gary Tuckman. He's joining us from an airbase here in the Persian Gulf, not far from the Iraqi border. Gary, tell us what's happening.
Wolf, hello to you. The bombing campaign has now been going on for 2 weeks, and if anything, at this particular base, pilots are flying more than they did the first couple of nights. The pilots we're talking to, on an average, are flying 2 to 3 sorties a day. The first couple of days, it was rare that we would find anyone who would fly 2 sorties a day. This base near the Iraqi border, in the most recent 24-hour period, from yesterday morning until this morning, 295 missions. And this is just one of more than 30 bases in the theater. Overall, 2,000 sorties for the last 2 days, each of those 2 days. There were 2,000 the very first night, so that gives you an idea the air power is continuing. A short time ago, we talked with the pilot of one of the A-10 attack craft behind me, and he told us about his most recent mission.
It's very tough to see them from the air, and we had 4 troops that were up on a railroad crossing, and they were trying to call us in, the A-10, in to suppress with our 30-millimeter cannon, and we couldn't figure out exactly where everyone was. And to prevent a blue-on-blue incident, I was able to fire...
Blue meaning what?
We don't want to have friendly fratricide. We don't want to kill our own folks. So I fired 2 rockets into a river that ran underneath the railroad bridge, and from that smoke, the white phosphorus smoke, our friendlies on the ground were able to direct our fire into the enemy fire, and then we were successfully able to suppress that area with rockets and cannon.
It sounded like it could have been a potentially frightening incident.
Well, it could be, because when we're firing that close to our troops, less than 1 click away, we want to be absolutely sure that we know what we're dealing with.
Many of the people here, not just the pilots, but the others, there are 8,000 servicemen and women here, are naturally fatigued after 2 weeks of nonstop work, but little things have happened at this base that have raised people's spirits. Number one, there hasn't been a missile alert, a siren, for about 96 hours now, and that's made the atmosphere more relaxed. Other things that have happened, the fitness center where they could do exercises and work out, that's been reopened. That was shut down when the war began for resource purposes. It's now reopened. People are enjoying that. Also, the store, the base exchange, which they call the BX, the only place where you could buy treats and candies and sodas and things like that, the hours have been extended. And those kinds of little things are what the people appreciate. One thing that hasn't resumed, though, before the war started, they used to have a movie night here every Friday night. They're still not planning yet on showing the movies. Wolf, back to you.
Gary, what about, I keep getting emails from our viewers asking if the warplanes have enough bombs in stock. They seem to be dropping so many bombs and missiles. Do they have enough in the inventory to keep on pounding away?
That's funny. I wonder if it's the same viewer, Wolf, because I got an email with a viewer asking me the same question, so I'm glad you're asking me that, so I get to answer that. But they have plenty of bombs and missiles. There's no question about that. You may remember, Wolf, a few months ago, I did a series of live reports at the McAllister Army Ammunition Plant in McAllister, Oklahoma. It's where they make all the non-nuclear bombs in America's arsenal, and they just keep making them, and they sent a lot of them here, and there's absolutely no shortage, according to the officials here.
All right, Gary Tuckman at an airbase not far from Iraq, a very busy airbase indeed. Thanks, Gary, very much. And as the fighting intensifies, so does the heat. Temperatures nearing triple digits in some areas of Iraq. More now from our meteorologist, Chad Myers, in the CNN newsroom in Atlanta. Chad?
Wolf, good evening to you. Good morning or afternoon, depending on everybody else watching around. Temperatures are heating up in the afternoon. They're cooling down in the evening, down into the 40s and the 50s. But here's what we have to look forward to, or not, for Friday into Saturday. 92 tomorrow, 96 by Friday in Kuwait City, on up into Basra, 90 with a UV index of a 9, and then up into Baghdad. Temperatures in the 80s today, already into the 90s quickly for tomorrow, and then we're looking at 96 degrees by Friday afternoon. Here's what some of the heat will do. Some pictures from down around Basra. The sunshine and the heat heating up the dust can actually make the same type of dust devils that we see in the American Southwest in the summertime, little mini dust storms, if you will. That's going to be possible for the rest of this week into the weekend. As that heat rises it starts to spin. Not a tornado, but still winds in this little area could be 40 to 50 miles per hour, at sometimes even up to 100 miles per hour, and also obviously that blowing dust, not very good on the equipment. Back to the maps we go. One more thing to show you. From the satellite way up in space, you can even see the oil fires here, the smoke screen fires, if you will, 30 miles in distance, all the way from Baghdad, almost down to the Karbala Gap. Wolf, back to you.
Chad Myers with the latest weather. A key factor that's developing here in the Gulf. The sandstorms have gone. Heat is getting to become a significant factor, but apparently not yet. Meanwhile, a daring raid under the cover of darkness, an American prisoner of war freed. Private First Class Jessica Lynch is said to be in stable condition, being treated for multiple gunshot wounds she suffered more than a week ago when her unit was ambushed by Iraqi troops. Central Command released this video of what it calls a classic joint operation that reportedly began with a tip from an Iraqi civilian. Slipping behind enemy lines to rescue her were Army Rangers, Air Force pilots, Marines, Navy SEALs, and Special Forces. For her relatives, a week of worry has turned into days of celebration. CNN's Patty Davis is now with them in Palestine, West Virginia. Patty?
Well, Wolf, screaming and shouting. That is how Jessica Lynch's relatives here at her family home in West Virginia said that they reacted to her rescue. But it was not until after her father determined that the news they got of that rescue was not, in fact, an April Fool's joke.
Just so exciting. I mean, just a whole different adrenaline feeling. It was wonderful.
Who answered the phone when the call came?
I did.
And what did they say to you, sir?
I kind of figured, well, this being April 1st was kind of a real bad deal to be doing this. And I asked 3 or 4 times just to make sure they said the same name, and I even went to the table and got a pencil and paper and wrote some numbers down, because I just figured this was just an April Fool's deal.
When you do talk to your daughter, what do you want her to know? What do you want to tell her right now?
Oh, that we love her, and the little brat calls the big stir in this county.
A lot of commotion here in this small West Virginia town of just under 1,000 people. They say that they still have not spoken to their daughter, and they do not know the extent of her injuries. They say, though, they do hope to connect up with her by phone either tonight or tomorrow. Now, she disappeared on March 23rd when her 507th Maintenance Unit took a wrong turn. They were a supply convoy, and they were ambushed by the Iraqis. Her parents say they did not even know that she had been captured. They realized it when they got that phone call, and they say that they are very, very grateful to the rescuers who put their lives on the line. Now, they don't only have just one child who's in the military. They have another, and that is a 21-year-old son who's in the Army, who's on emergency leave right now while this situation is taken care of. And they have another daughter, 18-year-old Brandy, who's set to go into the Army come August. Her parents say that they are more than willing to have those 3 children be in the military. They think that it's good for them, and even despite what happened to Jessica, they support their military careers. Wolf?
Is it fair to say that they haven't spoken to her on a phone, put a cell phone next to her ear or anything, because she's in stable condition and physically is unable to do so? Or is there another reason they're giving the parents why they haven't been able to speak directly with Jessica?
That's a good question, Wolf, and something that reporters put to the parents. They simply just don't know. They're not being told enough information right now. They say simply they know that she's stable, and they saw pictures of her, which they say she appeared to be very beautiful, very normal, that it didn't appear that she wasn't able to talk, but they just don't know. And they haven't really gotten an explanation, they say, from the military about why they haven't been able to speak to her yet. Wolf?
All right, Patty Davis with a lot of happy people in Palestine, West Virginia. That's about 70 miles or so from Charleston. Thanks very much for that report. We're standing by at the top of the hour, by the way. There will be a Pentagon briefing on all the late-breaking developments that's unfolding. CNN, of course, will have live coverage. We'll be at the Pentagon at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. out on the West Coast. But up next, we've talked a lot about the war efforts in Iraq. What about peace efforts? Next, who can best oversee humanitarian relief plans once the fighting stops? We'll talk with two key players. Plus, patrolling the skies over the United States while American troops are at war. We'll show you the latest efforts, and that will be live. And later, award-winning photographer David Turnley shows us day-to-day life inside one small village in northern Iraq. Stay with us.
This year, nearly 1 million families will have their most valuable possessions stolen right from here. It's their own identity. Bank statements, credit card and ATM receipts, pay stubs. In today's world, a little advice. Shred anything you wouldn't want in the hands of a stranger. Hey, Tom.
Protect yourself at home with the shredder more businesses rely on for superior performance and durability. Fellows, the world's toughest shredders.
Today, HP technology is building efficient miracles, helping access the web wirelessly in coffee houses, and letting citizens talk to their government 24 hours a day. It's powering the engine of the world economy and making art timeless. For the world's great companies, thinkers, and doers, HP makes more things more possible.
While other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
We'll show you some live pictures of Baghdad. A little while ago, more explosions rocked the Iraqi capital. We're watching to see where those explosions occurred, what the targets were. We know that just south of Baghdad, in the outskirts of Baghdad, 25, 30 miles, a huge battle in the works right now. U.S. Marines, U.S. Army soldiers moving towards the Iraqi capital. Could be a decisive battle. We're watching all of that, and we'll have all the latest. As soon as we get it, we'll bring it to you. In the meantime, U.S. Army troops from the 101st Airborne tangled with Iraqi so-called Fedayeen Saddam earlier today after a chance encounter at an intersection. It happened in the central Iraqi city of Najaf, a holy city for Shiite Muslims, and U.S. forces say that fact, too, is being exploited by Iraqi fighters. The Central Command says Iraqis are firing out of a mosque, and U.S. troops are not, repeat, not firing back. There's also a fair amount of walking and searching and waiting, as we can hear now from CNN's Ryan Chilcote.
Grunts from the 327th Infantry 2nd Battalion, better known as No Slack, marched through a patch of palm trees, black clouds of smoke, and 69 landmines into Iraq's holy city of Najaf. The second day of an attack to root out Fedayeen paramilitaries who have used the city as a safe haven to launch attacks against U.S. forces for more than a week.
Go!
The goal to deny the Fedayeen's movement.
We had a family of 6 inside the second unlocked door over.
While causing minimal disruption to the largely pro-American Shia population and its religious sites.
Searching house to house, street to street is slow, tedious, and dangerous work. If it comes to this in Baghdad, things could take a very long time.
But first, some of the cities on the way to Baghdad, like this one, will have to be secured. You ready? Teams of 4 move with painstaking procedure, a dozen blocks deep into the heart of Najaf. Sergeant Michael Bowers from Virginia sharing my take on the day.
What do you think about this door-to-door, street-to-street stuff? Long and tedious.
No Slack took no casualties and no return fire. They did see a lot of visibly pleased locals, though. Many of the Fedayeen, they were told, fled north to Baghdad. Still, they could come back, and there's no telling how many of them are still at large. Ryan Chilcote, CNN, with 101st Airborne in Naji, Iraq.
Up next, the rescue of Jessica Lynch in Iraq. What role specifically did the White House play? We'll go there live for an update. We'll also check the hour's top stories. Stay with us.
What? Oh, come on, come on.
Struggling to keep your grass green? Maybe it's time you got a fertilizer that works at every level. Introducing Bayer Advanced Triple Action Lawn Fertilizer. It works at every level. The grass, the roots, plus it fortifies the soil for a thicker, deep-down green that lasts. Guaranteed. Bayer Advanced. Better thinking, better results. Now control weeds while you feed your lawn. Try Triple Action Fertilizer plus Weed Control.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news. In a world where power meets adventure and an amazing opportunity unfolds before your very eyes, time is limited, and everything rests with the best-selling Ford Explorer during SUV month at your Quality Plus Ford dealer. Choose financing as low as 0% for up to 5 years, or up to $4,000 cash back on Explorer, or lease one for $369 a month with 0 down. This story of extreme savings ends March 31st. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
Pride Fest America is now Equality Forum. 75 events celebrating gay and lesbian culture. Regional, national, and international programs, with Germany as the featured nation. Catch the world premiere of Jim in Bold and the National Role Model Award at the Kimmel Center. Equality Forum Youth, an art exhibit, German cabaret, 8 parties, a barbecue, and Sunday out. Equality Forum, April 28th through May 4th in Philadelphia. For details, visit equalityforum.com.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hello, Leon Harris at the CNN Center right now. At this hour, more airstrikes confirmed today in Baghdad. The International Red Cross has confirmed that warplanes blasted targets in the Iraqi capital as the war ends its second week. Coalition forces are said to be perched on the Iraqi capital's doorstep. U.S. Army officers tell CNN that some U.S. elements are within 25 miles of Baghdad right now, as you see live pictures of Baghdad. A U.S. fighter jet goes down in southwestern Iraq. The F-14 Tomcats, 2 pilots on board ejected. They were rescued later without being seriously injured. A CENTCOM statement says that a malfunction occurred during mid-air refueling. A mystery flu that sparks panic shopping in Hong Kong. That's right, shopping. Despite official assurances, some residents are concerned that the entire city might be quarantined. The World Health Organization has warned people to avoid traveling to Hong Kong and other parts of China due to the SARS outbreak, SARS being severe acute respiratory syndrome. Checking Wall Street right now, stocks rallying this morning and trading with word that U.S. forces have pushed closer to Baghdad. There you see we've got highlighted the Dow Industrials are now up 231 points. NASDAQ and the S&P are both up. NASDAQ is up almost 50 and S&P is up about 22, 23 points right now. All right, stay with us. Coming up next hour on CNN, a briefing from the Pentagon. That's at the top of the hour. We'll bring you that live. And as coalition troops are on the outskirts of Baghdad, just how is the battle shaping up? We'll get some more insight from CNN military analyst, retired Major General Don Shepard, and a closer look at house-to-house searches for Iraqi forces in the city of Naji. Ryan Chilcote, embedded with the 101st Airborne Unit, is going to take us there. So we'll have that for you as CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
From the troops on the front lines to the commander-in-chief, the rescue of prisoner of war Jessica Lynch seems to have lifted everyone's spirits. Here's our White House correspondent, Dana Bash. Dana?
Hi, Wolf. Well, they certainly have lifted the spirits here at the White House. Definitely. The president was given the information about the fact that Jessica Lynch was successfully rescued last night. He was told by his defense secretary, Donald Rumsfeld. You see him here arriving this morning. Donald Rumsfeld briefs the president at least twice a day. Last night he talked to him by telephone. The president was in the Oval Office. He called and said that Jessica Lynch was rescued, and the president said, according to the White House, quote, "That's great." Now, what we don't know is the involvement that the president had before this rescue mission was taken on. The White House is saying that the president didn't have to order this rescue mission by law, but what we don't know is what kind of information he had before the mission took place. We were supposed to get a little bit more information on that later today, but regardless, they are certainly very happy about the fact that she seems to be safe and seems to be okay. They are, though, saying here at the White House that although they are rejoicing with Jessica Lynch and her family, that joy is tempered by the fact that the president recognizes that there have been some casualties in this war and that there are still members of the military missing. White House spokesman Ari Fleischer saying that, of course, the president's heart goes out to those who have lost their lives and those who are still missing. Now, Wolf, here at the White House, we are not going to see the president today. He doesn't have any public events, but he will be focused on the domestic front today. He is going to have a meeting in the Oval Office with some economists from Wall Street. He's going to focus on his tax cut. That tax cut, of course, was cut by the Senate last week in half, went from $720 billion down in half to more than $300 billion. What they are trying to do here at the White House is to get some kind of a happy medium, perhaps. They are saying now that they would go for something in the middle of 300 and 700, so that is what the president is focused on today, a little bit on the domestic front. Wolf?
Dana Bash at the White House. Thanks, Dana, very much. This important note, today's White House press briefing is scheduled for 3 p.m. Eastern. That's noon Pacific with Ari Fleischer. He'll be answering reporters' questions. CNN, of course, will bring it to you live. Before that, right at the top of the hour, less than a half an hour from now, we'll go live to the Pentagon for their daily briefing as well, all things involving the military at the Pentagon briefing in less than 30 minutes, 1 p.m. Eastern. Just ahead, American and Kurdish forces come face to face and take the first steps towards friendship. First, more of our pictures of the day.
For more on the war in Iraq, log on to CNN.com. Get reports from the front lines.
Huge explosions.
And all the facts and features you need to track the war. Plus, sign up for breaking news alerts and be the first to know. Log on and stay informed at CNN.com.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIX.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news. CNN Tonight, Health and Human Services Secretary Tommy Thompson's first interview on the SARS outbreak. With over 60 cases in the U.S. and more than 1,000 worldwide, what is being done to control its spread? On Lou Dobbs Moneyline, CNN Tonight, 6 Eastern.
Yeah. Welcome back. It's a hot topic raging through Washington's power halls and on the ground as well in the Middle East, in the Persian Gulf, throughout the region. Who should be in charge of Iraq's humanitarian relief efforts and the reconstruction process of Iraq? Who should be calling all the shots, the military or civilian agencies? We're going to be taking a look at all the possibilities. Joining us from New York, Mary McClymont. She's the CEO of Interaction. That's the largest alliance of U.S.-based relief organizations. And with me here in Kuwait City, Major General Albert Whitley. He's with the British coalition commander in charge of humanitarian and reconstruction efforts. Let me begin with you, General, and ask you, who should be in charge of this humanitarian relief endeavor, which is obviously going to have to be huge?
As soon as possible, civilian agencies. In the meantime, though, we have a legal obligation to do it.
And how are you doing it? What are you doing specifically? Are you bringing in civilian groups already to help you?
To a small degree. Many of them judge that the conditions are not right for that in terms of their own security. So What we're doing is we're taking supplies in or making supplies available.
All right, walk us through the process right now. You are the British in charge, basically the southern part of Iraq, from Qasr to Nasiriyah and all that area in between. How are you doing it?
Yeah, just a small correction, if I may. I'm actually a British officer as a deputy commander to the coalition land forces, so I work for a U.S. three-star American general.
You report to an American general?
I work for General Dave McKiernan, yes, I do.
He's in charge of the ground forces?
The whole ground campaign, yes.
All right, so go ahead. So walk us through what you're doing.
What we're doing is, first and foremost, we know quite a lot from information intelligence about the situation before we go in. We know already that the water is disgusting, literally unhealthy.
In Basra, Nasiriyah,
everywhere in southern Iraq.
Drinking water, tap water?
Correct. There is no clean drinking water as you and I would define it. So the first thing that we know is that we've got to take that in, and secondly, that we've got to start sorting out the Iraqi systems as soon as we possibly can. Again, we know that apart from a few isolated areas within the areas that we control, there isn't a real food problem. Where there is, we're perfectly able to cope with our trucks, with either donated food or food that we've already brought with us.
There were some reports that the Kuwaitis were sending water through a pipe that they opened up from Kuwait into southern Iraq.
Well, that's absolutely correct. They've donated the water. An American Army engineer designed the system, and UK British engineers built the system, and that's producing 600,000 gallons of the cleanest water that particular area has ever had for the last 12 years.
So basically, we're talking about how many people in the southern part of Iraq who need assistance desperately right now.
Very few. They're existing on the water that they have been existing on for the last 12 years. They have enough food. It's very small populations indeed. And just off the top of my head, it's the people in Al-Nasiriyah and the people in Naji.
What about those pictures, very disturbing pictures we've seen? The trucks come in with the assistance, and then crowds swarm them, and there's like panic over there, and the strongest get the boxes, the weakest, probably the most needy, get nothing.
Yeah. Point of principle, first of all, that was the generosity of the Kuwaiti Red Crescent organization. That's great. Was the aid distributed sensibly? Probably not by any international standards. The third one, was it a bit of a scrum? Yeah, but I've seen January sales in England that are worse than that.
All right. What about the whole issue of the Saddam Fedayeen? The Fedayeen Saddam, these guerrilla paramilitary groups supposedly going after civilians who are attempting to escape. How much of a problem militarily are they, these paramilitary forces, for you in your humanitarian relief effort?
It is a tactical problem that we're coping with. What I think is even more important is that the condition of fear that these people exist in, and once they are actually free, their difficulty in understanding the benign environment they're in. They still believe, and they're totally wrong, but they still believe that Saddam will get them, and he will conduct reprisals.
Are you surprised that these Shia in the south, which were supposedly very anti-Saddam Hussein, they rose up against him a dozen years ago, are now sitting on the fence, still reluctant to throw their hat into your coalition?
No, for two reasons. One is they have been repressed for a further 12 years, and secondly, the last time they did it, Saddam got them. And they're worried that Saddam will get them again. And until they're absolutely convinced, and we're doing our very best to convince them, they will not make that move.
Is it happening? Do you see a daylight over there?
Yeah, it's a day-by-day growth. More and more confidence in themselves, and we're seeing more and more groups surrendering of their own volition, suicide bombers who decide to surrender instead of actually be a weapon of destruction, more and more people going about their normal business, and perhaps we will see it, and certainly, most importantly of all, they, the people, are giving us information on who the bad guys are, and then we're going and getting them.
General Whitley, good luck to you, and good luck to all your humanitarian relief efforts.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Let's speak to a civilian now who's working on this same problem. Let's go back to New York. Mary McClymont's with the Interaction Organization. Her organization represents some 160 non-governmental organizations. Let's get your perspective, Mary. What do you say to what you just heard from the British general here?
Well, just as the general says, Wolf, very appropriately, the task of humanitarian relief operations belong in the hands of the civilians. They belong in the hands of the people who know how to do relief. As he also correctly states, in these very initial phases, as the U.S. and British military forces come into control of territory, it is their obligation under humanitarian law to ensure that people get food and basic medical care and medical supplies. But at the end of the day, the overall relief operation, as the areas become secure, must be run by civilians, and that is for any number of reasons, including the fact that they know how to do the job, and they respect the absolute importance of the independence and impartiality of the relief workers on the ground.
Well, I think you and the general basically are in agreement. As long as the situation is militarily insecure, the military should be running this, but once it becomes militarily safe, then NGOs, non-governmental organizations like yours can then come in and take charge. Is that, I don't see a big difference between you and the general.
Let me add just a further point, Wolf. It's really, as the general also noted, up to the NGOs and the United Nations agencies to decide when they can come in. They must have unhindered access to civilians. The NGOs, the various humanitarian actors, have different abilities to operate in secure, more secure or less secure environments. For example, the International Committee of the Red Cross was able to go into Basra and try to work on the water treatment plant that it's so critical be restored. So the bottom line is, as the general also said, it's really up to the humanitarians to decide when it is sufficiently secure for them to be able to go in. I want to underscore that there are NGOs and the International Committee of the Red Cross who are operating in situations that are very difficult. They are in Baghdad. Baghdad is being bombed. Still in all, there are NGOs and others who are working there. So it varies greatly in terms of the level of ability of the NGOs and the humanitarians to work in different environments, and it's really up to them to decide that.
When do you think that it would be safe for these NGOs to go into Iraq, assuming that the war is over? I guess it's a big assumption, but relatively soon. At what point would you expect large numbers of NGOs to start coming into Iraq to deal with the humanitarian relief efforts?
Well, as I noted, Wolf, there already are a number of NGOs and humanitarian workers up in the north and in Baghdad. With respect to the south, the way the process works is that the disaster assistance response teams of the U.S. government go in and look to determine the level of security. They do a humanitarian assessment. Similarly, the United Nations goes in with its security team and then does its own assessment. Both of those parties have determined that it's okay to go into Qasr, the seaport, and so one hopes that soon humanitarian workers can start going in there. But I think it will be a gradual process to the south as each of the areas becomes more secure. So it's sort of not an all or nothing. All of a sudden everything becomes secure. It's a bit of a gradual process. But of course the NGOs and I know the other humanitarian actors, the United Nations agencies, are keen to get in. We do think that
I know there were some, Mary, I was going to interrupt and say, I know there were some tensions, some strains between the NGOs and the U.S. British military on the ground here over some issues. Have those been resolved basically, or are you still more or less occasionally on different pages?
No, it's very important to work out some of these critically important operational issues. One of the questions was the ability of the NGOs to get into the country. And we had talked to the U.S. military, or tried to talk to them for a number of months to determine if we were going to need particular kinds of ID cards. And so suddenly we realized, yes, we do. And it's been over 2 weeks now we've been working on the ground to try to get clarification around that issue. What kinds of ID cards? Because that goes very much to the heart of the matter in terms of access of the NGOs, which is a critical feature. So I think that's one of the kinds of logistical issues that had come up. Wolf, I also just wanted to emphasize that you had asked earlier about how soon this process can happen and the full relief operation be underway with the humanitarians. We do hope very much that it will be the United Nations that is seen as the overall humanitarian coordinator for Iraq. They've got a tremendous operation underway. They're used to working with the NGOs and they with each other. And so we think it is very important that they be deemed the overall humanitarian coordinator for Iraq, given their expertise, given their ability to bring in a lot of different kinds of international actors. And we hope that will happen.
Well, I'm not sure the Bush administration necessarily agrees with you on that last point, but we'll have to leave that for another discussion. Mary McClymont, thanks very much. Mary represents a group of NGOs and non-governmental organizations trying to work in Iraq to deal with the humanitarian relief effort.
And just ahead, Pulitzer Prize-winning photographer David Turnley takes us to a Kurdish town in northern Iraq. This is a chance to see life during wartime that we usually don't get a chance to see. Stay with us.
Time to leave. Gotta get rid of this pain fast.
The moment of choice, Tylenol or Advil? Which will work better on muscle aches? Truth is, with Advil liquid gels, you can feel better, faster. Only Advil liquid gels give you advanced, liquid-filled capsules that work faster, stronger, better than Tylenol on tough pain. Advil liquid gels rush relief where you need it. Gentle on your stomach, too. For better relief, advance to Advil.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers.
Bang, boom, boom, and then there came small arms fire.
With sailors.
6 U.S. Navy warships were involved in the Tomahawk strikes.
With airmen.
There goes a plane taking off now.
With Marines.
What they want to do is try to take this facility intact.
Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region to keep you informed. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Since the war began in Iraq some 2 weeks ago, there's been increased security in the United States on the ground and from the air. Our Gene Reserve joins us now from an airport in New Jersey with the latest in Homeland Defense and the increased air patrols that are underway. Gene, tell us what's happening.
Wolf, you're looking right now at a P-3 aircraft. This is an airborne early warning aircraft. It's distinctive because of that rotating dome on top, which allows the aircraft to see other aircraft more than 200 miles away. I'm inside the aircraft right now with the crew. The Immigration and Customs Enforcement people have 16 of them, but 5 of these have been diverted now to the northeastern United States. They're patrolling the border from Chicago to Maine and also taking a look at that restricted airspace over Washington and also New York City. With me right now is Tom Hildenbrand. Tom, tell me what you can see here on these monitors.
Okay, well, what we're doing, we're monitoring the Canadian border, and we can detect planes coming across. As soon as we detect them coming across, we'll call ATC and try to get them identified. And if ATC can identify them, then we'll request for an interceptor to come up. And as soon as they launch an interceptor, we'll take control of the interceptor and do the intercept on the target coming across, and the interceptor will go in there and identify the target, try to get a tail number off of the airplane and what type of airplane it is.
Now, how can you distinguish a friendly aircraft from one that might be suspicious?
Well, a friendly aircraft's going to be squawking a certain IFF code, and ATC will have that in their records. And as soon as we tell him their IFF squawk, he can pull up their flight plans and the type of aircraft and even who's flying it. So.
Okay. Tom, thanks. And Rich Schaefer is also with us. Rich, if it is a bad guy coming in, the Blackhawks are sent up, right?
Correct.
And what do they do?
They're the apprehension phase of the event, and they'll bring well-armed, well-trained officers for the apprehension of the suspects and ultimately take them to jail.
But those aircraft are not armed, the Blackhawks that go up.
Aircraft are not armed.
So what do? They go up to an intruder, approach them, and what do they do?
Well, it makes a lot of noise. It's very impressive when it comes on, and doors slide open, the guys jump out, and very aggressively take down the target.
Is this system fast enough? You have to see an aircraft coming in. If a Blackhawk's not up, you have to put one up into the air, go do the intercept. If you had a really determined terrorist coming in by air, could you move fast enough to stop them?
Well, I can't speak for the whole program. I think with the proper coordination, aircraft out on patrol, we have a chance at it, and it will only improve in time.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. This whole process is expensive. It's costing about $500,000 per month just to do the air patrols over Washington, D.C. As for how long they're going to last, no one can say definitively, but they say they do not expect that this will become a permanent feature in the airspace over New York and Washington. Wolf, back to you.
Very interesting. Thanks very much, Jean Meserve. She's monitoring Homeland Defense for all of us. This important note coming up at the top of the hour. We're live at the Pentagon, the daily briefing on what's happening on the battlefield here in the Persian Gulf. CNN, of course, will have live coverage. Every time you turn on your television, you see it, namely the war, explosions, damage, soldiers, civilians. Stirring images indeed, captured forever by photographers, including David Turnley. Here now a look at how he sees the faces of war, his photos, his words.
I'm David Turnley. I'm here in a town called Kifri on the eastern flank of the northern front in northern Iraq. I'm trying to document the pathos, the emotions, the way that people cope in the middle of what is a very anxious situation. This was particularly illustrated in this small town today. My day in Kifri started as I drove into town photographing refugees who were fleeing the attack of an Iraqi frontline position just a couple hundred meters away. There were mortar attacks on the town of Kifri, several people killed and injured. One of the people that was unfortunately randomly hit today was this young man, a school teacher who's 26, who was killed. We were taken to the home of the family of this young man. It was a kind of wake. The roles of the men and the women seemed to be very distinct. The men, many of whom themselves were in a very deep form of kind of grieving, went about the very serious task and a very sort of deliberate and dignified task of washing and preparing this man's body for burial. The women, on the other hand, were congregated together, whether they be young girls or whether they be adult women, and they were involved with a kind of collective catharsis of emotion in which they were screaming and wailing and flagellating themselves by beating themselves on their chests, sometimes their faces. It almost seemed as if they were in the midst of grieving, trying to hurt themselves. Oftentimes they would look to the sky. They seemed to be appealing to a greater power. Sometimes they would evoke the name of Saddam Hussein with a great deal of rage in their voices. Today was clearly a reaction to the Kurdish people in this community being very much caught in the middle of this war. After they had prepared the body, they brought it into the living room, laid it on a sheet, wrapped it with a blanket, and then immediately put the body into a wooden coffin, carried it outside, put it in the back of a truck, and drove straight to the cemetery to bury this young man.
Where the heck are you?
On the road.
Get my package?
Opening it now.
Yellow Book? They're here.
Yellow Book all over town. Everywhere I go.
Oh, great.
Yellow Book, Yellow Book, Yellow Book.
I told you guys, we're in trouble.
So you think we could transfer to the
Cell phone division?
After this, we'll be lucky if they stick us on poles. With pigeons?
More people choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
CNN Tonight as troops gear up for the push to Baghdad, former Secretary of State Alexander Haig and more, only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
For the third consecutive year, Wood River Village has been voted Best of Bucks, the best life care retirement community in Bucks County. Wood River Village feels more like a resort with the warmth and comfort of a country bed and breakfast. Wood River Village in Bensalem, Pennsylvania is for active adults who choose to live life to the fullest. Wood River Village offers everything you need to enjoy a healthy, happy retirement. Come to Wood River Village, explore the many possibilities retirement living has to offer. Retire in style. Wood River Village style.
Tonight on CNN News with Arthur Fennell, America at War, Day 14. A new enemy emerges. The heat. As temperatures rise in the Middle East, will it work against our troops or speed up their approach to Baghdad? Stay with CNN News for complete coverage of America at War. Then it's Baseball 2K3. The Phillies served up fish for dinner once, but can they net another win against the Marlins? CNN News at 6 and 10. Phillies at Marlins at 7. CNN Primetime tonight. Smart TV for curious people.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
You're looking at a live picture of Baghdad. A little while ago, we heard more explosions rock that city. We're watching what's happening. We know this, according to our embedded journalist. U.S. ground force is now only about 25 miles south of the Iraqi capital. We're watching what's happening on the battlefield as well as over the skies of the Iraqi capital. And this important note, coming up in the next few minutes, right at the top of the hour. We're live at the Pentagon for the daily press briefing. Reporters will be asking some serious